This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1049, Visitors from the Temple. Yangbo Underground Laboratory. This is the first time that Annie and Xia have come here. Suwei has been here last time. Of course. Yangbo showed the three people only the breeding base of gerbils. The three people looked at these gerbils, and none of them looked good as the ones they raised themselves, because they were fed scientifically here, while Shen Gongmao and the other two ate whatever they wanted, and their bodies look much rounder. There are smart and stupid gerbils among gerbils, and their IQs are different. Animals are like this. There are all kinds of IQs in a group. Of course, Yangbo also made a pedigree for these gerbils, and Suwei and the other two selected more intelligent and good-looking ones. Some gerbils have sharp mouths and monkey cheeks. Some are rounder. Some have bigger eyes. And some have better-looking ears. Women look at appearance. And those gerbils that look better, even if they are not very smart, will be selected. The three ignored the ones that didn't look good. After the three selected them, they sent the dozen to Huagua Mountain. Huagua Mountain is home to mutant black rock bees. And there are many fruits, berries and the like. Many of the fruits that Yangbo eats at home are from Huagua Mountain. Of course, these things cannot be sold because there is no license. Shen Gongmao was not the first time to Huagua Mountain, but it was the first time to see so many companions, and he was also excited to run around. Those who had just been brought up from the laboratory soon regarded Shen Gongmao as the leader. Many fruits here taste very good, because the environment here is automatically controlled. So the taste of these fruits and others will reach the best. Of course, this also loses the diversity of taste. Almost the same taste, sourness and sweetness, etc. are basically the same. After Zhang Buizhen got the funds from Yangbo, he started to operate. The reason why Yangbo didn't do it himself was because this matter required connections, manpower, and management. The materials were purchased from Green Demon Star and then transported. Mature materials could be produced by themselves or commissioned. Rare materials had to be commissioned by Mr. Jiu to be made by the Grand Master. The energy potion industry of the Alliance is going to be reshuffled, and this is a good time to enter. Zhang Buizhen directly sent his confidant to the capital star, because the interstellar route to the Green Demon Star is controlled and confidential. But Zhang Buizhen didn't know that Yangbo was the one who made the most money, and he was just a hard-earned money. Of course, many people are willing to do this hard-earned money. Yangbo came to Devon Star again, because he learned from Alan's memory that the people of the Temple of God had arrived on Devon Star. And the people of the Temple of God were looking for members codenamed GE1751. It was the red-haired woman who attacked Bart from a distance with a strange weapon. This woman had the spiritual imprint of the high level of the Temple of God in her brain. Yangbo used more than 30 spiritual seeds to successfully read the woman's memory. The woman's name was Anan, and she had been imprisoned in one place by Yangbo. Yangbo had been waiting for the people of the Temple of God to come, because the people of the Temple of God could release spiritual protection in other people's brains, which made Yangbo a little interested. Yangbo also had this method, but the other party's spiritual imprint was more mature, and information could be transmitted when the spiritual imprint disappeared in an An's brain. Shentang, this guy, should never, ever use his mental skills on Alan. This guy pretended to ask Alan to introduce Bart, because he was an expert in a certain research institute of the Empire, and wanted Alan to help introduce Bart, taking the opportunity to use his mental skills to find out the details of Bart, because this killer of Shentang disappeared after assassinating Bart, and there was no clue from the mental perception of the headquarters. The people of Shentang are all knowledgeable and cultured people of high status. If this guy hadn't exposed himself, who would know that an Imperial Earl, a famous scientist, and an expert in source research is also from Shentang? Yangbo muttered in his heart. Now Yangbo just waits for the other party to come to him, and he will teach the people of Shentang a lesson and see how strong Shentang is. Yangbo came to Devon Star this time through the material laboratory. That is, White and others used a space mecha to pull him here, because this time he had to make a public appearance. Just after leaving the laboratory, the butler Jerry came to report on his work. There was almost no fishery export in the territory, because in the past, it relied on the family to export these fishery resources. Moreover, the family's disgusting practice back then was that the money from the goods exported from Bart's territory was just enough to cover the expenses of the territory. There was no money to develop the territory. Many people in the family wanted to blatantly deprive Bart of his inheritance rights. So they handed the current territory over to Bart to manage. If there is no improvement in a few years, or the territory goes bankrupt, then the family can take back the territory and raise Bart. All of this was planned by Bart's biological father. Of course, the son that Bart's father had high hopes for was also beaten to death by Yang Bo at the family meeting. The family will naturally no longer give resources to Bart. However, Bart does not rely on fishery exports now, but on the ultra-high temperature materials in the laboratory. But the people in the territory cannot be left idle. They still have to work. Fishery products are sold at low prices, and the territory subsidizes these residents according to their labor. Of course, it is easier to give money directly, but this will make some people lazy, so it is not advisable to do so. The housekeeper came to report on this year's subsidies, and Ning Shue's investment in education and medical care. Yang Bo nodded and signed. Master Allen called. Jerry, the housekeeper, started to report his work again. Well, I call him. Yang Bo nodded. Jerry, the housekeeper, is trustworthy, but the procedures must be followed. Yang Bo returned to the manor and called Allen. What do you want to see me for? Huh? Someone asked me to meet you through connections. Anyway, I took the money. Allen said it directly on the phone. Yang Bo heard that the other party's tone was a bit ostentatious, and curled his lips. This guy thought he had taken advantage. But in fact, he had said everything he should and shouldn't say. The mental power skills used by the people in the temple can make people say everything they know and forget everything afterwards. I don't care if you took the money. Yang Bo answered with a curse. It's just a sucker. Give me face, and come out to meet. As for what he talks to you, you don't have to listen. This guy is a famous material science expert, Allen said on the phone. Yang Bo answered after hearing this. I give you a favor. Where shall we meet? At the Circle Hotel in Wandao City. This guy has plenty of money. Let's have a good meal with him. Allen was still talking on the phone about how to scheme against others, not knowing that his underwear had been stripped off. Please make an appointment and send me a message. Although Yang Bo wanted to meet this guy earlier, he couldn't be too proactive. How about tomorrow? Allen said on the other end of the phone. Tomorrow then. After Yang Bo and Allen made an appointment, they hung up the call, and then Allen contacted the other party with the intercom and confirmed that they would meet at the Circle Hotel at noon tomorrow. Allen then sent a message to Bart, and Yang Bo replied directly with 2 words, received. It seems that this temple organization also has unique research in mental power, or soul. We need to think of a way to dig a hole for this guy. Yang Bo was thinking about how to dig a hole for the temple. The main reason is that there are too many ways, and Yang Bo wants to find a time-saving and worry-free way to frame Shintang. This kind of organization, despite the bright and beautiful internal propaganda, is actually doing some illegal things. Otherwise, it would not send people to kill Bart. Yang Bo finally determined the plan, which is to find a way to obtain the other party's biological samples, and then disguise as the other party to cause trouble. It just so happens that Yang Bo suspected that the Major General of the Special Service Department set a trap for him last time. So he just used the identity of Shintang to deal with this Major General. Yang Bo also wanted to kill the people from Shintang and then explode the skills. But he was not sure that the other party could explode the relevant skills. So he simply framed this guy first. And Shintang's organization targeted the Major General of the Special Service Department. It can also let the powerful departments of the Empire focus on Shintang, because Yang Bo thinks that the investigation department of the Empire must be going crazy now, because there is no clue about the attack on the last investigation team. The last investigation team was attacked and slapped in the face by His Majesty the Emperor. Now someone has taken the initiative to jump out to find trouble. So the investigation department of the Empire will definitely target the other party regardless of whether the suspect is the other party. Of course, how to do this matter needs to be carefully considered, because such things must be done in secret. After the matter is done, you could also kill the person in the temple to silence him, and use him to reveal his skills. Of course, before revealing the skills, you must find out the details of the temple. I like this kind of high-end organization. These people can reveal some rare skills. And it is also very refreshing to be able to watch these high-end organizations fall apart and stop cheating people. The most important thing is that it can also divert other people's attention. Sometimes doing things too perfectly is also a bit distressing. What Yang Bo did in the investigation team last time was too perfect. Yang Bo felt that there was something wrong with his mentality. Others could not find clues. And he felt something was wrong. The next day, Yang Bo followed Alan to the appointment on time. In the interval, he inspected Ning Shue's mecha technology level and had a deeper exchange in the evening. I have long admired Lord Bart. Come to the banquet hall on the top floor of the Ring Hotel. The banquet hall here has a high defense level, which can be said to be at the fortress level. And the security level is also the highest. Of course, the privacy is also the best. No one outside will know anything you do in it. The person I met this time is the director of the High Temperature Materials Research Laboratory of the Imperial Materials Research Institute, named Donnie. He is a bald middle-aged white man, with a slightly fat face and sparse hair on his head, wearing a gray casual suit. He gives people a very polite feeling when speaking and doing things. The whole person gives people a relatively close feeling. However, when Yang Bo approached this guy, he found that this guy gave people a close feeling. But he was using his mental power to influence the other party. It is equivalent to using mental power to constantly release a hint. Humph! Yang Bo snorted coldly and sat down directly. Donnie was not angry when he saw Bart's behavior, but continued to say to Alan, "Thank you, Earl Alan." Alan waved his hand generously. "I am fair in doing things for money, and you can discuss the rest by yourselves." Donnie himself is also an earl, but he is a new nobleman and has no hereditary rights. Speaking of which, people like Donnie are the objects of support and wooing by the royal family. Your Excellency Viscount Bart, I am very much looking forward to your ultra-high temperature laboratory. I wonder if I can establish more cooperation with your Excellency Viscount Bart. Donnie flattered him first, and then asked how to cooperate. Yang Bo disguised himself as Bart and asked in an arrogant tone. Donnie took out a document from his bag and handed it to Bart with both hands. Yang Bo felt that the closer the other party was to him, the stronger the fluctuation of the other party's mental skills would be. This kind of mental fluctuation could affect himself. Yang Bo did not resist, but let the other party's mental power affect him. But perhaps because his mental power was too strong, he did not feel that the other party's mental power had any effect on him. However, Alan on the other side seemed to have a problem. Under the influence of mental power, his movements slowed down a lot, and he seemed to be absent-minded. So Yang Bo also slowed down his movements and reached out to take the other party's documents. "Sir Viscount Bart, have you seen a red-haired woman?" Seeing Bart's action, Donnie smiled slightly and asked in a low voice. "Yes." Yang Bo nodded and uttered two words in a very light voice. "Sir Viscount Bart, have you seen a red-haired woman after being attacked?" Donnie felt that there was something wrong with his statement, so he changed the way he asked. "No." Yang Bo shook his head and uttered two words in a light voice. Donnie shook the document in his hand at Bart, and then continued to ask, "Is there any more news about your assassination?" "No." Yang Bo's voice became very light, and his hand shook with the other party's documents. "Did you make your ultra-high temperature materials yourself using your superpowers?" Donnie asked another question like this. "Yes." Yang Bo nodded. At this time, Donnie put the file in Bart's hand. At this moment, Yang Bo felt that the other party was affected by mental skills. "Lord Bart, this is my plan," Donnie said. "Yeah. Let me take a look first." Yang Bo nodded as if nothing had happened. Donnie also expressed contempt for Bart in his heart. What's the use of having strong energy? He was still easily controlled by himself. Donnie just sat down, but he didn't expect Bart to throw the folder at him in an instant, and then kicked him all at once. "Bah! UF** King brought out such a plan? Are you here to tease me?" After Donnie was kicked out, Bart grabbed his collar and asked loudly. Donnie was a little confused because the plan he submitted was just a simple academic exchange, and there was no excessive requirement. Papa, all kinds of people want to cooperate with me. Don't think I don't know what you academic brokers are up to. You bastards are just using these names to steal other people's technical achievements. I tell you, this trick doesn't work in my place. You're not an expert." Yang Bo slapped the other person so hard that his face was swollen. Of course, he took the opportunity to pull out a few of his hair. "Alan, let's go!" Yang Bo greeted Alan, who seemed fine, and then left. Donnie was beaten black and blue, and then he gritted his teeth as he watched Bart and Alan leave. They are really a pair of bastards, and they really live up to their reputation. I said you should at least give me some face. After all, I was paid. Alan complained in a low voice after leaving the box. You're the one who paid. Not me. Anyway, no one will dare to give you money next time. Yang Bo smiled darkly. And Alan was being played around by others. Shit. So you did this for a reason. You just can't bear to see your brother get rich. Alan was so angry that he jumped up and down. You really embarrassed your family. How much money can these guys give you, besides? Our old nobles, and their new nobles are irreconcilable. Yang Bo said unhappily. How dare you say that? Isn't the woman in your bed a new noble? Alan rolled his eyes unhappily. I leave first. Yang Bo did not release the spiritual seed to Donnie, because the other party also had this ability. Yang Bo left, and soon returned invisible. Donnie went to the hospital for treatment, because Yang Bo used fire energy when slapping him. Donnie's injury could not be cured by his superpowers. Only by going to the hospital for energy interference treatment. This guy's face is still swollen. Of course, there is a better way to directly cut off the injured part in the hospital and then cultivate new tissue. But this takes time. The reason why Yang Bo did this was to make this guy feel pain continuously. And then his mental perception would be reduced. Because Yang Bo was not sure whether the other party could sense his soul after he became invisible. Yang Bo's body could be invisible, but his mind and soul could not be hidden. Of course, another aspect was to let this guy go to the hospital. And then he could follow him into his room. Because it would take time for Yang Bo to return to his manor and come to the Ring Hotel. Rude, despicable, shameless. After Donnie closed the door of the room, his expression was very hideous. This guy came to the bathroom and looked at his hideous self in the mirror. Yang Bo looked carefully in the guest room. The guest room was neat and tidy. It seemed that this guy was probably a bit of a germaphobe. This idiot. This idiot. These old nobles should die. Donnie was still cursing in the bathroom. After waiting for a long time, Yang Bo saw the other party come out. And then the other party took out a special communicator from his briefcase. Then he used this communicator to enter a casual game. Why do people in these organizations like to exchange information in the game? Yang Bo watched Donnie exchanging information with his superior. Of course, the other party was sending coded messages. Yang Bo decided to first check Donnie's living habits and other things, and then decide how to frame him. Chapter 1050 live broadcast again. Yang Bo remembered the names of the gamers that Donnie contacted in the game, although he didn't understand the secret code between them. As long as he greeted the other party in the game, he could track them remotely through his photoelectric superpowers. Donnie felt a burning pain on his face while communicating with his superiors about the situation. Donnie had complaints in his heart. He was also an elite among elites, and an imperial earl. How much effort and recognition did he need to get the title of earl among the new nobles? And he was also an expert in the field of materials. He had learned so much knowledge, published so many papers, and succeeded in so many researches. In the academic world, others would give him face. But today, Donnie felt as if he had returned to the time when he first went to school, and felt powerless when facing the old nobles on the road. Yes, although I knew that the target of this mission was a bastard before I came, I didn't expect him to be so bastard. In the eyes of the other party, I was like garbage. I was beaten like this, and the request I made was not excessive. He also said that he was an academic broker, which was an insult to himself. That is to say, I suffered 3 insults today. The first one, I was beaten. Slap. Slap. This has never happened before. The second one, the other party slapped me in the face directly. The third one, my face is like this now, and everyone will look at me when I go out. The burning feeling on my face made Tang and I feel that he was on the verge of exploding. It seemed that he was slapping himself in the face all the time. He had been successful for so many years, but he had never been insulted, or even discriminated against like this. After understanding the situation, the boss also sent a secret message to appease Tang and I, and said that the Temple of God was to eliminate such things that should not exist. The Temple of God was originally formed by a group of elites. These people were just a small group at the beginning, and everyone benefited each other in their respective fields. Of course, there is no way to say openly that our organization is an exchange of interests. So the slogans put forward by these elites at the beginning were to eliminate inequality, change life with technology, etc. Today, the Temple of God has taken advantage of social contradictions to win over these new nobles in the empire. As for why the temple didn't try to win over the old nobles, it was because the old nobles didn't even look at these people, and it was useless to fool them. These elite people of the old nobles have been influenced by them since childhood. And they have long known that this society is actually a relationship of interest. Only the new nobles believe the nonsense said by the temple. Because the new nobles have been in a weak position from the beginning. Let's put it this way. Those people who shout to eliminate discrimination. Are they the discriminated people? Or the people who discriminate against others? Of course. The discriminated people need to eliminate discrimination. So the slogans raised by the temple are only needed by the new nobles. Because they are discriminated against and treated unfairly. After being comforted by his boss, Donnie took a deep breath. Although he felt humiliated, Donnie was also very rational. He couldn't take revenge in any way. What kind of person Bart is has long been determined in society. So Donnie asked what to do next. The boss asked Donnie to find out as much as possible about an Ann's whereabouts. And then disappeared after assassinating Bart. So there are only two possibilities. The first is that he was caught by Bart. And now this has been confirmed not to be the case. The people in the temple will not doubt the results of spiritual skills. The second is that he was caught by some departments of the Empire. So he asked Donnie to contact the Empire's investigation team as much as possible. Yang Bo didn't know what Donnie talked about. Because the other party typed some numbers. Which was obviously a code. When Donnie finished communicating with his boss, Yang Bo saw Donnie go to the bathroom to look in the mirror again. And scolded Bart while looking. Misophobia. Very concerned about his appearance. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. When Donnie came out of the bathroom again, Donnie picked up the communicator and started looking for contacts. Donnie has the list of the investigation team. Although the outside world believes that the investigation team sent by the Empire to Devon Star for the second time is confidential, it is easy to find out when you reach a certain level and a certain network of relationships. Yang Bo watched Donnie operate his own communicator and found that there were many people and many groups. Donnie chose a chat room and sent out the photo he had just taken in the bathroom. This chat room is a direct virtual projection. Not the kind of virtual glasses. So Yang Bo can see it. Director Tang. What happened to you? Professor Tang. Were you injured while doing the experiment? Old Tang. What happened to you? People in the chat room asked one after another. Donnie looked at the person who was speaking and typed directly, "Don't mention it. I wanted to ask for cooperation. But I was beaten. This is the energy damage left by the beating. Call the police." Director Tang. Who is it? Who dares to hit you? Yes. Director Tang. Tell us, and we will find a way for you. This kind of person should be arrested and sentenced to life imprisonment. Do these idiots want to die? Director Tang. Tell us who it is, and we will help you deal with him. Director Tang. You should respect the other party when you find someone to cooperate with. These people are simply ungrateful. The people in the chat room were all filled with righteous indignation and wanted to help Donnie vent his anger. When Donnie saw these people's speeches, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But the pain on his face was affected and his whole expression became ferocious again. Yang Bo was beside him and saw this guy change his face so quickly. And he was also amused in his heart. But now Yang Bo was curious about this guy saying these things in the chat room. Is he making a fool of himself? Yang Bo felt that an elite with high IQ like Donnie would not do these useless things. Because just now Yang Bo saw that this guy had screened the chat room for a long time before choosing this one. That is to say, some people in this chat room are the target of Donnie. Yang Bo saw Donnie sending a message again, "Don't talk nonsense. The other party is very powerful and a hereditary noble. I kindly invited him to dinner and took out the plan. I didn't expect that he just took a look, kicked me out, and then pressed me in the corner and slapped my face. I didn't react at the time. But when I reacted, I could only suffer in silence. Who made us new nobles have no face and status against these hereditary nobles?" Yang Bo was speechless when he saw the message sent by this guy. Don't you understand what you did? You used your mental skills to influence other people's minds. And then asked for what you wanted. You did so much. And then you felt that you were wrong just by being slapped twice. Yang Bo felt that people like Donnie were a bit like some elites on the earth. These elites only saw the treatment they received, but did not see what they did. After seeing this message, the people in the chat room became more excited. Which old noble is so blind? Let's directly ban their enterprises in academic circles. These old nobles still rely on us elites to do research to make money for them. Director Tang. You are an expert in material science. In the future, new materials will directly ban the nobles' enterprises. That's right. In this case, we should call the police. Director Tang. Your experience will definitely attract the attention of His Majesty. Director Tang. You should call the police immediately. It's a good thing that His Majesty pays attention to it. Even if there is no way to deal with these old nobles, His Majesty will compensate you. Director Tang. What's wrong with the old nobles? What else can these bastards do besides monopoly? After leaving the family resources, the young generation of these old nobles are nothing. The young generation of these old nobles live in their own circle. Look at the last sword competition. They were slapped in the face by a cleaner from the Alliance. Speaking of the last sword competition, I almost laughed to death. Now when I meet the young generation of those old nobles, I will use this to ridicule them. These idiots are shameless enough to say that the cleaners are cheating. Dang, and I saw that the wind direction in the chat room had changed a little. So he sent another message. Alas. This time this old noble. There is no way. I am now on Devon Star. Sure enough, when other people in the chat room saw this message, no one spoke for a while. Then, almost 30 seconds passed before someone spoke up. Director Tang. You are not referring to that bastard Bart, are you? As for Bart, there is really nothing we can do about that bastard. Donnie sent another message. I just want to work with him to develop ultra-high temperature materials. In fact, my plan only mentions academic exchanges. I also know that for these old nobles, it is impossible to have too deep cooperation. Someone immediately sent a message. Director Tang. You are wrong. Director Tang. Bart's ultra-high temperature materials come from his superpowers and his talents. In terms of knowledge, he has almost zero knowledge in materials science. You are looking for him to cooperate like this. Isn't it slapping him in the face and mocking him for not understanding? That's right. Bart only relies on the ultra-high temperature generated by his superpowers to produce ultra-high temperature materials. And the core researchers are scientists from the other three alliances. I tell you that people like Bart have the most sensitive self-esteem. You may not know that Bart was sent to the territory of Devon Star, which was actually a conspiracy of their family. It means that he was exiled to that place. I've heard a psychology buddy analyze the two bastards on Devon Star. These two people have low self-esteem. So when they encounter many things, they think that they are being targeted. Yang Bo was a little speechless when he saw these people's remarks. If the other party is Bart, then there is really no way. Didn't you see this bastard not giving Our Majesty any face during the live broadcast? Director Tang. Stay away from these rude guys in the future. It's really hard to deal with Bart, who is both capable and talented. If we talk about the new generation among the old nobles, Bart is probably the leader. This guy is also very insidious and despicable. He has been using the bastard's personality to let his family and their hostile families relax their vigilance, and only show his talent when the time is right. Bart, this bastard, if he had known him for a few days, he would have been very happy. I don't know what to do with him. I'm a genius, but I'd have been killed long ago. Dong and I saw that the direction of everyone's discussion had changed a bit. So he sent a message. I can only suffer in silence this time. I have to go to the hospital when I return to the capital. Director Tang. Please come back soon. There have been several terrorist attacks on Devon Star recently. When Devon Star was opened, I opposed it. It's all right now. At this time, someone privately chatted with Dong and I. Is Lao Tang still on Devon Star? Yes. I'm in this condition now, so I have to wait a few days before leaving. Dong and I answered immediately. I'm also on Devon Star. I come to see you wherever you are. The other party sent another message. Old son, are you on Devon Star? Dong and I asked a question. I'm on a mission here. You should have consulted us before you came. Bart, that bastard, is too arrogant. The other party sent another message. Donnie immediately replied, You are the Special Service Department. We try to contact you as little as possible for fear of affecting you. We are all doing things for His Majesty. There is no need to be so particular. The other party replied with another message. Yang Bo understood when he saw this. Donnie, a high IQ elite, was fishing here, and the people who came were from the Special Service Department. Yang Bo probably understood what was going on here, thinking, maybe they are from the investigation team. Donnie, this bastard, is really a man who doesn't take the road to heaven and opens the door to hell. I was trying to find out your living habits and subsequent plans to frame you. I didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to contact the Special Service Department. I don't believe that this guy just contacted his boss and wanted to talk about feelings with an old friend. Donnie must want to find out the whereabouts of the members of the temple through the Special Service Department, because the members of the temple disappeared after assassinating Bart. There are only two directions. The first is that they were caught by Bart, and the second is that they were caught by some mysterious department of the Empire. Originally, Yang Bo thought that Donnie would meet him immediately, but he didn't expect that this guy was still a little hypocritical, saying that he would recover from his injuries today and it would be bad to go out like this. So the two sides agreed to meet at the hotel tomorrow. Then Donnie booked a private room in the hotel. Hey, Temple, buddy, I give you a live broadcast. Yang Bo didn't expect that this guy would give him a chance. Donnie chatted with the other party for a while, then hung up the communicator, searched the internet, and went out to buy gifts. Yang Bo also took this opportunity to leave the hotel and return to the manor. Alan, I think Donnie's purpose today is not pure. I want to see what tricks this guy is playing. Yang Bo certainly won't do this alone, and he must drag Alan along. Yang Bo really wants to see what expression Alan will have when he sees Donnie using his mental skills to ask others everything, in order to prevent this guy from collecting money again in the future. And the family behind Alan has a huge influence, especially in finance and fiscal affairs. Alan returned home and suddenly received a call from Bart. He was a little slow to react for a while. You beat him up like that. What else do you want? Alan heard Bart chattering on the phone again. I tell you, these so-called experts have a lot of tricks in their stomachs. These people may have other calculations. They are not people with straightforward personalities like us. You just say whether to help your brother or not. Alan wanted to say something else, but since Bart wanted to be himself, he would help him. So he asked, what do you want to do? Can you help me find out his recent whereabouts? Yang Bo certainly couldn't just say that Donnie had booked a private room again. Wait for my call, Alan said directly. People like Alan have a big family backing and a wide network of contacts. He quickly found out that Donnie had booked a private room. Is there any video equipment that can let us see who he invites and what he talks about? Yang Bo asked directly after receiving Alan's reply. You are going to destroy the sign of the Circle Hotel. Although Alan said this, he felt that it was very exciting, because every time Alan went to the Circle Hotel for dinner, he felt like a sucker. But he had to go. Although he knew that this kind of place was for people like him to consume, Alan still felt a little unhappy. You are stupid. Then find a waiter to take the blame. Or they brought it themselves. And we know about this matter. As long as they don't plant anything that is not good for us. We can't make these things public for no reason, and let people blame us too. Alan heard Bart's words, and felt that it was right. As long as Donnie and the people he met didn't make any conspiracy against Bart, then Bart would not be stupid enough to post the video online. Because in that case, Bart would be the only one who suffered from cyber violence. Hee. I happen to know a special device. Alan smiled. I know there is nothing you can't do. Alan. Yang Bo praised him with a chuckle. Alan likes to play. And he likes to do things that others don't allow. Because when doing some programs on Paradise Island before, others didn't allow filming or recording. But this guy always found some equipment to secretly record. Why do I feel like you are scolding me? Alan heard the word special equipment and felt that Bart's words didn't seem to be good. I will directly charge you 100 million for the Paradise Island membership card. And if there is any gain, I will give you another 100 million. Yang Bo's answer was simple and rough. No problem. Just watch it. If Donnie, the bastard, really wants to plot against you, I will not spare him first. Their shitty research institute needs funding every year. Alan heard Bart's righteousness and patted his chest to express it. So the two bastards of Devon Star got together again. The next day at noon, Yang Bo and Alan were also at the Ring Hotel. After disguising themselves, the two of them were in the private room next to where Donnie entertained guests. This is the latest equipment, and a set is worth more than 10 million. Except for the short transmission distance. There are no other disadvantages. Not afraid of any detection equipment. This equipment has the most advanced anti-detection capabilities. In the next private room, Alan showed off the special equipment he got. Yang Bo nodded. Alan was indeed very talented in this area. He got the equipment in a short time and installed it in place. This equipment has a special receiving device, through which the scene in the next private room can be seen. The waiter in the next private room was serving the dishes, and Donnie was waiting for his friend. When Donnie's friend appeared, Yang Bo and Alan looked at each other. Fuck. Isn't this someone from the Special Service Department? Alan's eyes widened when he saw the person coming. The person Donnie wanted to see was the colonel next to the Major General of the Special Service Department, when Alan and Bart went to the investigation team to make trouble last time. Will there be any problems with the equipment? Yang Bo asked with some concern. It shouldn't be. These are all test products from the most advanced laboratory. Alan was not sure. Sure enough, after the waiter served the dishes, the friend invited by Donnie took out a detection device and turned it around. Donnie, don't mind. We are also careful, Donnie's friend said while testing. Donnie, go ahead. I understand you. After all, we are old classmates, Donnie replied with a smile. Donnie was hoping that you would test more carefully, so as not to leak my information later. Donnie's friend was his old classmate, named Sun Wang, a colonel in the Special Service Department. Donnie, you are really a fool. Why do you have to provoke Bart? This bastard. Sun Wang did not find anything after testing, so he sat down and shook his head. I just wanted to cooperate with him, even though I am an expert in materials science, and my field is high-temperature materials. Who knew that this bastard would punch and kick me after seeing it? Donnie looked very distressed. Let alone you. Even we can only swallow our anger when facing Bart. Sun Wang shook his head. This is the gift I brought you. Thank you for coming to see me, Donnie said, as he took out the prepared gift and handed it to Sun Wang. Old classmate, you are too polite. I also brought you some gifts. Sun Wang politely stood up and went to receive the gift. Yang Bo knew that the show was about to begin, so he recorded the video directly. Sure enough, when Sun Wang approached, Donnie's movements became slow after a certain distance. Hey, is there something wrong with the equipment? Alan didn't know what happened yet. Seeing Sun Wang's slow movements when he stood up to pick up things, he spoke up. Sun Wang, in the assassination of Bart, did you catch a red-haired woman? But the next second, Donnie's tone was very normal. No. Sun Wang's tone gave people a feeling of being absent-minded. So how many people did you catch among the assassins who assassinated Bart? Donnie asked again. The two cyborgs have been handed over to the Alliance. Sun Wang's tone of voice felt light and fluttery. Nima. Alan finally reacted at this time. Donnie was using some kind of ability to make people say everything. He was instantly furious and wanted to beat this guy up. But he was stopped by Bart. It's okay for us to beat him up. I start a live broadcast for him, and then play with him slowly. This guy might be the mastermind behind the terrorist attack and come to get information. Yang Bo quickly pulled Alan. Okay. Alan gritted his teeth, feeling like a clown being mercilessly played by Donnie. He thought the other party was stupid enough to give money, but he didn't expect that he was the idiot. He was so angry that he trembled and said 3 yes in a row. Yang Bo used Bart's social account to start a live broadcast, and it was a paid live broadcast. The title was very mysterious, Candid Shooting, and the payment must be 1,000 blue coins at a time. There are too many people following Bart, and the number of fans has exceeded 10 billion. But it is less than the number of fans of Major General Li John of the Federation. You have to give me half of the money you make. Alan saw Bart starting a live broadcast and thought of this guy. I made 2 trillion last time I started a live broadcast. And said quickly, I give you 1/10 at most. I bought the equipment. I came up with the idea. But you don't want to do it yet. 20%. 1/10. If you want? Yes. Yes. Alan answered quickly. In the next room, Donnie continued to ask, among the assassins who assassinated Bart, have you found any special weapons? Not yet. Sun Wang answered in a daze. So in the case of the assassination of Bart, is it possible that other departments did not hand over all the information to you? Donnie asked again. Donnie was puzzled. Where did the elite assassins sent by the organization go? Could someone have taken a fancy to the other party's beauty, robbery and human trafficking? That shouldn't be the case. All the information on the assassination of Bart has been handed over, but some of it involves some secret special departments to handle. Sun Wang answered again. What secret? Soul Control secrets. Your Majesty has a special department under his direct management, which is proficient in Soul Control secrets. The old nobles have always been very dissatisfied with this department. The last attack by the investigation team was probably the revenge of the old nobles against Your Majesty. It also involves some internal conflicts in Your Majesty's special department. Sun Wang answered again. So did you find an organization called Shintang and their related information during the investigation of the assassination? Donnie asked again. Our Special Service Department does know about the Shintang organization, but there is no direct evidence. The Shintang was involved in the assassination of Bart. Sun Wang answered. That's good. That's good. Donnie answered as if he was relieved, and then handed the gift in his hand to Sun Wang. Sun Wang seemed to wake up at this time. Took the gift, laughed and thanked. Thank you for the gift, old classmate. I also prepared a gift for my old classmate here. Sun Wang put down the gift given by Donnie, and then picked up the gift he prepared. At this moment, the door of the private room instantly broke into pieces. Boom! Sun Wang saw a fat man kicking Donnie out with a flying kick, and then rushed over and beat him up. Bastard! You actually treat your grandfather as a clown. You son of a bitch. Sun Wang was just about to intercept, and saw the people coming in and shouted loudly, Count Alan and Viscount Bart. What are you doing? Hee hee. Idiot. I suggest you watch the live broadcast replay posted on my social account first. Bart laughed and scolded the colonel of the Special Service Department as an idiot in the live broadcast room. Boom, and far away in the imperial capital, the Emperor of the Empire slapped the table in front of him to pieces with a slap. Good. Good. I'm actually a clown. The Earl I personally conferred was actually a member of the temple, and the people of the temple were actually the culprits who disrupted the order of the Empire. Good. 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 After watching the live broadcast, the Emperor was furious. Not only was he deceived by Donnie, and then there are the things that Sun Wang said later, although Sun Wang was not at fault. It was a slap in the face to make public the conflict between his direct special department and the old nobles. In the eyes of others, he was now a tyrant who ran a spy organization. The chief steward of the royal family bent over beside him, not daring to say anything, because the things involved in this matter were too sensitive. Arrest everyone related to Donnie. Everyone. Declare the Temple of God a terrorist organization. Call all ministers to a meeting. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire issued several orders in succession. Just after the Blue Water Empire declared the Temple of God a terrorist organization, the Alliance and the Federation also declared the Temple of God a terrorist organization at the same time. As long as it involved the Temple of God, it could be executed directly without a judge's trial, because the ability Donnie showed in the live broadcast was too abnormal. As long as he was close to you, he could make you say everything. And from Sun Wang's reaction, he didn't know at all afterwards that he had said everything. Which politician in the 3 countries doesn't have some black material in the live broadcast room? Alan had beaten Donnie unconscious. This was also what Bart asked Alan to do, because people like Donnie might have other superpowers. After paying 1,000 yuan, Sun Wang watched the live broadcast replay and was almost dumbfounded. Congratulations, Colonel Sun. You accidentally solved the Devon terrorist attack case. Bart also said jokingly. The live broadcast room was directly refreshed, and the full screen chat messages were one after another. Too scary. Are the people in the temple so powerful? How can I join the temple? I report the people upstairs as terrorists from the temple. Sure enough, this world is too dark. Too damn scary. They can control each other without even touching each other. Does the department under the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire have this? Why did Bart secretly film others? This Donnie came to Bart yesterday and wanted to cooperate. I guess he was also interested in Bart. But Bart was very suspicious and thought Donnie was after his ultra-high temperature materials. So the 2 bastards decided to secretly film each other to see what his purpose was. They didn't expect to secretly film such a terrifying scene. Fuck. I don't know what Bart said. The other party must have asked Bart about the whereabouts of the assassin who assassinated him. At this time, Alan brought the unconscious Donnie over and said to Bart, Brother, I'm sorry. This guy must have used the same ability on us yesterday. I don't know what we have done that he knew and reported it to us. Yang Bo smiled and said in the live broadcast room, We too are afraid of nothing. We don't have any official positions. But those celebrities and politicians, I don't know how many handles are in the hands of the people in the Temple of God. Yang Bo is just adding insult to injury and directly ruining the reputation of the Temple of God. Because no one wants the people around them to be able to use this perverted superpower anytime and anywhere and dig out all their secrets. Then the survival soil of the Temple of God will be gone in an instant. And many people in the Temple of God will also doubt whether the organization will use this method to deal with them. Then the brainwashed people in the Temple of God will now think, are the words they said to us before? Because we want to hear them. So they say them to us in a targeted way. Of course, Yang Bo knew that there must be very few people with abnormal superpowers like Donnie in the temple. And Donnie's status must be high. Because this guy's status is not low. If it is not a last resort, he will not start such a person to take the risk to find someone. Of course, Alan did not realize how lethal Yang Bo words were. And slapped Donnie twice. How many people paid to watch the live broadcast? Alan heard Bart's words and felt that it was just a trivial matter between the two of them. So he asked, not many people. Less than 500 million. But the number is increasing rapidly now. Yang Bo words made the people in the live broadcast room feel so familiar. We are rich. We are rich. Do you think we should buy the Ring Hotel? Alan jumped up happily when he heard this. If you want to buy it, buy it. Anyway, you have ruined the reputation of others. Yang Bo smiled. What do you mean I made a mistake? You are the mastermind behind the scenes. You made the most money. Yesterday I said I wanted to find out the details of this guy. But you didn't want to. You didn't expect that you were just a clown and were played by this guy. Yang Bo words were so heartbreaking. Bastard. Alan hit Donnie hard again. At this time, the head of the investigation team, the Major General of the Special Service Department, hurried over. Don't worry. Tell me how much money you will give first. We brothers didn't work hard in vain. Alan directly blocked the Major General of the Special Service Department from arresting people. The people in the live broadcast room were speechless. The bastard of Devon Star was still the same as always. He made so much money. But he still asked others for money. Let's discuss this. The Major General of the Special Service Department rubbed his hands anxiously. Then get out of the way. We will wake him up later, and then interrogate him live. Alan directly refused arrogantly. The Special Service Major General's face turned green. Who knows how many people, and how many things this Donnie has mastered. At this moment, the Special Service Major General received a message. How much do you want? The Special Service Major General asked immediately. 10 billion. And our brother's things can't be recorded in the file. Otherwise I will trouble you first. Alan directly put forward his conditions. Deal. The Special Service Major General just got the authorization to send Donnie back to the Imperial capital as quickly as possible. No matter what means are used. Chapter 1051 Aftermath. The people in the live broadcast room watched Alan extort 10 billion from the Special Service Major General. And they all started to discuss. Why would the people in the temple go after these two bastards? Some educated people think their ideas are correct. These educated people are some of the early public intellectuals. They think their ideas and practices are correct. They think they are elites and the smartest people in the world. So they are certainly not wrong. This Donnie is also mentally ill. He is a new noble. And Bart is an old noble. If a new noble rashly goes to the old noble to discuss cooperation, I would also be confused if I were an old noble. Haha. Bart thought someone was going to steal his business. In the live broadcast room, Bart looked at the Special Service Major General in front of him and directly spit out two words. Waste. And we victims have to find these clues. The Special Service Department has a special status in the Blue Water Empire, which means that there is nothing that their department cannot handle. The dignified Major General was embarrassed by Bart's words. The Secret Service Department, from top to bottom, was also gritting their teeth at the organization of the Temple of God. The reputation of the Secret Service Department was completely ruined by this organization. Be safe on the road. The Temple of God is the elite of society. Who knows how many people of the other side are in your department? Everyone saw Bart grinning again. The Major General of the Secret Service Department also felt a headache when he heard this. The Temple of God is an organization full of elites. So it is difficult to say whether there are people from this organization around him. However, this guy knew that Bart was live broadcasting. So he didn't say anything at all. Because it would be wrong to say anything now. Because if you didn't do the thing well, it would be your problem. Donnie was put into a special container and then taken away. This guy still doesn't know that he has been exposed. How many paying users are there? After Alan received 10 billion, he hurriedly asked Bart. Almost just 1 billion people. Bart's answer was not surprising to the people watching the live broadcast. However, everyone felt that watching Bart's live broadcast for 1,000 yuan was completely worth it. Because they saw some of the deepest things. Things that people didn't understand before. And they didn't expect that there was such a superpower in the world. You are really smart. Alan laughed when he heard this. Because he had 1/10 of the profits. Which means he had nearly 100 billion in revenue. So he quickly found a topic to continue the live broadcast. The netizens are right. Donnie and I are on opposite sides. I am an old noble, and he is a new noble. We are also engaged in material research. I definitely suspect that he has ulterior motives. I thought he came for my research results, but I didn't expect that he had other purposes. Everyone saw Bart sit down and started to explain. Alan sighed when he heard this. Why didn't I think that this guy was not good at the time? With your grades, it would be strange for the last place person to think of this. I don't know what question that guy asked you. Hee hee. Alan rolled his eyes when he heard Bart say this. I just had a little affair. I don't have the ability to do bad things even if I want to. If it weren't for today's trick, I wouldn't know that there is such a deceptive organization in the world. Alan spoke again. Everyone saw Bart sneer at Alan again. This kind of organization specializes in deceiving people with high IQs. It won't deceive people like you who only know how to make money and have women. Often, elites with high IQs are attracted by the vague rhetoric of the Temple of God. As long as it is human society, there are many contradictions. It is impossible to say that it is as they describe. If nothing else, there must be superiors and subordinates within the Temple of God. Otherwise, how can they do things? Since there are superiors and subordinates, do subordinates have to obey the orders of their superiors? If according to the Temple of God, then subordinates have the right not to obey the orders of their superiors. Then does the Temple of God not exist at all? I feel that Donnie is a victim. He thinks he is working hard for the progress of human civilization. But in fact, he is just a poor guy dominated by his superiors. Alan heard this and sneered. Do you think the new nobles are also attracted by the prospects described by our Majesty? Many people in the live broadcast room felt cold behind their backs when they heard Alan's words. This guy dares to say anything. This is normal. Because these new nobles don't want to join your Majesty. And we old nobles don't want them either. In fact, it's just a matter of interest. It's just that these new nobles are elites. And they have other plans. Your Majesty is also old and dim-sighted. And Donnie is still an earl of the new nobles. Tut tut. Everyone saw Bart's young emperor in the live broadcast room again. Many old nobles who watched the live broadcast also grinned when they saw this. These old nobles certainly understood that the alliance of interests between the emperor and the new nobles to fight against the old nobles was not as grand as they said. Even if the new nobles replaced the old nobles, they would monopolize all the interests. And then, these would become old nobles again. And new nobles would be born. The Shetang organization is only glamorous on the surface. Otherwise, it would not send assassins to kill me for the bounty. An organization that makes money by training assassins is definitely not a good organization. No matter how high-sounding they say it is. I make a bet here that those idiots in the Special Service Department will never find out the truth about the assassination of me. Let alone the terrorist attacks on Devon Star. Because this department has the most so-called elites, it is very likely that some of them have covered up a lot of information since the incident. Yang Bo directly put the blame on the Special Service Department. Then he put a tight ring on the elites of the Empire. Now these so-called elites of the Empire will definitely be suspected by His Majesty the Emperor. Of course, the so-called elites here refer to the new noble elites. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was also watching Bart's live broadcast. Seeing this, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Although Bart's words made him very angry. Every time Bart did something, the Emperor wanted to hate him, but couldn't. Take this incident for example. Although Bart secretly filmed and slandered himself, he also revealed an unknown scene around him. It is difficult for His Majesty to imagine what these new noble elites will do if they gain more and more power in a few years. Now the organization of the Temple of God is training assassins to assassinate the geniuses among the old nobles. Then one day, will this organization kill himself or the royal heir and then support a puppet? The assassins trained by the people of the Temple of God today can assassinate Bart. And they will definitely assassinate others in the future. Retrieve all the files of the headless assassination cases in the history of the Empire. Retrieve all the files of the people who were responsible for these assassinations and re-examine them. Also, retrieve all the files of some major events that happened in the history of the Empire in the last 300 years. And re-examine the people involved in the investigation. The Emperor issued several orders in succession. Yes. The Imperial Steward immediately went to do it. Also, issue a notice that people from the Shetang organization can surrender themselves. As long as they have not done anything illegal, they will not be held accountable. In addition, people who report the Shetang organization will be rewarded. The Emperor issued another order. Because the Emperor saw that after this live broadcast, there would be a huge change in the Shetang. What made the Emperor even more headache was that there were many new noble elites in the Empire's departments. No one knew who among them was from the Shatang. Unexpectedly, the people in this organization already had such perverted superpowers. And Bart's live broadcast was coming to an end. Bart said in the live broadcast room, "Everyone please pay attention to my brother. He is going to buy this Circle Hotel. Everyone who comes here as a guest will get a discount as long as they are fans. What discount or no discount? Just treat us." Alan was very grateful when he heard Bart say this. The reason why Alan wanted to buy the Circle Hotel was because the hotel's reputation was ruined after the candid filming. Although Alan is a bit of a jerk, he will still take responsibility. Bart said in the live broadcast room again, "Next time there is some explosive news, I will broadcast it live for everyone. Is it worth spending the 1,000 yuan today?" Although we old nobles have this or that problem, we pat our chests and say that most of our character is fine. Of course, there are a few black sheep. To be honest, we old nobles don't look down on you people. And we old nobles never lack high-quality women. Those high-quality women will cry and throw themselves into our arms. On the contrary, there are many new nobles. Bad people, like those so-called elites. They have a monopoly in academia. And who knows what dirty things they do in private. Those new nobles have no money, no background, and no connections. So as long as they can catch something that can make money, they will do their best. They can sell everything they can for money. Of course, I am talking about a small number of people. Let us look forward to the results of the investigation by the Secret Service. After all, they finally found a clue. I am really a victim. Then everyone saw Bart turn off the live broadcast with a wry smile on his face. I'm rich. I'm rich. Alan watched Bart's live broadcast have paid users reaching 1.6 billion. And many people clicked in later to pay to watch. Because what this incident showed was beyond the cognition of 99.9999% of people. The money has been transferred to you. Yang Bo directly cashed out the money and transferred it to Alan. Ha ha. I'm rich. Alan looked at the more than 100 billion in his account and was a little crazy. And there will be some subsequent profits. Alan did not ask, because he believed that Bart would definitely give it to him later. And after buying the Ring Hotel, he had an industry. And he was no longer like before. He had to be some intelligence brokers. I'm leaving. You have to be careful recently. Be careful that the people in the Temple of God will retaliate against you. After giving the money, Yang Bo was ready to leave. How about we go to have fun tonight? Alan was very excited. Ha. Go and die. The Temple of God is still able to kill you now. Do you think the person who sold you the hidden camera equipment is from the Temple of God? Yang Bo asked curiously again. Damn. It's really possible. This is a replica I bought from a secret laboratory. Alan was also smart when he heard this. Hee. I don't know how many people can't sleep. If you want to attract some fans, you can use this topic to start a live broadcast. Yang Bo smiled and left after saying a word. After Bart left, Alan thought about it and decided to start a live broadcast to discuss the issue Bart just mentioned. Unexpectedly, this topic has aroused a lot of discussion, and many more people are paying attention to Alan. Bart's live broadcast made the politicians of the three countries tremble. Of course, relatively speaking, the politicians of the Alliance are more worried about their future, because the Alliance is advocating freedom and democracy. These politicians are also the elite class of society. And there are more and more information about the organization of the temple on the internet. The organization of the temple absorbs elites in various fields. So now the elites in various fields are a little speechless. Because these elites have to bear the unwarranted speculation and suspicion of their bosses. Behind every politician of the Alliance, there are also many elites serving them. Now, the people that politicians fear most are the people of the God Hall who serve their elites. Especially some industry elites, who usually like to sing high-sounding words, have been questioned by many people at this time. All the halo of the God Hall organization and everything he said collapsed during the live broadcast, both externally and internally, because of the two things shown in the live broadcast. Some people in the God Hall, who believed in the lies of the God Hall, were completely disappointed. The first is that the God Hall collects intelligence information in this way. Most of the elites are just fooled by the lies of the God Hall, and they are still law-abiding from another level. The God Hall uses this method to collect intelligence, which completely subverts the cognition of these people. In addition, the question Donnie asked involves terrorist attacks, which is also something that many elites who join the God Hall cannot accept. When you think that your organization is an organization that seeks welfare for mankind and serves the progress of science and society, you didn't expect that it is actually a terrorist organization when you turn around. After the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire issued a notice, many elites took the initiative to surrender. The Union Federation also issued relevant decrees one after another. The once hidden and powerful God Hall organization collapsed completely from the inside out. The cause was just a small live broadcast. Or more accurately, a candid photo shoot. The three countries were determined to kill the organization of the Temple of God. Whether it was the old nobles of the empire, or the ministers of various departments. Whether it was the Senate or the House of Representatives of the Alliance, or the Chief Justice. The Ministry of Justice had a highly unified opinion on this matter. And the warlords of the Federation used more violent means. Because these people were originally politicians. What they feared most was that some of the things they had done, which were not allowed to see the light of day, would be exposed to the sun. It can be said that the practice of the Temple of God directly pushed itself to the opposite side of all politicians. And then it pushed itself to the opposite side of all the elites. The elites joined the Temple of God more for the sake of interests. Most of the elites did not want to turn themselves into terrorists. Yang Bo returned to Bart's manor and gave an order directly to Jerry the butler. No one should leave the manor recently to prevent the people from the Temple of God from jumping off the wall. Yes, Master. Butler Jerry was also convinced by his own master. He has been working in the lab doing experiments all the time. It would be fine if he didn't go out. But he made so much money when he went out. Bart, you are so awesome. Ning Shui also saw the live broadcast and looked at Bart with admiration. Coincidence, coincidence. Yang Bo chuckled. Some of what you said in the live broadcast is correct. Some things in the academic circle are very dirty. Some elites in the academic circle have very bad personalities in private. Ning Shui said. It's like this in many circles. Academic circles, celebrity circles, and political circles. Yang Bo nodded. I transferred a sum of money to you as pocket money. I made a lot of money this time. Yang Bo transferred another sum of money to Ning Shui. Actually, I don't need much money now. Ning Shui looked at the money in her account and felt happy. But she still had to decline on the surface. This little money. Some people really treat us old nobles as idiots. When Donnie came to me, I knew he had bad intentions. But I didn't expect there was such a big conspiracy behind it. Yang Bo explained. No one in the outside world would think that Bart's live broadcast was intentional. Because it was Donnie who took the initiative to find Bart. Not Bart, who took the initiative to find others. And although Bart came up with the idea of secretly filming, Alan did all the equipment installation and other things. So all this seems so reasonable. No one doubts that this is a trap. A trap for the temple. He would not know that the red-haired woman that Donnie was looking for had been imprisoned by Bart. Waiting for this day. The reason why Yang Bo imprisoned the red-haired woman was mainly because he thought that this woman's ability was a bit abnormal. After all, she could use her mental power to control strange objects to assassinate him from such a long distance. Shintang could not just give up on such a person. Shintang did not know how he fell. And thought he fell accidentally. He did not know that Yang Bo had been keeping an eye on their organization for a long time. Yes, Donnie, an elite of the new nobles, came to contact an old noble like you. Would anyone else be suspicious? Ning Shui nodded. The contradiction between the old nobles and the new nobles was too huge. An elite of the new nobles in the same industry went to visit the old nobles and said they wanted to cooperate. Anyone would be suspicious. But Donnie was still confident that he had done nothing wrong. Yang Bo originally planned to find trouble with the Major General of the Special Service Department. But now he decided to forget it. Because the Major General of the Special Service Department might be in bigger trouble now. And the organization of Shintang would definitely counterattack. As for the temple, if they just kill Donnie, they can win over a group of people within the temple. Forget it. I'm short on time recently. Yang Bo thought about it and forgot it. As the Prince of the Second World, he would be granted a territory. And the battleship from the Federation would soon return to Korea State. Ning Shui clung to Yang Bo like a little bird. So Yang Bo had to spend the night on Devon Star and leave the next day under the pretext of experimenting. Alas, the two people with the most fans on the internet are my aliases. But this also has its advantages. If anyone targets me in the future, I will use online public opinion to target them. Hee hee. Yang Bo came to the Fugui battleship again, watching his Bart's fans slowly surpass Li John account. Chapter 1052 Making Trouble. Yang Bo, who had become John Lee, looked at the plan Nelson sent in the communicator. He called Nelson directly. "I saw your plan. It's very good. Are you interested in becoming the CEO of my mining company? I can give you 0.5% of the shares. And of course, there will be share rewards if you do well in the future. This mining company is to make money together with the well-known and powerful people in Makalea. Managers must also know the relationship between these people clearly. As the acting chairman of Black Star Company, Nelson knows the relationship between these people clearly because of his family relationship. Yang Bo just needs a manager. And he also guesses that Nelson may not stay in Black Star Company and continue to work for the family. Because in Black Star Company, Nelson's family has a great influence. As long as the family members are unwilling, Nelson, the chairman, can be dismissed at any time. Needless to say, the internal struggles of the family are sometimes very cruel. After Nelson received the call from John Lee, he heard the other party inviting him like this before he had time to speak and hurriedly said, "Boss, I do." Because the management of any company in the Federation cannot get the company's shares. Because the management of the federal company is the boss's cattle and horses. The boss gives you money. If you still can't do a good job, then the boss will kill you directly and replace you. It's not like the management of many companies in the Alliance enjoys certain shares, options, or dividend rights. It's not necessary in the Federation at all, because the boss has the truth in his hands. As for the management of the Federation who eats from the inside out, they will be exterminated by the boss. So John Lee's ability to give 0.5% of the shares was beyond Nelson's expectations. Even if it was 0.5% of the shares, he was still a shareholder of the company. And the future development of this mining company is very promising. Because there is no similar equipment around the star field under the jurisdiction of Karaya State. The profits that such fully automated mining equipment can bring are simply too huge. Then I leave this matter to you. Just follow your plan. Yang Bo looked at Nelson's plan and found that there was no big problem. He holds 51% of the shares of the entire company. And the other 49% of the shares are scattered among more than 20 shareholders. These shareholders have individuals and companies. Okay. I go and handle the procedures right away. Nelson was very excited. He is now the chairman of Black Star Company and does not have any shares in the company at all. Because the shares are all held by his family. What do you think the company should be called? Boss? Nelson now has the awareness of being an employee, collecting company names. High-sounding and pretentious at first glance. You decide on this yourself. The name must be loud and worthy of our identity. Yang Bo directly handed the matter over to Nelson. Because he named his battleship Fugui. People complained online that it was too rustic. Okay. I will prepare the relevant procedures and the company name and then ask the boss for instructions. Well, you set up an account first, and I will transfer some funds to you. As for inviting other shareholders and discussing cooperation intentions, it's all up to you. Understood? Nelson quickly answered when he heard Li Jian's instructions. Yang Bo hung up the communicator. Li Jian also wanted to make a fortune with this identity. Nelson also sent some news. That is, many international companies have sent delegations to Karaya State. Almost more than 20 international companies sent representatives. The main purpose is to get the task of repairing the Fugui spacecraft. This is to pay Li Jian. And you can imagine how fierce the competition will be. The companies on the Alliance side must want to find out why the warships produced by the Empire have such a big bug. The companies on the Empire side also want to find out why there is such a big bug. Of course, some companies want to cover up the truth that the warships have backdoors. Because once this matter is exposed, the Empire will never be able to sell any warships again. Yang Bo was still inclined to give the task of repairing the warship to the Empire's company. Because once the fact that the warship had a backdoor was made public, then all the pirates on the Pirate Alliance side might not bother him. And the Black Skull pirates would continue to order warships from the Empire. Isn't this just continuing to buy for themselves? If this matter was exposed, then the Empire would no longer have warships to sell. And the Alliance would definitely raise the price. And Yang Bo didn't believe that the warships sold by the Alliance had no backdoors. If the warship was repaired by the Empire's company, the Empire's company would find a way to get the warship's rights. This will make it easier for me to continue to use this method to get warships in the future. By the time the pirates and the Empire react, I have already got what I should get. This warship repair auction is another win-win-win situation. I personally win 3 times. The first time is that the price of the warship repair auction will definitely not be low. The second time is to set a trap for the Empire and the pirates. By the time these two companies understand why, they have already known why they can obtain warship rights. It is too late. The third is that after the Empire's company repairs the warship, the conclusion it draws will allow those pirates to continue to buy the Empire's warships, and then continue to deliver food to my door. Maybe there will be 4 or 5 wins later. Yang Bo secretly calculated in his mind. This matter alone can get these direct benefits, not to mention the indirect benefits. For example, the commander of the Kalaya fleet will have more and more private warships. Then his influence and status in the Federation will become greater and greater. Maybe I can fight together with Li Yong and Wang Mushua later. Hee hee. There is also the 8th fleet, which needs to be infiltrated slowly. Yang Bo was very happy. And then he went to the second world, Rekchi City. Yang Bo-owned energy can be converted into attributes. So although it consumes a lot of energy during teleportation, it can be solved by charging or other methods. And the space energy will continue to strengthen the body during teleportation. Yang Bo has learned from the Butler quest that the king still intends to grant the hot spring castle to Holden. So Yang Bo plans to use Holden's identity to make trouble. I have not fought back. On the one hand, I don't have time. And on the other hand, I want to see who is behind the trouble. And I don't have time to entangle with these people for a long time. And I am ready to solve it all at once. In fact, it doesn't matter where the fiefdom is. The key is to get some conditions, and then be able to recruit outsiders. Now is the spring of the second world. And many players are starting to enter the game, because entering the game at this time has the highest survival rate. On the one hand, there is no need to worry about the low temperature freezing to death. And on the other hand, there is a shortage of manpower everywhere during the busy farming season. Although the conditions offered by the nobles in the second game world when recruiting outsiders are very harsh, they can't resist the hunger of the game characters of the game players. And there are still many wild vegetables in spring, which can keep the game characters alive for a while longer. Now Yang Bo is solving the problem of the fiefdom as Holden. When the problem of the fiefdom is solved, the first wave of game players will be driven away by the lords of various places after they finish their busy farming. To recruit these outsiders, you must first obtain the king's order, and then obtain some supplies. Although Yang Bo has the ability to bring a lot of supplies from other places to the second world, doing so may reveal the truth. Butler, when is my father going to see me? Yang Bo turned into Holden, and summoned the butler Quies to the roof of the castle and asked, Your Majesty has no time recently. The butler bent down and answered, How is the matter of the fiefdom? Your Majesty has consulted the ministers, and cannot change it. Which ministers are opposed? This, bang, Yang Bo, who turned into Holden, slapped the butler hard, making him stagger. Don't think I don't know? Report all my whereabouts to my father. If you don't, I will throw you off here today. Yang Bo spoke again. The housekeeper was obviously a little confused by the beating. He didn't expect that His Highness would do this to him. Bang! I give you one last chance. If you don't tell me, I throw you off here. If you tell me, just get out of here. Don't let me see you again, or I kill you. Yang Bo also took this opportunity to get rid of the spy planted by the king, the Minister of Military Affairs, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of the Interior all expressed their opposition. The housekeeper cases saw that Holden didn't seem to be joking, and quickly replied, You can get out, but you are not allowed to take anything from the manor. Otherwise I will kill you. Yang Bo directly asked this guy to go back and report to the king. Cases rolled and crawled down the castle. Yang Bo also came downstairs and ordered the servants to prepare the unicorn deer. He put on Holden's armor after being served by the servants. From today on, you are the new butler. Yang Bo appointed the former second butler as the chief butler. Your Highness! Your Highness! When Holden's several guardian knights saw that Holden was going out to make trouble, they also stood up to follow him. You stay at home to guard the manor. No one in Rekchi can match me. Yang Bo left a word and rode the unicorn to Rekchi at lightning speed. At this time, the butler Cases had just left the castle, and saw Holden rushing towards him. So he quickly hid by the roadside. Looking at Holden's back, Cases knew that he was in trouble, because Holden's personality was too violent and flamboyant, and a little brainless. Yang Bo did this according to Holden's personality. He had to beat up all the younger generation of the family members who opposed him, because Holden's personality was not to solve this matter by strategy. And this matter offended the dignitaries of these kingdoms. And there was another benefit. That is, as long as their fiefdoms accepted foreigners in the future. These dignitaries would send all the foreigners in their territory. They would think that this would bring down Holden. If Yongbo wanted to come forward to buy or actively recruit these foreigners with money, these dignitaries might even stop him. And now he just had to beat up the sons of these people. Then these dignitaries would unite and send all the foreigners they could catch to their own territory. Holden is coming. Get out of the way. The people of Rekshi saw the unicorn from a distance and shouted loudly. After the unicorn was caught by Yongbo, except for going out for a while to fish, the rest of the time it was walking around the house. It had been holding back for a long time. And after Yongbo let go of its hands and feet, its speed immediately increased. The unicorn has a special riding gear. Otherwise it would be too bumpy to bear. This is why only the most powerful knights can own a unicorn. Because sitting on the back of this guy, the bumpiness is beyond imagination. It can be said that the knight on the back of the unicorn is not sitting on it, but squatting on it with his legs bent. A pair of legs stepped hard on the saddle-like things on both sides of the unicorn's abdomen. This requires extremely high physical strength and willpower of the knight. Your Highness Holden. Yongbo rode his horse to the outside of a manor. This place is not far from Rekshi, and it is close to the sea. This is the manor where the military minister Malton family is located. You rubbish of the Malton family. Dare you come out and fight me? You rubbish of the Malton family. Dare you come out and fight me? Yongbo ignored the guards outside the manor and shouted loudly at the door. Your Highness. The guards of the Malton family shouted hurriedly when they saw this. All of you get out of the way. This is a matter between nobles. The military minister dared to oppose my change of territory. Today, I will let the people of the capital see what kind of rubbish family is pointing fingers in the military. Yongbo shouted loudly. The guards heard this and hurried in to report. A young man dressed as an aristocrat rushed out of the manor. Holden. Are you crazy? Useless. I give you 10 minutes. If no one comes out in 10 minutes, I kill you. Yongbo held a knight's lance in his hand, sitting on the back of a tall unicorn, and shouted arrogantly. Holden, you are looking for death. The young noble was still cursing loudly. Yongbo shook the reins of the unicorn in his hand, and the unicorn rushed out to the guy at the gate in an instant. The young nobleman who was cursing just now saw Holden rushing over and quickly flew back. The unicorn ran to the side when approaching the other party. The young nobleman thought that Holden did not dare to rush into the manor, and was about to start cursing, but was directly knocked out by the spear in Holden's hand. Waste. Holden, challenge all the wastes of your Malton family today. Yongbo watched the guards of the other manor rush to save their master, and shouted loudly at the door. Holden, you are looking for death. At this time, a huge roar of a person was heard in the manor, accompanied by the roar of the unicorn. Yongbo saw that there was also a knight equipped with full plate armor riding on the unicorn in the manor. Yongbo mount. The unicorn felt the hostility of the other party and kept roaring. Yongbo shook the reins, and the unicorn rushed up instantly. Both sides were unicorn knights, charging at each other. At the moment when the two sides crossed, the knight's spear in Yongbo's hand directly knocked the opponent away. Yongbo's body fell on the back of the unicorn and dodged the knight's spear in the opponent's hand. And the opponent's knight fell to the ground, and there was no movement. After the unicorn, the opposite knight found that his master was knocked away. He also turned around with a puzzled look. Fainted. The guards of the manor hurried to see the knight, who fell to the ground, and found that he had fainted. So these guards quickly removed the knight's plate armor and carried him into the manor. Yongbo looked at the opponent's unicorn deer, who looked at a loss. It was also funny. The unicorn has another characteristic. That is, when you are defeated by others, it will think that you are not its master, but will follow the person who defeated you. In the mind of the unicorn, only the strong are worthy of being its master. This is also the reason why many knights are reluctant to choose unicorn deer as a mount. Because on the battlefield, once the knight is defeated by the opponent, the unicorn deer will not obey the knight's order. Yongbo hooked his hand at the opponent's unicorn deer mount. Come here. Unexpectedly, this unicorn deer actually came obediently. And the unicorn deer ridden by Yongbo looked at the other unicorn deer with a look of arrogance. The creatures in this world are a little too smart. Yongbo looked at the eyes and demeanor of his unicorn deer and felt funny. Some creatures in this world look like humans. Of course, referring to their behavior and expressions. In this world, Yongbo cast spiritual seeds on a group of sea beasts in the sea. This group of sea beasts is also very smart. They can use many methods when hunting, and even play with their prey. Holden, what are you doing? At this time, an elderly noble came out of the manor and shouted loudly, "Today, I will trample all of you Malton family under my feet. You dare to oppose my change of territory. Your Malton family is not the first. I will also go to the families of the Minister of Finance and the Minister of the Interior. I want to let the people in the capital see what kind of trash is in the kingdom's department." Yongbo said loudly. There are already many people watching the excitement around, including various nobles and various civilians. Holden, the elderly noble wanted to say something. There are still 5 minutes. If the people and you don't come out to fight, then I will rush into your manor. Yongbo interrupted this guy and continued to speak. Holden, don't be too arrogant. At this time, a young man in armor came out of the manor and shouted loudly. Yongbo didn't say anything to the other party at all, and shook the reins directly. The unicorn rushed directly at the opponent. If you have the guts, dismount and fight. The opponent shouted loudly. Are you an idiot? You don't have the ability to catch the unicorn, but you think others will dismount and fight you. Yongbo rushed forward and slapped the opponent with the knight's lance in his hand, even though the opponent had already made a defensive gesture and then cursed. Good. Some nobles who were watching the excitement cheered. The guards' knights are coming. At this time, someone shouted. Yongbo looked up and saw that there were indeed a dozen cavalrymen rushing over in the distance. They looked like the guards' knights. Waste. Yongbo cursed loudly, and then controlled the unicorn to rush over. The people watching the excitement around quickly made way and watched the infamous Prince Holden directly confront the guards' knights. Chapter 1053 Sweep. The combat effectiveness of the guard knights is quite high. They are almost the king's personal guards. As for why these guys appeared so quickly, we have to talk about Holden's reputation. Holden's reputation is very loud throughout the kingdom, mainly because he was guided by these bad friends. Of course, as a prince, Holden's character and temperament are not very good. As for why the king does not care about this prince, this is unknown. Maybe the king wants to see what the personalities of his sons are like, because some children are very good when their parents are in charge. Once their parents can't control them, they will let themselves go. This kind of person doesn't matter in an ordinary family, but it is terrible for a kingdom, especially as the next king. Your Highness. The leading knight of the guard knights looked at Holden, who was rushing towards him, and did not stop moving forward, but shouted loudly. Yongbo rushed towards these guard knights, just to see how the other party reacted. If the other party was not coming for him, then they would slow down, because the people of the guard knights will inevitably take sides. If the other party slows down, then I will slow down too. But the other party did not slow down at all, but wanted to take this opportunity to mess with me. Instead, they made an attacking gesture. Although they were saying hello, their intentions were obvious. Yongbo naturally wanted to mess with them. These knights of the guard knights are all of noble origin, so no matter how much they hurt His Royal Highness, the king could not say what to do with these knights. You guys dare to rebel. I will let you see what level you rotten fish and shrimp are. Yongbo shouted loudly while rushing. The reason for shouting like this is to give the people around him a false impression that the other party has offended him. In this way, even if the other party is beaten to death by himself, he is right to take him anywhere. The guard knights came this time with 6 knights. Judging from their equipment, they should be other knights led by a great knight. The level division of these knights in the second world is mainly strength and combat experience. More is merit. That is, to become a great knight, you must defeat how many knights of the same level to be promoted. The knight profession in this world is divided into 5 levels: apprentice knight, quasi-knight, black iron knight, great knight, and knight commander. The equipment of knights of different levels is different, so it is easy to distinguish the other party's level through equipment. The apprentice knight is equipped with fish scale breastplate and matching leather armor, because the apprentice knight's own strength is not enough to bear the weight of metal armor. The quasi-knight is a fish scale breastplate and other parts of the chain mail. The black iron knight is wearing a full set of fish scale armor, which looks pitch black. The great knight is equipped with plate armor on the breastplate, and other parts are still fish scale armor. The knight commander is a full set of plate armor. In addition, it can be seen from the mount that the higher the level of the knight, the tighter the protection of the mount, and of course the better the mount. There is another main reason. That is, the mount of the apprentice knight. That is, giving it a set of fish scale armor. These mounts cannot bear it. The main thing that restricts the development of cavalry is equipment and mounts. A cavalryman can serve for more than 20 years, but a mount can only serve for 5 years at most. Moreover, once a war breaks out, mounts are consumed the fastest, and it takes a lot of money to train a qualified mount that a great knight can ride. The onlookers dispersed far away and watched Prince Holden rushing towards the guards' knights. I bet 1 gold coin that Prince Holden will be beaten down by the guards' knights. Some nobles who were watching the excitement nearby said, I bet 1 gold coin that Prince Holden can win. I bet 1 gold coin that the guards' knights will win. I bet the guards' knights will win. I bet the guards' knights will win. These nobles in the kingdom have nothing to do, so they often engage in some entertainment activities and gambling, which is necessary. Just when Yang Bo and the guards' knights charged at each other, the nobles next to them had already started gambling, and more than a dozen people participated. What surprised the people watching the excitement around was that Prince Holden was carrying a unicorn. That is to say, Prince Holden was riding a unicorn, and he was carrying it behind him. These nobles certainly understood what the unicorn's character was, but most ordinary people didn't know. Boom! Prince Holden rode a unicorn and passed by the Grand Knight of the Guards. Then the Grand Knight of the Guards fell off his horse, and several knights behind the Grand Knight also bumped into him and fell into a heap. The unmanned unicorn following Holden kicked up when it passed by the Grand Knight's mount and knocked the Grand Knight's mount to the ground. Waste! Prince Holden raised his knight's gun and shouted loudly, Roar! Roar! The onlookers also roared when they saw the scene. In particular, they were stunned when they saw the knight's mount being kicked to the ground by the unicorn following Holden. The knights of the guards' knights, who rolled to the ground, got up and hurried forward to check the knight, who was still motionless. At this time, several knights of the guards' knights heard the movement again and saw Prince Holden turn the unicorn again and rushed over. The knights of the guards' knights drew their weapons and quickly hid in the farmland beside the road. Waste! Yang Bo came to the place where the knight landed and cursed at the other knights in the farmland who were in a defensive posture. Then he took off the plate armor on the knight. These plate armors are heirlooms of the families of these knights. Then the onlookers saw Prince Holden strip off all the plate armor and weapons on the knight, put them on the back of another unicorn, then got on the unicorn and continued to yell and curse outside the Malton Manor. Bah! The nobles who lost money looked at the knight, who was stripped naked and only had his shirt left, and spitted at him. Waste! The knights of the guards have become more and more rubbish over the years. That's right. They can't even beat His Royal Highness the Prince. These nobles are not afraid of fainting from the noble status of the knight, because they are all nobles. Waste of the Malton family. Have all the men of the Malton family died? Waste of the Malton family. If you have the guts, come out and fight openly. What kind of man are you to plot against others behind your back? Yang Bo continued to curse outside the Malton Manor. I declare that there are no men in the Malton family. They are all women squatting and peeing. Yang Bo saw that more and more people were watching the excitement, and he felt that it was about the same. Next, I'm going to the finance minister's Haas family to see if there are any men. Yang Bo shouted loudly, and then directly controlled the unicorn to move towards another target. So Yang Bo rode the unicorn in front, and many nobles followed on horses to watch the fun. There were even some ordinary people who took a shortcut through the farmland. The Haas family's manor was not far away, about 2 kilometers away. These nobles in the kingdom had manors in their respective territories. The reason why these nobles in the kingdom built manors outside the city of Rekshi was mainly to facilitate their own living and holding parties. In this kind of ancient city, the sanitation inside the city was extremely poor, so these nobles would rather live in the manor outside the city. The guards of the Haas family also felt their scalps tingling when they saw Prince Holden rushing over. Holden, it's a pity that we are still good friends, and you are targeting us like this? Yang Bo had just arrived at the Haas family manor when he saw someone outside yelling at him. Idiot! You were the first to oppose my changing my fiefdom. We men are just better in terms of strength. Don't yell like a woman. Yang Bo cursed directly. Holden. The young man opposite was about to say something. Yang Bo directly controlled the unicorn and rushed up. The young man from the Haas family turned around and ran. However, how could he outrun the unicorn? He was directly whipped out by Yang Bo Knight's gun. The whole person hit the wall of the manor and fell to the ground. The armored guards of the Haas family did not dare to do anything, because the conflict between Prince Holden and the family was a conflict between nobles, and Prince Holden came to challenge. Although Prince Holden did not kill anyone now, these armored guards without noble status would be going to die. If Prince Holden also brought guards, then these guards could attack Prince Holden's guards. Holden! Yongbo heard someone shouting loudly from behind. Looking back, a knight wearing golden plate armor, riding a unicorn, rushed towards him. Haha. Here comes another loser. Only the highest ranking knight commander among the knights can wear a full set of plate armor with golden color on his body. There are no more than 10 such knight commanders in the whole kingdom. But the cloak behind this person is red, which proves that he is the knight commander of the Royal Guard Knights. Wow! The knight commander of the Royal Guard Knights. I just don't know which knight commander it is. You are stupid. There is a shield behind his cloak. So he is the deputy commander of the Royal Guard Knights. The nobles who were watching the excitement around were also talking about it when they saw the knight commander of the Royal Knights appear. Place your bets. Now there are 20 or 30 nobles gathered together to watch the excitement. These nobles certainly knew why Prince Holden wanted to cause trouble for these families. The news of Prince Holden's fiefdom had long been spread among the nobles. For these nobles who were watching the fun, it didn't matter who was right or wrong. The key was to watch the fun. And these nobles also knew that it didn't matter who was right or wrong. The key was to see who was stronger. The great noble family of Malton had lost face today. Prince Holden's reputation was already very bad. And no one in the Malton family could fight against Prince Holden. Doesn't this mean that this family is not even as good as Prince Holden? Yongbo could see that this great knight was very powerful. But for him, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was just like that. Yongbo would not show his advanced ability. But he could be stronger than the other party in the use of power. There was also his own predictive ability, which could easily predict the other party's attack trajectory. The Knight Commander of the Royal Guard Knights received an order from His Majesty, the King, to capture Prince Holden. So when he saw Prince Holden provoking at the door of the Haas family, he shouted from a distance. Seeing that Prince Holden dared to charge at him, the Knight Commander sneered. As a Knight Commander, he didn't care about Prince Holden's identity at all, because there were only 2 Knight Commanders of the Royal Guard Knights, while the King had many sons. And as a king, he would value the Knight Commander and not care about Holden, the prince who was not valued. The mount of the Knight Commander of the Royal Guard Knights was also a unicorn. Yongbo mount was also a unicorn. When the 2 unicorns charged, both sides stared at each other. At the moment when the 2 sides passed by, Yongbo's whole body fell to the outside, and the knight's spear in his hand swung round. The attack method that the Knight Commander had prepared fell into the air at the moment when Yongbo's whole body fell to the outside. Then Yongbo swung the knight's spear in his hand backhand and hit the Knight Commander back. To be precise, it was the opponent's neck, although the opponent's neck was also protected by armor extending from the helmet. But Yongbo swung the knight's lance in his hand and smashed it. So he knocked the knight leader unconscious and fell to the ground. Ha ha! Yongbo stood on the back of the unicorn, holding up the knight's lance and laughing. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They thought that the knight leader could successfully knock down Prince Holden, the Scourge. Prince Holden's reputation in the entire capital was too bad, and everyone liked to see him being beaten. Unexpectedly, when Prince Holden approached, his whole body fell directly to the outside of the unicorn, not only dodging the knight leader's attack, but also knocking the knight leader to the ground. Wonderful! Too wonderful! What the hell is this knight leader? I lost again. Some of these nobles cheered, and some cursed loudly, because the battle between Prince Holden and the knight leader was so wonderful. Although it was only a short moment. It was precisely because the victory was decided in a short moment that those who knew the business knew how powerful Prince Holden's means were. As for those who cursed, a large part of them expected to win money, but lost money instead. Then everyone saw Prince Holden come to the Knight Commander and directly stripped off the Knight Commander armor. And the Knight Commander mount, the unicorn, also took small steps to Prince Holden's side. But he immediately received the roar of Prince Holden's mount. So the Knight Commander unicorn mount could only wait on the side. Pah! Everyone saw Prince Holden strip off the Knight Commander armor and spit. According to convention, this person is already my prisoner, and their family needs to pay a ransom. But I am not interested in such trash. Prince Holden spoke again in a murderous and heartbreaking way. The nobles present certainly knew how much the Knight Commander armor was worth, and to some extent, these armors represent the family. Afterwards, they must be redeemed at a very high price. If they are not redeemed, then these armors will be placed in Prince Holden's castle for a day, which will be a shame for the other nobles. In the future, Prince Holden will show others that this is my trophy. Prince Holden directly put the stripped golden plate armor on the back of the Knight Commander mount. Then he continued to curse at the door of the Haas family. The people of the Haas family originally thought that with the Knight Commander arrival, their family could avoid this disaster. But they didn't expect that the Knight Commander would be knocked to the ground in one encounter. Those who saw the scene from a distance hurried back to the capital to report the news. Holden's father has now received a message that the Grand Knight of the Royal Guard Knights was knocked off his horse by Prince Holden, and his armor was stripped off. Waste. Idiot. Holden's father also cursed. It was not known whether he cursed the Knights of the Guard's Knights or Holden. Holden's father watched the Minister of Military Affairs rush home in a carriage. And the Minister of Finance's carriage also began to go out of the city. I declare that there are no men in the Haas family. All women. Outside the manor of the Minister of Finance's family, Yang Bo took up the knight's gun and directly tore down someone else's door. Although the walls of these manors were built of stone, the doors were made of wood. Come on, Prince. Good job. The crowd around was watching the excitement, and some nobles cheered inside. Next, Minister of the Interior. Then everyone looked at Prince Holden, who was riding a unicorn, followed by 2 unicorns. When Yang Bo turned around, he saw the Minister of Military Affairs' carriage, so he rushed over directly. The Minister of Military Affairs was already an old man. After hearing the report from his entourage, Prince Holden rushed over and jumped off the carriage and ran to the farmland next to him. When Yang Bo rushed to the side of the carriage where the Minister of Military Affairs was riding, he saw the Minister of Military Affairs and his entourage in the farmland. All dirty. Ha ha. Yang Bo swung his knight's gun and smashed the Minister of Military Affairs' carriage to pieces. Then laughed. Ha ha. Ha ha. The Minister of Military Affairs' face was dark, and he looked at the other nobles following Prince Holden and laughed at him. The Minister of Military Affairs usually offended other nobles, so he was laughed at by other nobles now. The Malton family has no men anymore. Those who had grudges against the Malton family shouted loudly. Yang Bo ran into the Minister of Finance's carriage again. The Minister of Finance was tough and did not jump off the carriage and run, but was hit on the back of the horse in the other carriage by Yang Bo Knight's gun. Then the onlookers watched the Chancellor of Finance being dragged by his own horse into the farmland. Then the carriage quickly fell apart in the farmland, and the Chancellor of Finance rolled down in the farmland in a mess. The soil of the farmland was soft and could not bear the weight of the carriage wheels. Ha ha. Ha ha. If you target me again, I will beat you up every time I see a man in your family. Yang Bo pointed at the other party wildly and threatened. Ha ha. Ha ha. Yang Bo laughed and left. The other nobles who followed and watched the excitement also pointed at the Chancellor of Finance and laughed. The one who controls the purse strings offends more people. The women of the Haas family. Ha ha. There are no more men in the Haas family. The Haas family is a whore. These nobles stopped and pointed at the Chancellor of Finance and laughed unscrupulously. The Chancellor of Finance's face turned black. He didn't expect Holden to do this. The news that Yang Bo had caused trouble in the Malton family had spread to the capital, and everyone was going crazy. Holden! A young man on horseback called out from a distance. Get out of the way. Don't force me to beat you too. Yang Bo saw the young man holding a knight's gun and cursed. Holden! I'm your brother. Bah! Don't think you don't know. It's you who want to give me a shabby fiefdom behind my back. If you say anything more, I will knock you off your horse and strip you of your armor. Yang Bo knew that the other party was Holden's brother, but he didn't give him any face. The young man on the other side didn't dare to say anything more after hearing this, because the Knight Commander was knocked off his horse and stripped of his clothes by the other party, becoming a laughing stock in the capital. Looking at the 2 unicorn mounts behind Holden, Holden's brother had no choice but to get out of the way. Let's see if there are any men in the Minister of the Interior's family. Yang Bo looked at the people following behind to watch the excitement, and there were more people watching the excitement in the distance, riding horses to watch the excitement. So he roared, Go! Your Highness is mighty. Keep going. Your Highness. The nobles behind him, who were watching the fun, cheered. Chapter 1054 Talking Points. Amid the noise of the crowd, Prince Holden became the biggest talking point in Rekshi today, and also the biggest talking point in history. Prince Holden swept through 9 large noble estates alone. The gates of the estates of the kingdom's Minister of the Interior, Minister of the Military, Minister of Finance, Minister of Agriculture and other important officials were all dismantled by Prince Holden, and he put them on the ground and stepped on them. The chief and deputy chiefs of the Guards Knights, And the two knights with the highest military power in the kingdom were also knocked down by Prince Holden, and then stripped naked. As long as the important officials of the kingdom dared to appear on the road, Prince Holden would directly smash their carriages, leaving these important officials in disgrace. In the end, these important officials could only return to the palace in embarrassment, because only the palace was not harassed by Prince Holden. The two people's unicorn deer were also abducted by Prince Holden. Prince Holden brought 4 unicorn deer alone and made a big splash in Rekchi City. Behind him was a group of nobles riding horses to watch the excitement. There is not much else in the capital of the kingdom, except for these idle nobles. Prince, I love you. Your Highness, I love you. Prince Holden rushed around in the capital with 4 unicorns, and countless noble ladies on the roadside shouted loudly and threw down their scarves. Idiots and wastes of the Malton family, the villain of the Haas family. If you have the guts, come out and fight with this prince. Yang Bo controlled the unicorn, and every time he flew through the square in front of the palace, he would roar loudly. The square in front of the palace had gathered a lot of people, and the knights of the Royal Guard Knights stood awkwardly in this place. The mounts of the 2 knights of the Royal Guard Knights had become the prince's trophies, and even the golden armor on their bodies had become the prince's trophies. The prince brought 4 unicorns, and once he did it, he would severely slap the Royal Guard Knights in the face. Your Majesty, Prince Holden's arrogance must be curbed. The military minister looked ashamed, and there was a scratch on his forehead. Can you guarantee that the heavy cavalry regiment can deal with him? The king asked, looking at the military minister. The military minister did not dare to guarantee it, because although the heavy cavalry regiment was very strong, that was during the war charge. If it was just about speed, the heavy cavalry regiment could not catch up with Prince Holden's unicorn. Then should the heavy cavalry regiment chase Prince Holden at that time? The unicorn deer was much stronger than the horses of the heavy cavalry regiment in terms of endurance and strength. Prince Holden could run with the cavalry of the heavy cavalry regiment at that time, when the mounts of the heavy cavalry regiment were no longer powerful. It would be easy for Prince Holden to come back and deal with these people. Your Majesty, this matter must be resolved as soon as possible. The Minister of the Interior had a hot face, because when the Minister of the Interior went out, the carriage he was riding was smashed by Prince Holden with a knight's gun. What's more hateful is that the 2 unicorns following Prince Holden kicked the horse pulling the carriage. So the broken carriage of the Ministry of Internal Affairs lost control and had a car accident. Fortunately, the guardian knights brought by the Minister of Internal Affairs were strong enough. Otherwise, they might have suffered more serious injuries. The king is not in a hurry now. Anyway, it is you who are embarrassed. And the king has no idea what Holden's intention is in doing these things. The king is also worried now, fearing that Prince Holden will directly kill him in the palace. So if Prince Holden doesn't come to the palace to make trouble now, the king will not take the initiative to provoke this guy. The king now suspects that when Holden was studying mysticism, he has gained some mysterious power or has a problem with his brain like other mystic scholars, because many mystic scholars have gone crazy in the end. And Holden's force value is so high now. What if this guy goes crazy and kills himself when he fights him as a father? Now Holden's target is not me, so there is no need for me to step forward now. Idiot. Waste. Come out. You villain is still doing bad things behind your back. I will beat up the men of your families every time I see them in the future. Prince Holden went back and forth in the city and cursed. The people in the city had seen enough of the excitement today. The nobles who were usually high and mighty were now beaten up, and no one dared to come out. Those who were driven out were directly knocked to the ground by Prince Holden. Didn't you see that the unicorn on the hill behind Prince Holden had some excellent armor on its back? And the most conspicuous ones were 2 sets of golden armor. Of course, the golden armor was not pure gold, but some yellow decorations were inlaid on the armor. Some of these yellow decorations are gold, mainly to show status. This prince is tired. If the fiefdom does not satisfy this prince, then this prince will settle accounts with you. Prince Holden may be tired, or he may have no opponent. He left a sentence in front of the palace, and then went back to his castle outside the city. These big families suffered too much loss today. The carriage of the Minister of the Interior is the best carriage in the whole kingdom. It is said to be worth more than 10,000 gold coins. How can it be only 10,000 gold coins? I heard that it is worth 50,000 gold coins. There are so many gems, amber and gold decorations on it. And there are also top-quality animal skins inside. The carriage of the Minister of Finance is the most precious. It's what he deserves. Prince Holden studied mysticism. Did he get mysterious power? It's possible. People in the city started to discuss. The new steward of the castle appointed by Yang Bo had been reported long ago. Seeing that his master brought back so many spoils, he hurried to greet him. You should divide all these armors, except the 2 sets of gold armors. When Yang Bo returned to Holden's manor, several guardian knights came quickly, and Yang Bo directly distributed the armors to these guardian knights. Thank you, Your Highness. The eyes of these guardian knights were shining when they saw the armors on the back of the unicorn deer. These are the armors inherited from the noble families. And you guys have to work hard. Otherwise, I can't ride so many unicorn deer by myself. Butler, if someone comes to talk about these armors, let me know. Yang Bo said to the butler again, because he would be quiet for a while. I will make a scene now, and then see what the other party will do. If it doesn't work, I will make another scene. I believe that with this lesson, Holden's old father will be cautious in this matter. The main reason is that Yang Bo has no intention of becoming a king, and the various relationships within this ready-made king are very complicated. Managing a kingdom does not mean that you can rely on force alone. Yang Bo still needs a territory to recruit game players. Yes, Your Highness. The newly promoted housekeeper answered quickly. Everyone in the castle looked at His Highness Holden with admiration, and returned to his room in the tower. So the news that His Highness Holden had mysterious power spread directly. When I was doing things in the palace today, there was no movement in the spaceship in the sky. The reason why Yang Bo made so much trouble in the city later was to see if some people in space would monitor him. Yang Bo returned to March Star, and made a batch of high-quality gene medicines for Zhang Bojan, including some wisdom medicines. Wang Muxue, Zhou Rui, and Lu Jijia's customized gene medicines are not needed by this second batch of people for the time being. These 3 people will not use customized gene medicines on a large scale to buy people's hearts, because there are too many things and they are not precious. Only a small number of core personnel can get customized gene medicines, so that they will feel that they are different from others. Su Wei and the other 2 are still making rapid progress in mechas. At least their reaction ability has improved rapidly. Of course, the 3 of them were also constantly suppressed by the mecha master. This can't be helped. Only this kind of high-intensity training can lay a solid foundation. Then Yang Bo came to the Federation again. There is no news from the Pirate Alliance. They will choose to retaliate after waiting for the results of their spaceship repair. Yang Bo learned from the memory of Aaron, the first deputy leader of the Black Skull Pirates, that the Pirate Alliance Council passed a resolution. Because the Pirate Alliance is not sure what the reason is for the restart and restoration of the spaceship system. The other pirate groups of the Pirate Alliance are also terrified now, fearing that there is a problem with the warship system. But the attitude of the government of Korea State has changed. If these bastards don't have interests, they won't come out to express their opinions. For a long time before, the government of Korea State did not express its position on John Lee possession of a warship. Yang Bo asked Nelson to start setting up a mining company and sent invitations to some people. So the official attitude of the government of Korea State changed. Hero of Korea State, Commander-in-Chief of the Guard Fleet, Major General Lee John. The Senate of Korea State formally discussed the promotion of Major General Lee John to the rank of Lieutenant General. The government of Korea State strongly condemns the illegal remarks of Troy Company. General Lee John legally owns the battleship Fugui. General Lee John is a hero of our Korea State, and has created a record in the entire history of war. Your Excellency Lee John, the Grand Master of Mecha. He captured a complete battleship by himself. This is the hero of our Korea State. The media of Korea State carried out extensive publicity. The Troy Company, which lost the goods, had previously been denouncing their lost goods, and the Korea State government had not made any statement. Now it has directly stated that these goods are the spoils of General John Lee and have nothing to do with Troy Company, and severely warned Troy Company not to slander General John Lee. Yang Bo also smiled as he looked at the reports of the news media in Korea State. The Korea State government even prepared a grand celebration ceremony to celebrate this great victory and General John Lee creation of history. However, General John Lee limelight was recently taken away by a man named Bart in the Empire. Now the 3 countries are busy targeting the organization of the Temple of God. The elites in the 3 countries have been closely investigated, so not many people are paying attention to General John Lee affairs now. Yang Bo also received some relevant notifications from the Korea State government. It is some procedures and links when going back to celebrate the victory. General John Lee needs to confirm. Yang Bo smiled and confirmed the information. Nelson also gave the name of the mining company to several people. Yang Bo directly chose a company name called Dian. Dian Mining Company was established quietly. The largest shareholder of this company is Yang Bo. When Yang Bo returns to Korea State, he will preside over the share subscription meeting. Yang Bo used the full set of automated interstellar mining equipment on the battleship to invest. The value of this set of equipment reached hundreds of billions. Of course, the price of share subscription cannot be said to reach the original value of this set of equipment. According to Nelson's plan, the value of the company's subscribed shares is only about 1/3. Because Yang Bo himself used this set of equipment to invest, he owns half of the value of this set of equipment. The remaining half of the value, if under normal circumstances, must require a premium. However, the mining rights obtained by the mining company and other miscellaneous things are also counted in the value. So only 1/3 of the price. This money will go to Yang Bo personally, and the company's operation is in the form of debt operation. That is, the company's operation will be loaned. In this way, a lot of taxes can be avoided, as well as some other miscellaneous things. These are all professional plans made by Nelson. That is to say, this mining company is in debt from the beginning, and it will not make any profit or have very low profit when the company files its annual tax report. So it does not need to pay taxes. Many companies on Earth seem to be very big, but you can see that they are losing money in their annual reports, because they have transferred all their profits. For example, some large internet companies seem to have a lot of revenue every year, but they are all shouting that they are losing money, which means that they have transferred all their profits through various internal outsourcing methods. For example, this company wants to do a project, and then outsource other projects in the project to an outside company, and the outsourced company may be the white glove of some people in the company. In this way, when the company files taxes at the end of the year, it will pay less tax because it has no profit but loses money. After the subscription of shares, this company will obtain the exploration rights of all minerals in the Korea State Star region, which is also the value of the existence of these shareholders. Of course, the reason why Yang Bo wants to open this mining company is, on the one hand, to win over the well-known figures in Korea State, and on the other hand, to have a stable source of funds, because it takes a lot of money to support a warship. Not to mention that Yang Bo will have to get more warships in the future. At least the berths for warships need money. There is also the maintenance of warships during operation, which also costs money, not to mention the labor and the like. Of course, Yang Bo has many ways to avoid more expenses, but he can't do it now. For example, Yang Bo can make some automatic maintenance robots based on the current warship model and its design. But now his identity has no foundation at all, and the entire warship suddenly became like this, which will definitely arouse everyone's suspicion. Yang Bo will have to wait for a certain time before opening these big moves, because as his influence grows, his network of relationships increases, and outsiders can't figure out where these things come from. And now Lee John's network of relationships is relatively simple, so he can't take it out yet. And the three countries are not fools. Since their fleets need so many people, they must have their reasons. The Fugui warship doesn't need to be operated at all now, because flying is the simplest. So after Yang Bo appeared, he came to Devon Star again. Your share of the account has been transferred to you again. Yang Bo turned into Bart and transferred the proceeds from the last live broadcast to Alan. I thought you had forgotten, and I'm short of money right now. I didn't expect this hotel to be so valuable. You don't know how busy I am now. I found out that I was fooled by you. Alan complained on the other side of the communicator. There are so many beauties in the hotel. What else do you want? Yang Bo scolded angrily. Are you stupid? It's my subordinates who mess around. If they mess around, I can't command them. Believe it or not, I still prefer the kind of money which is over after everyone is done. Alan answered angrily in the communicator. It's your own business anyway. Yang Bo laughed. A person like Alan who is used to being free and unrestrained is going to manage such a hotel. It can be imagined that he will be very uncomfortable in the future. Even if he is a boss, he needs to deal with some things. Do you know that the Emperor's attendants found people from the temple? Alan said with a grin in the communicator. Haha. The people in the temple are also idiots. Isn't it better to just kill the Emperor? Yang Bo also laughed in the communicator. The whole officialdom is in a mess now. Many people from the temple have appeared in various departments, and they are all elites. Most of these elites have surrendered themselves. And you know, Donnie was not sent back to the imperial capital. The spaceship that Donnie took back to the Imperial capital was fake. Alan spoke again. Why? Yang Bo was a little confused. Because Donnie's superpowers are too abnormal. I'm not sure if there will be any problems during the transportation. Think about it. If this guy uses superpowers to control the people on the spaceship during the transportation, what will happen? And people like Donnie must have a high status in the Alter organization and know a lot of secrets. Is it possible that he will be killed on the way? Or directly killed in the capital? Maybe His Majesty the Emperor will kill him. Our Emperor has personally met Donnie and spent some time with him privately. This is the Earl, who was personally appointed by our Emperor. I'm really laughing to death, Alan said gloatingly on the other side. You're still laughing. And your embarrassing things will also be known to the other party. Yang Bo laughed. You are not much better. It's all your fault. If you hadn't recommended me, how could I have built this? You made more than 1 trillion again. You have to thank me. I also bought the hidden camera equipment. Okay. Thank you. I hope you meet this kind of person again next time. Go away. It is said that there is a mysterious organization that is very interested in Donnie's superpowers. Alan said mysteriously again. What organization? It's just a group of A+ level superpowers. Aren't you surprised at all that there is no news about A+ level superpowers? It's because there is such an organization to restrain these people. Alan's words immediately interested Yang Bo. Ah, I came to find you, Yang Bo said quickly. Chapter 1055 Alan's words. Yang Bo had long wanted to find out about this organization. But he had no source of information. The main reason was that his identities did not have enough background and information channels. And he had released so many spiritual seeds, including people like Charlie, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Tianza Star. They did not know this information. And other people certainly did not know it. On the Empire side, Bart's family might have relevant information, but his identity was very incompatible with the family. So he had no way to inquire. Yang Bo soon came to the Ring Hotel, which has now become Alan's property. I know you are interested in these things, but I don't know much about this. Alan saw Barb running over and arranged a table of delicious dishes. I was also surprised why it is so difficult to see A+ superpowers in the Interstellar Society, and there is no news about them. Yang Bo nodded. Alan said, this organization is to restrain these abnormal superpowers, because the destructive power generated by A+ level superpowers is too great. So as long as there are superpowers, they will be absorbed by this organization and their superpowers will be restricted. This organization is full of A+ level superpowers. So those new A+ level superpowers are simply not their opponents. And when superpowers reach their level, their thoughts and eyes are not on our material society. Of course, these things are what I heard from others. As for the specific situation of this organization, it is difficult to say. 2 members of our family have joined this organization, but they are alone. Although we can see them sometimes, they have no contact with us. How many intersections there are. And most of the time, they are not in the family. I heard an unreliable legend that superpowers who reach the S level can achieve immortality. It is said that superpowers who reach this level have already transformed their bodies into a full energy state. And I heard that the people in their organization will go to the deepest part of the universe to break through themselves. It is said that there are more powerful creatures in the deepest part of the universe. It seems that this organization also shoulders the responsibility of supervising these creatures, because these creatures will migrate to the outer edge of the universe from time to time. These creatures themselves are very powerful individuals, and these creatures will absorb all energy. When Yang Bo heard Alan say this, he roughly understood what this organization was doing, but he was not sure now, because this was only Alan's one-sided statement. Yang Bo thought of the assessment he received 3 months later. Yang Bo felt that someone wanted to limit Bart's ability, and this happened right after he made a big fuss in the investigation team. So it was the people from the Special Service Department who came forward. In other words, this organization is probably in contact with all 3 countries. I have heard of interstellar life, but I have never seen one. Of course Yang Bo knows about interstellar life, but he cannot say it now. Yang Bo thinks that most of what Alan said is credible, but it is ridiculous to talk about immortality. Even if you become an energy body, you cannot be immortal, because it is not the body that determines a person's lifespan, but the soul. With the current level of technology, the lifespan of the human body can far exceed the longest lifespan of people known to date. Not only can you replace what is broken, But you can also slow down the aging of cells and other means. With the current level of technology, even ordinary people's bodies can live for more than 300 years. But in reality they don't. In fact, this research has already produced results. Because the theoretical lifespan of ordinary people has long exceeded 200 years. But when these people died, their body functions did not reach the level of death. I have never seen this kind of creature. It is said that they are very cruel. They are not like us. They have no emotions. They will absorb any energy they can absorb. It is said that during the last interstellar migration, several planets were destroyed by these creatures. Even 3 countries have discovered prehistoric civilizations on the mother planet. Many scientists speculate that the previous civilization of the mother planet was destroyed by these interstellar creatures. Alan spoke again. Now this organization is very interested in Donnie's superpowers. Because this kind of spiritual superpower is very rare. It is said that they have sent people to rush over. Alan took a sip of wine and said. Yang Bo nodded. Then complained. I am afraid that the attack on me will be left unresolved. Alas. Alan also nodded when he heard this. Because there was no way to face this kind of organization. In fact, Yang Bo was very happy. As long as this organization protected Donnie, he could turn against them in the identity of Bart. Of course. First of all, we have to see what this organization is doing. If it is for the survival of mankind, then I don't mind joining. But if it is a sheep's head selling dog meat, then don't blame me for being rude. Of course, we must first know their strengths and weaknesses, so we are not in a hurry to turn against them. But the matter of Donnie must be said in advance. It lays the groundwork for his future turn against him. However, Yang Bo does not believe that these people can devote themselves to mankind. As for these superpowers born in this interstellar society, how many are good things? It can be said that if they are not ruthless, they can't grow up at all. Because no matter whether it is the Alliance or the Empire, no force will watch the opponent cultivate one A+ superpower after another. So it is inevitable to have a fight in the middle. Just like Bart. In the process of growing up, he still faces suppression from other forces from time to time. And even a high reward on the killer platform. Such a group of people. Do you think they will change their thinking mode all of a sudden and serve the entire human race? Yang Bo felt that he would rather believe that a sow climbed a tree than believe this kind of nonsense. As for whether these people went to the depths of the universe to monitor interstellar creatures, this is very likely to happen. Because these superpowers require the entire human society to provide them with sufficient support. And these monitoring of star creatures is fake. In Yang Bo's opinion, they hunt interstellar creatures and then improve their superpowers. Which may be true. And maybe the migration of these interstellar creatures is related to these superpowers. Of course, it is not ruled out that these people are obsessed with believing in immortality. Because in the current social environment, no matter which of the 3 countries, it is impossible to cultivate people who serve all mankind wholeheartedly. Yang Bo is also looking forward to the appearance of this organization. Because he is not sure what state his real strength has reached now. But Yang Bo thinks that if the whole body is energy, it is definitely a wrong option. If the whole body is energy, then does it still have its own consciousness, even if it has its own consciousness? Pure energy also has attribute restraint. Do you know how much this hotel costs? 520 billion. I really believe your nonsense. Alan complained again. So expensive? Yang Bo did not expect this Ring Hotel to be so expensive. The entire Ring Hotel has reached the level of a fortress. The most important thing is that there is such a large piece of land, and the qualification to receive external guests. Now I have borrowed hundreds of billions of yuan. Do you want to invest? Alan shook his head. Yang Bo shook his head. How many people do you think will come to your Ring Hotel after I invest? My reputation is not good. That's right. This will be your designated reception place in the future. Alan spoke again. No problem. Yang Bo nodded. After the meal, Yang Bo left. Alan gave a lot of information. But he didn't know if it was true. Yang Bo was also very curious about what kind of power restrained these superpowers. Is there an S-level superpower in this organization? Yang Bo was a little suspicious. And Alan told me this news at this time. Did their family also get someone from other places to investigate me? I guess it's because I took Alan to make a fortune this time. So I revealed such news to me. Yang Bo knew the style of these super nobles. Generally speaking, these super nobles would not take advantage or owe favors. It will take some time before the other party comes to inspect his strength. So Yang Bo still has to take care of his own business. Yang Bo returned to Bart. his own laboratory in the territory. And then came the Green Goblin Star again. The Green Goblin Star Council held another meeting immediately. The dozens of lords, who were killed last time, have already elected new lords in their territories. The Green Goblin Star Council also agreed to their qualifications as lords. So they are now new councilors. The main topic of the Green Goblin Star Council this time is to establish a trading company. And then all the material exports of the entire planet will be controlled by the trading company. The incident in the temple completely suppressed the news that the Alliance military and security departments interfered in the affairs of the local council. All parties within the Alliance breathed a sigh of relief. Because all parties within the Alliance did not want to tear their faces apart. Besides, the Alliance military did not want the military government to take power. Because there are also many contradictions within the Alliance military. Of course, these contradictions are caused by the Parliament. The Parliament has been constantly provoking conflicts within the military. Although the people in the Alliance military are aware of this. When faced with huge interests, no one can remain calm, and no one can give up their own interests. The annual budget of several fleets is the biggest contradiction. Not to mention that the Alliance is also trying to interfere with the military. Even if the commanders of several fleets know that the Alliance is using the budget to instigate, they cannot ignore it. Because there must be enough money to make the fleet stronger and stronger. If they keep giving in and other fleets are getting stronger and stronger, then their strength will continue to be squeezed. Therefore, the military cannot crack this conspiracy of the Alliance Parliament at all. King of Golden Armor. King of Golden Armor. King of Golden Armor. Green Demon Star Parliament. Yongbo flew directly over, and then landed on the roof of the Parliament building. And these parliamentarians came to greet him one after another. Yongbo felt like he was in a pile of monsters. Because these mutants called themselves something like King and something like General. This is because the Green Demon Star was in chaos before, and the names passed down from various tribes. If the background board is changed, and the fighter planes and modern buildings are all replaced with caves, it is a group of monsters attending the meeting here. Yeah. So Yongbo also acquiesced to the other party's name for himself. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. After all, if I call others by the name I gave them, they will not be used to it. King Jinjia. This is a small token of our appreciation. The newly promoted lords and councilors wanted to give gifts to Yongbo. Forget about the gifts. Everyone, remember that my bottom line is that you cannot sell out the interests of Green Devil Star. If anyone does this, don't blame me for not giving you face. Yongbo refused directly. Yes. 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 The councilors nodded one after another. Then a meeting was held. The first thing was to establish a trading company. The trading company actually integrates the mutant material resources of the entire Green Devil Star, and then sells the materials through auction. As for establishing a research institute on Green Devil Star, the Alliance Parliament suggested not to do so because it is likely to cause some chain reactions. The public statement is that there are many mutant creatures on the planet Green Devil Star, and no one knows whether any accidents will occur in the experiment. In fact, the Alliance Parliament mainly restricts the research on Green Devil Star, because if Green Devil Star produces materials and has research results, it will become bigger and stronger and will gain more profits. Of course, Yongbo agreed with this opinion, because Green Devil Star is now a lord system. If a research institute is to be established, then in whose territory should it be established? It is impossible to establish a research institute in every territory. If so, will the lords of the territories that have not established a research institute be dissatisfied? This will intensify the division within the Green Devil Star Parliament. The other is to supervise the 8th Fleet. This motion has also been passed. The next step is to submit it to the Alliance Parliament. Today's topic is these two. Yongbo did not say much at the Parliament. However, there are still some disputes among the members about the share of material exports. Yongbo does not intend to intervene in this regard. Because you cannot meet the requirements of every lord. You can only meet the requirements of most people. Because these lords would like to export more materials, earn more profits, and exchange for more supplies. The Green Devil Star Parliament does not have legislation or anything like that. Because legislation cannot control others. Some lords are still fighting each other. This is actually a loose tribal parliament. King Jinjia, please host the auction. The profiteers in the alliance are very cunning. After the meeting, Wang Laosan, the speaker, asked Yongbo to host the auction. Yes. Yongbo nodded. He really needed to keep an eye on this. King Jinjia, This weapon? Huang Laosan wanted the weapon the most because he didn't feel safe at all. Although he was the speaker now. The battleships floating in the sky were from the Alliance. Chapter 1056 Return. There is no rush for this matter. I will think about whether we can get weapons through public channels. Because as an alliance, we will definitely not be allowed to have weapons that can harm their warships. The alliance is currently holding a general election. So as long as we put forward some demands at this time, I believe that some politicians will be willing to support our reasonable demands. Yang Bo answered the other party. Yang Bo has carefully considered this matter. There is no problem with smuggling weapons. But this can only be used by himself. I am not sure if I leave it to Huang Laosan and others. Because these guys seem to have simple minds. What if these guys get the weapons and then use them? Wouldn't it be exposed, to be precise? These mutants on the Green Devil Star are not very smart to some extent. Of course. On the other hand, those who can be deceived to this planet and then do these genetic mutation experiments are not particularly smart. Only some of these mutants on the Green Devil Star are bred locally. And there are more of them that were smuggled in from other places by the Ashes Organization for experiments. Ah. It's good to have weapons through regular channels. King Jinjia. Do you have any connections? Huang Laosan nodded affirmatively when he heard the other party say this. When the auction comes, I will talk to the companies participating in the auction. Yang Bo knew that as long as you are willing to pay, there are politicians willing to support your demands in the alliance. Now is the time for the alliance election. And all politicians need sufficient financial support. Of course, these operations are private. But Yang Bo can use the opportunity of the auction to contact these companies in the alliance. Because these companies participating in the auction can become bigger and stronger. They also have a strong influence in the political world. Moreover, if the Green Demon Star allows each lord to have an independent defense system and various weapons, then the arms group will also add strength. Good. 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 Huang Laosan heard the other party say this, and didn't know that Yang Bo had no clue yet. Thinking that the other party had great power. I be busy first. Yang Bo then left the parliament. After Yang Bo returned to his territory, he was thinking about going to the underground world to have a look. Yang Bo has released the spirit seed to Tainyo. From Tainyo's memory, he knows that there are still some powerful creatures in the underground world. However, Tainyo lives on the surface and basically has no intersection with the creatures in the underground world. Everyone has their own living environment. When will Tainyo get a collar? Yang Bo is going to get a collar for Tainyo. And then put an energy stone on the collar, and put a space coordinate inside. If Tainyo is in danger, he can use the spirit seed to control it to a place where no one is. And then teleport himself. For a mutant animal like Tainyo, Yang Bo uses the spirit seed to control its actions without any risk. This guy just feels something is wrong. But he can't say it. Tainyo, who is having fun around Yang Bo, doesn't know that his master bullies him for not being able to speak. Forget it. I come here to explore the underground world when I have time. However, Yang Bo considered that if he encounters a powerful guy in the underground world, he will make a noise, which will attract the attention of the alliance. If there are more powerful mutant creatures, it is likely to affect the subsequent integration of Green Demon Star. And there are more things. That is, they are not prepared. The main reason is that modern weapons that are too powerful cannot be used, such as some missile bombs on the Fugui. If these things are released in the underground world, they can easily be captured by the warships of the 8th Fleet in outer space as abnormal energy fluctuations. After releasing the spiritual seeds to Tainyo and his brother, Yang Bo left again. In fact, Yang Bo also has a lot of weapons reserves here. That is, there are hundreds of thousands of bombs. Yang Bo returned to the Fugui battleship of the Federation. After turning on the communicator, Nelson sent an email to report the establishment of the company. And Koreabang is rehearsing a grand welcome ceremony to welcome Lieutenant General John Lee back triumphantly. Hee. I don't know. After my battleship is repaired, the Pirate Alliance will issue a bounty to me, and even decide to come for revenge in person. What will these people in Koreabang do? Yang Bo saw Koreabang's reaction and smiled in his heart. A week later, John Lee returned triumphantly with his private battleship Fugui No. 1. During this week, Yang Bo played the second world game on March Star, accompanied Su Wei and the others, went to Devon Star to accompany Ning Shui, and then made some ultra-high temperature materials there. In the middle, he also took time to go to Tianyan Star, and Lin Yu got a lot of good things. which was the news that Yang Bo asked Lin Yu to tell Li Yong that something was going to happen in the 8th Fleet. He appeared in the Second World Rekji again. Then he came to the Federation when the Fukui battleship was about to return to the Karaya gang. Your Excellency Li Yuhan, welcome to your triumphant return. You are the greatest hero of our Karaya state, and the greatest hero of our Federation. With your own strength, a mecha captured a battleship, creating the history of mecha war trophies. The governor of Karaya state personally brought officials to greet Yangbo, and he praised him as soon as he came up, because there were many media broadcasting live nearby. Thank you. This is all my duty, Yangbo answered seriously. At the same time, this was also the ceremony for the Karaya gang to award Li Yuhan the rank of Lieutenant General. There were many people present, but most of these people's eyes were on the huge battleship outside the airport, because the warship itself is worth more than nothing. There are also 1,000 Alliance 9th generation air superiority mechas inside the warship, as well as a set of interstellar fully automatic mining equipment. In other words, the total value of this warship exceeds 20 trillion. The price of the Empire C-class warship in their own country exceeds 5 trillion blue coins. Although this ship is an export model, the configuration is not as good as the configuration used by the Empire, but the price is at least several times higher. In addition, the mechas and mining equipment inside are only the lowest valuation. Everyone present was envious. Li John, a mecha grandmaster, made more than 20 trillion by going out for a stroll. And the subsequent income from the fully automatic mining equipment may be even more. Congratulations. Congratulations to His Excellency the Lieutenant General. Congratulations to His Excellency the Grandmaster. The Mecha Master Union has decided to award His Excellency the Grandmaster the title of Legendary Mecha Master. The Mecha Master Union also sent representatives to congratulate Li John. Because of Yangbo action this time, many Mecha Masters from the Empire and the Alliance are willing to come to the Federation for actual combat training. The Federation's mecha divisions are the most technologically advanced among the 3 countries, because the Federation has experienced many wars and conflicts and has sufficient combat experience. Of course, the Alliance and the Empire, and there are companies on the Federation side that collect data to optimize the automatic control system of mechas. The automatic control system of mechas is not to be written by programmers in the office, but to be applied in actual combat. Even though there are very advanced simulation technologies now, simulation is always simulation, and real combat will still encounter many problems, because the simulated scenes are all scenes you have preset, and real combat often has many unpredictable situations. Indirectly, the income of the Mecha Division Union has increased, because the Mecha Divisions that come from the Alliance and the Empire for training must register with the Mecha Division Union, so that the Mecha Division Union will guarantee their safety. Even the Mecha Division Union can use money to let the 2 warlords have a limited actual combat. In other words, the 2 warlords directly launched a war, but they must limit their weapons and cannot harm the mecha divisions participating in the training. In the Federation, as long as there is money, anything can be done. Of course, this money is not issued by the Federation itself, but the credit points of the Alliance or the blue coins of the Empire, because the value of the common currency in the Federation is not stable. So large-scale transactions on the Federation side are all done with credit points or blue coins. Relatively speaking, more transactions are done with credit points, because the financial companies of the Alliance must be trustworthy and honest. On the contrary, some financial companies and banks in the Empire have no credibility at all, and they can embezzle your funds at any time under any name. Moreover, the financial companies and banks in the Empire are all opened by nobles, so there is no way to win the lawsuit. The banks and financial companies of the Alliance pay special attention to word of mouth, at least on the surface. So large-scale transactions on the Federation side are all done with credit points. Thank you. Yangbo knew that the legendary Mecha Master was just an honorary title. In this society, any profession has a legendary title, which is the highest honor. They are all behind the profession of Grandmaster. Huh? Yangbo found that his mecha was a skill, and he jumped to the legendary level all of a sudden. Mecha Mastery, Legend, increases damage to enemy mechanical combat units by 50%. Increases weak point attacks on enemy mechanical units by 50%. And increases psychological deterrence by 100%. Yangbo discovered that mecha driving and mecha repair were integrated into a Mecha Mastery skill. The attributes behind it made him drool. The attack power of his current mecha increased by 50%, which simply did not let the opponent live. As for this psychological deterrence, Yang Bo also understood that anyone who faced him now would first have to bear huge pressure, because he could capture a battleship by driving a mecha. Although there are many coincidences in this matter, the record is the record, and there is no way to deny it. Everyone, because the interior of the warship has been damaged. I am not sure whether the interior of the warship is safe, so I will not invite you to visit it this time. After the warship is repaired, I will invite everyone to visit it, Yang Bo said loudly again. In fact, the people present did not want to visit the Fugui. On the one hand, the Fugui has not been repaired yet, and who knows if there will be any unexpected situation. In addition, it would be uncomfortable to go up and see it, because when Li John was traveling with the fleet, everyone present laughed at Li John in their hearts, thinking that he was arrogant and wanted to show off. I didn't expect that the result would be like this in the end. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. But these people had to answer with a smile. We will listen to your arrangement. Yes. Yes. Your Excellency. Please. Your Excellency. Please. Yang Bo boarded the landing spacecraft in the crowd. Yang Bo warship can also land on the planet, because the pirates' warships are usually hidden in the planets that serve as bases. This planet also has gravity, so the Empire modified it when manufacturing this battleship. It's just that there is no place to land, and the energy consumption during the takeoff and landing of the battleship is very large, because it also takes a huge amount of energy to offset the huge gravity during the landing process on the planet. And it also takes a huge amount of energy to get rid of the huge gravity during the takeoff process. However, battleships generally do not land on planets, because there are many environments on planets where people live that are not suitable for battleships. For example, humid environments. The base where the pirates live is a planet without atmosphere and water vapor. And the reason why Yang Bo put the battleship in the airport is because he can remotely control the battleship. If there is any danger, the battleship can provide support in the first time. There are unmanned mechas, unmanned fighters, and many unmanned aircraft on the battleship. Of course, only some of these smart devices can adapt to planets with atmosphere. Yang Bo returned to Boulder City surrounded by the crowd. Boulder City has gathered a lot of people, including many companies that have presented their gifts. It is normal to give gifts to people in the Federation. If it is in the Alliance, it will be criticized by others and even investigated by the Ministry of Justice. Boss. Nelson dressed up to greet his future new boss. Yeah. Not bad. Yang Bo nodded. It's a list of gifts from 120 companies. Nelson took out a bill while reporting the situation to John Lee. Yang Bo opened it and saw that these companies gave all kinds of gifts, including beauties, cars, houses, and money. And these companies haven't given anything yet. Nelson took out another list. Humph. Remember them. Yang Bo nodded. Because everyone in the Federation is like this. If you don't accept gifts, if you ignore these unreasonable people directly, others will look down on you. Understood? Nelson nodded. Let us welcome the greatest legendary mecha master, Lieutenant General John Lee, the Commander-in-Chief of the Karaya Gang Fleet. At the grand welcome ceremony, the Speaker of the Senate of Karaya State laughed his mouth off, because this guy also invested in Dying Mining Company. These shareholders of Dying Mining Company don't need to pay for their shares, because Dying Mining Company is the only company in Karaya State that has fully automatic interstellar mining equipment. These shares can be loaned from other banks. Several banks in the Alliance have been scrambling to lend money for these shares of Dying Mining Company, because these banks know that this interstellar fully automatic mining equipment is a money printing machine in Karaya State. In the Alliance, this kind of automatic mining equipment will face the management and supervision of many regulatory agencies. There are also many taxes waiting for these mining companies. But it is different in the Federation. There is no other extra cost at all. And there is no competition at all in the Federation. No one will check the environmental protection. Moreover, the shareholders of Dying Mining Company are all well-known figures in the entire Karaya gang. So this mining company will form a monopoly in the entire Karaya state in the future. This kind of very high-quality company is the favorite of the banks of the Alliance. Of course, the banks of the Alliance are not only engaged in loan business, because the banks have many customers, including many companies in the Alliance. The various products mined by Dying Mining Company can be exported to the Alliance. The bank can introduce customers to Dying Company. At that time, the trade will be settled again, and the bank will naturally profit from it. Our belief as a mecha division is to move forward courageously. When I encountered difficulties on the spaceship, The first thing I thought of was to take responsibility. So I drove a mecha and left the armed spaceship. Everyone has seen my video and knows that I have been desperate. But as a mecha master, you must first have such a spirit of struggle and adventure. When I saw the warship appear, my first reaction was not fear, but excitement and ecstasy. At one point I even thought it was the legendary Ghost warship, and I thought I could contact alien civilization. Of course, I want to apologize here because as the Commander-in-Chief of the fleet of Karaya State, I don't know the model of the warship. As a legendary mecha master and a soldier of the Federation, I declare here that I will attack any spaceship of any force that invades our Karaya State. We must crack down on interstellar pirates, maintain the stability of Karaya State's routes and trade. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates watched Lee John's impassioned speech in the live broadcast, and his face was twisted with anger. Bastard. Bastard. Aaron. What did the Empire say about the warship system? I can't wait to twist the head of this damn bastard off. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates roared, more concerned about why the warship purchased from the Empire appeared. After the self-destruct system is activated, the system can be restored. Captain, the Empire has already responded. They will figure it out as soon as possible, and will give us a 30% discount on our subsequent warship orders. Aaron hurriedly reported, before the matter is clear, let alone a 30% discount. I dare not buy it even if it is an 80% discount. Now all the pirate groups in the entire Pirate Alliance are trembling with fear. Everyone is waiting for the Empire to give us a reply. What we want is the facts. And a precise reply. The Black Skull Pirates were first laughed at by the other pirate groups. But after knowing that it was the battleship system that was restarted and restored, these pirate groups could no longer laugh. Because 60% of the warships of the Pirate Alliance were purchased from the Empire or modified in the Empire. Another 40% are modified civilian spacecraft and purchased from the Alliance. So now all the pirate groups of the Pirate Alliance are hiding in their bases and dare not come out to hang around. The Pirate Alliance Council is also in a dilemma now, because no one is doing the mission. No one will buy supplies from them, and they can't sell the stolen goods. And then, they can't make a profit from it. So many tasks of the Pirate Alliance Council were directly interrupted, such as attacking transport ships on the March Star. The Pirate Alliance Council is now also putting pressure on the Empire. The Empire is actually more anxious than us. Aaron could only answer like this. Yang Bo released the spiritual seed to Aaron, so he naturally knew the situation on the pirate side. Yang Bo talked freely at the grand welcome ceremony, and then boasted. Although some people are a little disdainful of Lee John bragging on the live broadcast, his record is real, so there is no way to refute it. After Yang Bo finished his speech, it was the headquarters of Karayabang and the speech of the Senate Speaker. Then there was the ceremony for Li Yuehan's inauguration as a Lieutenant General and the title of Legendary Mecha Master. Mr. Li Yuehan, please allow me to introduce a distinguished guest to you. At the reception after the ceremony, the Vice President of the Mecha Masters Union, who was also this guy, awarded Li Yuehan the title of Legendary Mecha Master. Su Ruiyun? Yang Bo looked at the woman in gorgeous clothes coming slowly, and wondered what this imperial princess was doing here. Chapter 1057 Preparing for the Bid. This lady, who is from a noble family in the Empire, has come to our Federation for special mecha training. The Vice President of the Federation Mecha Master Union introduced her. Sir, it's nice to meet you. Su Ruiyun saw Li Yuehan and bowed excitedly. Madam, I welcome you on behalf of the Federation. Yang Bo performed a Mecha Master's etiquette and then spoke. Your Mecha Master skills are beyond the imagination of us Mecha Masters. You captured a warship with a mecha, and you are the only one who has won the title of Legendary Mecha Master, and no one doubts it. Su Ruiyun smiled and looked at Li Yuehan and praised him. Yang Bo became alert when he heard the other party's words of praise. When others praise you, you should not be flattered but also be alert, because it is very likely that the other party said this to let you down. I just did what I should do. Yang Bo's disguise was very successful. Although he said this, his tone sounded very humble, but his whole expression, especially the arc of his mouth, simply showed that you were right. What you said makes sense. Please continue. Because people on the Federation side will not hide their strength, but many people will exaggerate their strength. Because if you hide your strength in the Federation, many idiots will think that you are really not good, and then they will come up to mess with you. So in the Federation, many people will not hide their trump cards, but will exaggerate their trump cards. You guys chat. I have something to do over there. The vice president of the Federation Mechanic Union left with an excuse when he saw the two of them chatting. Sir, can I call you John? Su Ruoyun looked at Li John with a smile, and then asked, Of course. Don't you know what the lady is called? Yang Bo pretended not to know that the other side of the empire was the most beloved princess of His Majesty the Emperor. You can call me Ding Xiang. Su Ruoyun really didn't say his real name. Yang Bo rolled his eyes at the name, because he had met many people named Ding Xiang or Xiang Xiang in KTV in his previous life. This name is great. It seems to be an ancient plant. Right? Yang Bo had to pretend to be very knowledgeable and praise the name. Yes. Su Ruoyun smiled slightly. John, how did you do it? You can capture a warship every time I see the video. I feel like it's a science fiction movie. Su Ruoyun asked with a smile. It must be said that Su Ruoyun is still very beautiful, and coupled with her own temperament, she is very attractive. But Yang Bo is more vigilant, because what Su Ruoyun said just now was actually an indirect flattery. Because capturing a warship is Li John's proudest thing. Now someone takes your proudest thing and asks you to say it again, and with a very admiring look. What expression do you think you will have? This is actually a kind of psychological game. From this point, it can be seen that Su Ruoyun is not a simple woman. Actually, I didn't expect such a big achievement. When I left the armed spacecraft, I was actually prepared to die. Yang Bo pretended to act with him. His tone was slightly excited. And then, he told the whole story again. Su Ruoyun looked at Li John's expression and body movements and listened with a smile. This person is not difficult to deal with. Su Ruoyun directly marked Li John. Yang Bo's disguise ability is needless to say. So he performed quite perfectly in this conversation. Wow. John, you are so amazing. Su Ruoyun praised from time to time. And her tone was also normal. But she was smiling and had a unique temperament. Anyone would relax their vigilance when facing such a beauty. But Yang Bo had seen through everything long ago and knew that this woman must have other purposes. However, until the end of the banquet, Su Ruoyun did not make any other requests, which made Yang Bo even more curious. It must be for the warship repair. However, Yang Bo knew with his toes that the Empire must be very anxious now. Because if the warship was repaired by the company in the alliance, it would be revealed that their warship had a backdoor. The subsequent losses would be too great. Yang Bo learned from the memory of Aaron, the Black Skull Fleet, that the Pirate Alliance had ordered more than 10 warships from the Blue Water Empire. Of course, these warships have not been delivered yet, because the delivery time of warships is relatively long. If this matter is exposed, the consequences will be disastrous. The Pirate Alliance will definitely go crazy. And these pirate groups will definitely attack all places in the Southern Water Empire that can be attacked regardless of anything. Because these warships are accumulated by the pirate groups. You said that I took a huge risk as a pirate. And then I finally saved some money to buy a warship. Now you tell me that you have a backdoor in these warships, and you are ready to attack me at any time. Pirates? These desperate criminals will definitely not let the Blue Water Empire go. If the Alliance sells warships to the Pirate Alliance again, or even provides them for free at a low price, the Blue Water Empire will be in even greater trouble. After the banquet, Yang Bo directly attended the shareholders' IPO meeting of DN Mining Company. These shareholders had already agreed on the price and shares at the beginning. So now these people just need to sign together. After Yang Bo got the money, he came to the airport with the staff of the mining company, including Nelson, and shareholders. When Yang Bo pushed out the huge fully automatic interstellar mining robot from the cargo hold of the Fugui battleship, all the shareholders applauded. This is the more advanced fully automatic mining robot on the Alliance side that can adapt to a wide range of gravity environments, temperature environments, and radiation environments. There are many problems encountered in interstellar mining. The first is that the gravity of each planet is different. Different gravity has different configuration requirements for mining robots, from energy systems to anti-gravity systems to mining systems. And the density of ore and other things on planets with different gravity are also different. Another thing is the temperature of some mineral planets. Some mineral planets have temperatures as high as several hundred degrees during the day and several hundred degrees below zero at night. There are even planets with temperatures reaching thousands of degrees Celsius during the day and several hundred degrees below zero at night. These planets are close to some stars. In addition, some planets have many radiation robots. To work in a high radiation environment, they also need matching things. Of course, The subsequent maintenance costs of such robots are not low. For example, various consumable accessories for mining. This mining robot only needs 3 people to control it. And these 3 people do not need to enter the planet where the mining is located. These 3 people only need to remotely control it in the space outside the mining planet. This mining robot also has various matching transport robots, which are responsible for transporting the minerals collected by the mining robot to space. So this kind of automatic mining robot only needs the spacecraft that transports the minerals to receive the minerals in space. All shareholders applauded and watched the management authority of the mining robot being authorized to the company. These shareholders had already determined the planet to be mined. So this automatic mining robot was transported to an armed cargo ship. Then the armed cargo ship started sailing directly. Dying Company also equipped this armed cargo ship with enough mechas and fighters to protect the mining robot. At the same time, the destination of this mining is not very far away. As long as there is a situation, Kalia State can provide support at any time. And the destinations of these mining are confidential. Everyone thought that the reason why Li John wanted to cooperate with these people was that he needed a stable income to maintain the maintenance of the warships, etc. Only Yang Bo himself knew that this was done for others to see, mainly because he had no time to run this mining company. As for the development of the fleet, Yang Bo decided to fleece the pirates. In the end, 20 companies from the Alliance, 16 companies from the Empire, and 5 companies from the Federation. These companies sent high-level delegations to Kalia State. What they have to do is very simple. That is, to get the task of repairing warships from Li John. But so far, these companies have not received Li John request. So when Li John sent invitations to these people, asking everyone to attend the first meeting, representatives of 41 companies quickly expressed their participation. The place where Li John asked everyone to meet was in a conference room of a high-end hotel in Boulder City. Everyone, welcome to this meeting. When Yang Bo walked into the conference room, he saw Su Ruoyun. Yang Bo was not surprised at all. So he stood in the spokesperson's position and spoke. Nelson was busy helping to take care of this matter. Everyone listen to me first, because I don't know much about warships. But as an outsider, I also know that it is absolutely rare for a warship to restart and restore the system. So what exactly caused this incredible result? I think many people want to know more than me. And this is also something of great research value. So you need to pay me to study this case. If you agree, stay. And if you disagree, please leave. I will reimburse the travel expenses of those who leave, and arrange a private spacecraft to take everyone away. Yang Bo said this directly on the podium. Yang Bo looked around and saw that no one left the 41 companies. So he applauded and said, "Very good. What you need to prepare is very simple. That is, to prepare enough money. I have only 2 requirements for the repair plan. The first is to see who pays more, and the second is to see who has the shortest construction period. In addition, the Fugue battleship will not be transported to other places for repair, but will be repaired at our airport in Korea." At this time, someone in the audience finally raised his hand. Yang Bo directly extended his hand to let the other party speak. "Mr. John Lee, we don't know the damage inside the warship, so we don't have any evaluation information on the construction period." The other party stood up and said, "Sorry, only those who have obtained maintenance qualifications can go on the warship. Because I am not sure if you all go to visit and evaluate. It will affect the interests of the companies that have obtained maintenance qualifications in the future. Because this incident of this spaceship is a very rare case. Maybe the cause can be found in the evaluation, which will have a great impact on the subsequent auction. So if your company feels that it does not have this strength, then please do not bid at that time." How could Yang Bo let these companies evaluate? Yang Bo himself is a hacker, so he naturally knows that some things can be understood as long as you look at them. Okay. The person who stood up had no other choice after hearing this, because John Lee refused very straightforwardly, and the reason was sufficient. After 3 days of bidding, I will conduct an open price comparison. Please note that money is definitely not the main factor. The construction period is also a big influencing factor. And this time the bidding will not be to the highest bidder, because there is also the condition of construction period. Of course, I can issue a damage report of the spacecraft system self-inspection. The damage report Yang Bo mentioned is the percentage of damage to each system. This is a very simple thing. And it cannot be said that people can see that there are problems with the warship system or backdoors. Nelson directly used a virtual projection device to project the content given by Li John. The representatives of the following companies were a little disappointed when they saw what was shown. In addition, I want to give everyone a piece of advice. Because the warship is my personal. You will not get favorable conditions if you contact me privately. Today's meeting ends here. Yang Bo stood up and left after saying that. On the way out, Yang Bo received a message from Su Ruoyun, inviting him to dinner. Yang Bo sent a message directly to the other party, Ms. Ding Xiang. I'm sorry. I'm very busy recently, and I want to give your company a piece of advice. You won't get more useful information by contacting me privately. I'm a fair and just person to everyone. After receiving the message from Li Zhan, Su Ruoyun was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. At the banquet, the two of them had a good chat. I thought that I took the initiative to invite the other party to dinner, and the other party would agree. But I didn't expect that the other party would teach me a lesson in return. Yang Bo returned to the battleship Fugui and left the Federation. Because in the second world, Holden's father, His Majesty the King, asked Holden for his opinion on the division of territory. Yang Bo disguised himself as Holden and came out of the closet on the roof of the building where Holden lived, and saw the star butler knocking on the door outside. Your Highness. The butler told the matter again. Take me to see him. Yang Bo knew that the king's attendant had arrived. Your Highness. Yang Bo met the king's attendant in the reception room below the castle. Your Majesty would like to ask for your opinion on which place your Highness likes? The king's attendant asked cautiously. Because Holden was too violent last time. He was afraid that he would be beaten up by him if he was not careful. Rich products. Developed economy. And I can worry as little as possible. My request is so simple. Yang Bo disguised himself as Holden and casually put forward his conditions. When the attendant heard the conditions offered by His Highness Holden, he almost rolled his eyes. Your Highness, this is a territory that can be divided. The attendant had no choice but to bite the bullet and take out the information one by one. Chapter 1058 Acting. Yang Bo picked up the information given by the other party, took a casual look, and then threw the information in the other party's face. The places you mentioned do not meet my conditions at all. You use this to fool me. What family are you from? When the king's attendant heard His Highness Holden ask what family he was from, he knelt on the ground. Your Highness. Your Highness. I am just a messenger. Get out of here as far as you can. I know my dear father will not give me such a rubbish territory. It's all done by those ministers. After 7 days, if these ministers don't give me a satisfactory answer, then I will challenge the knights of their families one by one. I will turn all the knights of their families into a pile of rotten meat. When the king's attendant heard His Highness Holden say this, he kowtowed and got up and ran. Understood. Understood. Yang Bo stood at the gate of the castle and watched the other party ride away on a horse. Hee. Yang Bo was going to force the other party to the edge. Because once Holden leaves the capital and goes to his fiefdom, he may never come back. So Yang Bo must get everything he can get before leaving. He has to support so many gamers. So he has to ask for a high price. And this is just like doing business. Everyone can bargain. Yang Bo asked the attendant to lead this time, just to let those ministers force the king. The attendant ran back to the palace. There is not only His Majesty the King in the palace, but also other ministers. The other ministers couldn't sit still when they heard this. Because the excellent knights of each family are the pillars of the future. If Prince Holden uses a duel or challenge between knights, he can legitimately kill the excellent knights of his family. Your Majesty, just meet Prince Holden's request. That's right. Your Majesty, you have so much land. Why don't you give him the best piece as a fiefdom? Your Majesty, we can't do our work with peace of mind these days. Until Prince Holden's problem is solved, we dare not walk in the capital at all. Prince Holden is so outstanding. He should be given the best fiefdom. The king saw the ministers around him speaking up one after another. And even those who were not harmed by Prince Holden did not dare to object. If Prince Holden knew about it, his family might become a laughingstock again. The families beaten by Prince Holden have been ridiculed by other nobles. There are even some nobles who ran outside these big city manors and stood to urinate, shouting that we are men. Because these ministers of the kingdom will definitely offend other nobles when they do things. And these ministers originally only represent the interests of a part of the nobles. So they will naturally offend another part of the nobles. The ruling class of the second world is composed of nobles. So there are many nobles in each kingdom. There are a lot of princes, dukes, and marquises. Although the ministers present have power, their noble titles are not necessarily high. because to become a minister of a country, you still need to have considerable ability. In addition, the king will also restrict high-level nobles from entering the power hub, because the power of princes, dukes, and marquises is very great. Holden's father was so angry that he almost cursed when he heard these words. As the largest noble in the whole country, the king certainly owns a lot of land. But every piece of land has its value. Some land can produce war horses. Some land can produce food. And some land can produce minerals. The king's family also needs huge expenses. And in some ways, the king's expenses are more than other nobles. As for the income of this country, that is the income of the entire country. Because there is another huge organization in the second world. That is the noble parliament. If the king is corrupt and all the nobles in this country are disgusted, they may propose impeachment in the noble parliament. Then the king's position will be replaced by another family. It can be said that every prince and every duke can be a candidate for the king. It would be good to find him a good piece of land, so that he can develop well. The king said this lightly. After hearing this, the ministers present immediately stopped talking, because these ministers only want to drive Holden out of the capital and never come back. How can they let him continue to grow and develop? With Holden's strength and temper, if the territory really grows, what will these families face in the future? Will Holden and his people point at him and scold him at the gate of the manor again? In fact, you can still talk to His Highness Holden? Doesn't His Highness Holden have a lover? Why don't we ask the Queen to persuade His Royal Highness Holden? That's right. The ministers began to give advice one after another. The king saw that the ministers had changed their tone and were no longer as anxious as before. And he was very disdainful in his heart. Since the king could make these ministers his subordinates, he was sure to control them. The king's principle is that his ministers don't have to be outstanding, but they must be able to manage. Holden doesn't have a good relationship with his mother, so you can abandon this idea. I heard that Holden is studying mysticism. The king looked at the Minister of Culture while speaking. Your Majesty, you don't want us to pay Mr. Oak, do you? The Minister of Culture looked at the king and asked. Anyway, I don't have money. The king did not give a definite answer, so he just said this. When the other ministers heard this, they naturally heard the subtext behind it, which was that anyway. I didn't lose face. The other ministers were itching with hatred. Your Majesty, Mr. Oak's fee is not cheap, and considering the status of His Royal Highness Prince Holden, he will probably charge more than 20,000 gold coins. That's right. Our family has lost a set of armor and a unicorn. Our family has also lost a set of armor for the whole family. The king snorted when he heard this. The Royal Guard Knights lost 2 sets of gold armor and 2 unicorns. Well, I go see Mr. Oak first, but I won't pay. It's hard for you to imagine that every time I see Mr. Oak, I feel like I have no secrets. The Minister of Culture said. Of course. The other ministers and the king felt a chill on their backs when they thought of the horror of Mr. Oak. After being looked at by Mr. Oak, it seemed as if all their secrets were seen through by him. Next year, our cultural department needs more funds. Cultural Deshang took the opportunity to make another request. No! Don't push your luck. That's right. We've already taken the money. Then let Prince Holden continue to smash your door. Continue to beat your family members. And make your family's reputation worse. The Minister of Culture said angrily when he heard this. Do you know how big a mistake it is to put the occult under the management of our cultural department? They don't talk to you as easily as I do when they want funding. If you don't agree, I let them come to you next time they want research funding. The Minister of Culture continued to roar. The other ministers just nodded. His Majesty also sighed in his heart. There are many categories of occult, although most of them are not very useful to the kingdom. There are also many useful places. For example, weather predictions, calendars, high and low tide times, and the time of sea caravan sailing. Just like weather predictions, when the country sows every year is proposed by these occult scholars. They have more mysterious power than ordinary scholars who study these things, because these scholars of mysticism can know whether there will be a drop in temperature in the future. That is, a climate similar to the late spring cold. For 2 years, His Majesty the King did not consult these mystic scholars. 1 year, there was a late spring cold, which froze all the crops that had just been unearthed to death. Mr. Oak? Yang Bo also learned about this from the mind of Holden's housekeeper. The housekeeper in front of Holden returned to the king after being driven away by Yang Bo. And there are no secrets in the palace at all. Yang Bo also knew that these mystic scholars were all alone, and they all liked to study themselves. As for what strength Mr. Oak had, Yang Bo wanted to see it. And the other party's name was very strange. Yang Bo originally thought that Mr. Oak would wait for a while before coming to him. Unexpectedly, the other party came that afternoon. Yang Bo met Mr. Oak on a piece of grass outside Prince Holden's castle. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. But Yang Bo keenly felt the other party's mental fluctuations. It's a bit like telepathy, but it's much weaker. Yang Bo sensed the opponent's approximate strength before he even got close to him. Since the opponent had such ability, Yang Bo felt it was easier to deal with. Yang Bo disguised his psychological fluctuations as Prince Holden to prove himself, thinking that he was the most successful and outstanding person. Mr. Oak originally thought that Prince Holden was just a brainless warrior. But when Prince Holden walked towards him, Mr. Oak felt as if he was facing a mountain with no top in sight for a moment. The huge sense of oppression almost crushed him to pieces. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. Then Mr. Oak felt Prince Holden's psychological strength. This strength comes from the confidence in his strength. However, this psychological strength is completely arrogant in Mr. Oak's view. And Mr. Oak also analyzed why Prince Holden made trouble. That is to prove himself. Why are you called Oak? Yang Bo was very curious why the other party called Mr. Oak. I am an oak tree. Mr. Oak's answer was also very mysterious. However, in Yang Bo's view, this guy is proficient in psychology and is deliberately mysterious. If you say someone says he is a person, you will definitely not be surprised. But if someone says he is a dog, then you will definitely have doubts. If you have the opportunity, you will definitely ask him why. Psychology plus a little telepathic ability, and a stronger mental power than ordinary people. Yang Bo quickly judged the other party's strength. My power comes from the earth. As long as I stand on the earth, I will continue to grow like a tree. Nothing that happens on the ground can escape my eyes, Mr. Oak said slowly and firmly. Yang Bo listened to the tone of the other party's speech and his voice, and felt a faint mental fluctuation. This guy is actually using this method. Is he hypnotizing? Yang Bo sensed the effect of the other party's mental fluctuation. This ability feels a bit like Donnie's ability. Is there a connection between the Temple of God and this second world? Yang Bo instantly became interested. Because this hypothesis is true. Because the members of the Temple of God are the elites of the entire human race. And those who explore the mysteries of the deep universe are absolute elites. Maybe there are people from the Temple of God in the outer spacecraft, and the elites in the laboratory. Don't talk nonsense here. In my eyes you are just a pile of meat. As long as I want, I can turn you into a pile of stinky meat at any time. Yang Bo looked very arrogant. Your Highness, your future should be the sea of stars. It should not be this ordinary and common land. Your Highness, as the most powerful warrior, should use practical actions to prove that you are the best, and that you are also the best child of His Majesty. Your Highness, you can even expand your territory and establish your own kingdom. Mr. Oak saw that his ability could not influence Holden, so he could only talk. Originally, Mr. Oak thought that he could easily influence Prince Holden with his ability, and let Prince Holden say what he wanted. But the other party's psychology was too strong, so he had to change his strategy. Of course, Mr. Oak was also sensing Holden's psychological changes while speaking. Of course, Yang Bo knew that the old guy was sensing his psychological changes. So when the other party said this, he affirmed it. And he was afraid that the other party would not understand. So he snorted coldly after the other party finished speaking. In the history of the entire continent, who can own 4 unicorns? Your Highness, the kingdom is actually your bondage. Just like a 1,000-mile horse. If it lives in an ordinary group, then this 1,000-mile horse will become an ordinary horse over time. Your Highness, you should stay away from these mediocre people. Stay away from these garbage. And create your own legend. Mr. Oak strikes while the iron is hot. Humph. It is inevitable that I will become a legend. I have the most powerful force in the entire kingdom. When I learn mysticism, I will dominate the whole world. Yang Bo also snorted. Your Highness, you are the wind, the cloud, which can bring rain or storm. But Your Highness, you should go your own way. Each of us mystics will explore our own way. The reason why we mystics do not contact people from the outside world is that we do not want the idiotic views of the outside world to affect our judgment. Because the longer you deal with idiots, the more idiotic you will become. Yang Bo listened to the other party's mysterious words first, and then said these. Okay. I admit that you have some ability and successfully convinced me. Yang Bo did not want to get too entangled with the other party, because the other party had only this little strength. Your Highness, you not only have the strongest force, but also the calmest mind. Your Highness is like this sea. Unfathomable. Mr. Oak sneered in his heart. For an arrogant idiot like you. You don't know who you are after flattering you a few times. But for the sake of research funds, he just flatters him a little. Your Highness, here are several thieves. Only these thieves can prove the strength of your camp. Mr. Oak took out some more information. Yang Bo picked up the information and took a look. Then rushed forward and pinched the other party's neck. There are no people in this desolate territory. Do you want me to give birth to a territory's population? I can't create people no matter how capable I am. Of course, I admit that these territories have aroused my competitive spirit. But I demand enough population and enough food. And you have to give me half of your appearance fee. Otherwise, I will turn you into a pile of stinky meat. Mr. Oak didn't expect Prince Holden to explode. He almost suffocated himself by pinching him. Although his strength was not low. Mr. Oak thought Prince Holden was arrogant when he heard Yang Bo's previous words. But when the other party asked for half of his appearance fee, he realized that he was robbed. If you don't say anything, it means you agreed to give me half of your appearance fee. What made Mr. Oak even more crazy was that Holden pinched him, and he couldn't speak. So the other party thought he had acquiesced. Get lost. Then Mr. Oak was thrown more than 10 meters away by Prince Holden. Mr. Oak fell to the ground and felt pain all over his body. But he couldn't scream at all, and could only breathe fresh air. Angry out of shame, Mr. Oak judged that Prince Holden knew that he had been fooled. So Mr. Oak left in a carriage with the help of his followers. The reason why Yang Bo provoked the mysterious scholar was to make this guy trouble him. I really want to see what kind of ability this group has. His Royal Highness promised to ask for the worst territory. But you have to meet his population and food needs. I'm not sure I can convince the prince for the second time. And this time the prince has reacted later. In addition, His Royal Highness asked for half of my appearance fee. So the appearance fee is doubled. You can leave now. Mr. Oak returned to his research place, met the Minister of Culture, and said these words directly, and drove him away directly. Idiot! I will make this idiot pay. After the Minister of Culture left, Mr. Oak touched his still aching neck and gritted his teeth. The king and the ministers were relieved after hearing the news. These guys are indeed doing what Yang Bo had planned. These people agreed to supply people to His Royal Highness the Prince. But these people are recruited from other places. In addition, enough food and production tools were prepared for the prince. The territory prepared for Holden is a piece of land near the sea, the mountains, the river, and the border. Tidal flats, swamp wetlands. Yang Bo roughly knew what Holden's territory was like. At the same time, Yang Bo also got 30,000 gold coins from Mr. Oak. At the same time, he also knew that Mr. Oak's appearance fee was originally only 30,000 gold coins. After he asked for half of it, the other party temporarily raised the price. How much would these 30,000 gold coins cost if sold to game players? In the Blue Water Empire, 1 gold coin costs 1.5 million blue coins. Yang Bo looked at the 30,000 gold coins sent by the other party. Then Yang Bo obtained the title of Duke as Holden and signed the document of dividing the territory. To the east of the territory is a river. To the south is the coastline. To the west is a small border with neighboring countries. And to the north are long mountains. Between Holden's territory and the other side is one of the kingdom's granaries. In other words, the king and these people want to separate Prince Holden with this river. The area of the territory has reached tens of thousands of square kilometers. Because there is no specific boundary in the north of the territory. How much territory can be occupied depends on Prince Holden's ability. Of course, when Yang Bo signed the document, he did not specify what type of population the kingdom gave him. In the eyes of these kings and ministers, Prince Holden was fooled. Prince Holden set off to the territory first. The king also held a grand farewell ceremony, at which he praised Holden in front of so many people in the capital. What? You are a legend who has left. We look forward to the dazzling return of the legend in the future. Other ministers also spoke up one after another, saying this was just to block His Royal Highness the Prince. Unless Holden can truly become a legend, he will have the face to come back. Yang Bo also said arrogantly that if he does not become a legend, he will never come back. Then everyone watched Prince Holden, with his guardian knight, take a boat to the fiefdom. There were 2 other ships together, both of which were filled with craftsmen and the like, to build a temporary port for Prince Holden's territory. Of course, These craftsmen also received orders in private. That is, to build a port with wood and wait until the summer storm can destroy the port. The entire fleet will sail for 20 days. Yang Bo moved the wardrobe he made in Holden Manor to the ship. And for this purpose Yang Bo also specially reinforced the load-bearing area under the wardrobe. Then everyone found that Prince Holden was closed again. Studying mysticism. Hee hee. Yang Bo left the second world. Gamers, come quickly. I provide food and accommodation here. Let the people of this planet see what the fourth calamity looks like. As long as these players make achievements in the game. If I still can't control this planet by then. If the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire does something to me, the Lord, I will directly break up with him and leave these gamers to rule this planet. Yang Bo is using game players to make plans. Because many game players are members of the noble families of the Blue Water Empire. Chapter 1059 Sky High Bidding. Yang Bo returned to the Federation while on the ship. The battleship maintenance bidding of John Lee of Korea State attracted the attention of many people from 3 countries. These people tried every means to contact John Lee privately, but could not find any relationship. Because John Lee grew too fast. He was just a shareholder of a small company a few months ago. Among them, the Empire was determined to win this matter. So this time Su Ruoyun, who was undergoing mecha training in the Federation, was responsible. Su Ruoyun originally thought that he could establish a private relationship with John Lee. Unexpectedly, they talked well at the cocktail party. But if they made an appointment privately, the other party would not respond to him at all. Su Ruoyun saw John Lee again at the bidding meeting. Su Ruoyun looked at John Lee's appearance of asking for a beating and gnashed his teeth. Everyone, I'm glad you all came to participate in today's auction. Everyone got their own number plate. Let's not waste any more time. I repeat the auction rules. The bidding will be quoted in credit points. And the subsequent payment will be paid in credit points or blue coins. Nelson is in charge of all the matters of the auction. So Yang Bo is only responsible for hosting the auction. Each bid increment is 100 million credit points. The time is based on Interstellar Standard Time. If there is no objection, then the auction will begin. Start the auction now. Yang Bo disguised himself as John Lee and started working directly. 3 months. 10 billion credit points. Someone shouted with a number plate. Number 18 bids 10 billion credit points in 3 months. Yang Bo followed up with a loud voice. 50 days. 2 billion credit points. Number 19 bids 50 days. 2 billion credit points. The bidding at the auction was very fierce. It seemed that different companies were bidding. But in the end, it was still 3 countries competing. After just 10 minutes, the bid had reached a very high number. Number 11 bids 32 days. 98 billion credit points. Yang Bo saw someone holding up a sign and said loudly, 30 days. 120 billion. Someone else immediately started to hold up a sign. Okay. Our number 3 bids again. 30 days. 120 billion. Yang Bo repeated the other party's words. The people participating in the auction below communicated with the people outside the venue. The representative of a company in the Federation immediately raised a sign after seeing the message sent. 30 days. 150 billion. Su Ruoyun's company also gnashed its teeth at the price offered by the company in the Federation. But it still immediately raised a sign. 30 days. 151 billion. 30 days. 200 billion. The company in the Federation directly bid again. This is a shill. Their company can only modify spaceships, not manufacture spaceships. Several companies in the Blue Water Empire also gnashed their teeth and cursed when they saw the other party bid like this. They are trying to please John Lee. And they don't need to pay any price. They just need to bid here. Su Ruoyun said lightly. Sure enough. In the following time, only 3 companies in the entire venue made bids. Among them, the company of the Federation was the most aggressive. And the bids were raised by hundreds of billions. The reason why this company was so aggressive was that Nelson promised that all the funds for subsequent auctions would go to a bank behind this company. In fact, it was just a disguised shill. So this company of the Federation saw that the Alliance and the Empire wanted to get this battleship for research. The price was directly raised. Finally, the company of the Alliance had no bids. And now the price has reached the terrifying price of 750 billion in 20 days. 800 billion in 20 days. This company of the Federation directly raised the price. Because the value of this spaceship itself is not cheap. Not to mention that its system has such a problem. The company of the Empire did not dare to hand over this spaceship to other companies, because there is a high probability that it will be discovered to have done backdoor things. Moreover, the federal company never adds dates when bidding, but only prices. 20 days, 810 billion. The Empire company had no choice but to follow. Yongbo also broadcast the auction live on the internet, and it was paid viewing. At the beginning, there were only about 10 million paying viewers. Now the number of paying viewers has exceeded 300 million. The price of paid viewing is 1,000 credit points. And as the bids became more and more fierce, the number of viewers also increased. The full-screen text in the live broadcast room never stopped. You also need to pay separately to send this full screen, which is the charging price set by the live broadcast platform. 20 days, 850 billion. The federal company continued to bid. Number 3 bids 20 days, 850 billion. Yongbo shouted repeatedly. This time, the Empire company did not bid. So Yongbo shouted again. Number 3 bids for 20 days, 850 billion for the first time. Then, without waiting for the reaction of others, he shouted again. Number 3 bids for 20 days, 850 billion for the second time. At the same time, Yongbo raised the hammer in his hand. To other people who were not aware of the situation, Li Jian's action was to end the auction as soon as possible. This scared the company on the Empire side, and quickly raised the sign, 20 days, 900 billion. The Empire company originally wanted to wait and see if Li Jian was colluding with the Federation company. Unexpectedly, Li Jian was so fast that he almost made a deal. Once the warships were taken by other companies, the export share of the Empire warships would probably be directly reduced to 0. 20 days, 1 trillion. The company cooperating with the Federation was also shocked. But seeing that the Empire company was so anxious, it also bid in a rage, because the other party did not bid just now, obviously wanting to target itself. 20 days, 1 trillion. Yongbo shouted hurriedly, waving the hammer in his hand. 20 days, 1 trillion and 100 billion. The company and the Empire was going crazy. Normally, if there was a problem with the system of this warship, the company would charge thousands or trillions of dollars for repairs, because this kind of system is a separate system made by the manufacturer according to different configurations. There are no more than 5 companies in the entire galaxy that can make such a system. More importantly, many of the equipment on the warship has unique patented technology. For example, some interfaces and some network protocols. Although many technologies of warships are confidential, some technologies can be publicly patented. If other companies want to make warship systems, they must obtain authorization for these patents. Otherwise, they will infringe on patents. In fact, this is the monopoly of warship manufacturers. Anyway, for a warship of such high value, either you pay for it or it will be a waste. Therefore, the subsequent maintenance costs of warships are extremely outrageous. Maybe the cost of system maintenance will account for half of the price of a new warship, because the system of a warship is the most important and valuable part. Although 1 trillion seems to be valuable now, it is nothing compared to the value of the warship. At this time, the company of the Federation did not raise the placard. 20 days, 1 trillion and 100 billion for the first time. Yongbo bottom line is 1 trillion. Anyway, he has the handle in his hand. So he is not afraid that these companies in the Empire will not bid. If these companies in the Empire really dare to play badly, he will dare to announce that the warship has a backdoor. Congratulations to number 2 for obtaining the maintenance contract of the Fugui with a maintenance period of 10 to 20 days and a price of 1 trillion and 100 billion. Yongbo happily dropped the hammer. Other companies present. You missed it. It may be the only case in the entire history of warship development. Yongbo disguised himself as John Lee and said this again, giving people the feeling that the price is still low. Now the number of people watching the live broadcast on the internet has exceeded 600 million. And the data is constantly being refreshed. Although there are auctions exceeding 1 trillion, no one broadcasts them live. Yongbo live auction of 1 trillion can be said to be rare. After the auction, the contract is signed. Congratulations, Ms. Ding Xiang. Your company is very strong. Yongbo looked at Su Ruoyun, who looked a little angry, and smiled in his heart. Mr. Li Jian, can we talk about the maintenance preparation period? Su Ruoyun saw Li Jian smiling, and asked with a smile. No. Yongbo simply refused decisively. You are kidding. If you don't repair the warship earlier, the pirates will not come to trouble me. You delay for one more day, which will delay my fleet from becoming bigger and stronger. Su Ruoyun gritted her teeth at Li Jian and thought that this guy was rude and impolite, which was in line with the impression of the imperial nobles on the federal warlords. After the contract was signed, the other party transferred the money to the account, and then Yang Bo handed over the maintenance control of the Fugui warship. There are many control rights of the warship, and the maintenance control right means that the warship cannot be moved, let alone the main equipment on the warship. Of course, Yang Bo could not hand over all the control rights of the warship. Congratulations, Mr. Li. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Congratulations. Congratulations. When Yang Bo appeared at the banquet after the auction, everyone toasted to congratulate him. The company from the Empire had already left, and they were going to take a look at the Fugui battleship. Su Ruoyun accompanied the company's engineers and others on a transport spacecraft to the Fugui battleship. The group successfully logged into the Fugui using control authority. What happened here today is top secret. I hope everyone will not disclose anything that happened here. This is related to the reputation of our empire. This company of the empire is actually a small account of the company that manufactures warships for the empire, because the empire's warships are also exported through other companies, not directly exported by the company that manufactures warships for the empire, because the empire's warships robbed on the alliance's waterway. If the warships were exported by the empire's warship manufacturing company, then the alliance would definitely respond. And if they were exported through a third party, then the companies that exported the warships would be dissolved and bankrupted. Sure enough, when the engineer came to the energy control center and opened the control cabinet, he saw that the hardware backdoor inside was damaged. These engineers actually guessed that John Lee accidentally touched the backdoor of the warship. That caused the self-destruction system and the main system of the spacecraft to restart and restore, because the program authority of this backdoor is much higher than the self-destruction system. Originally, among all the systems of the warship, the self-destruction system has the highest authority. The engineer directly took out the maintenance optical computer and read the data of this hardware backdoor. Although the control cabinet looked messy, it did not damage any major functions. Look! The engineer saw that the control cabinet was destroyed by energy, and combined with the appearance of the control cabinet being destroyed, he guessed that Li Jian used a bright weapon to destroy the control cabinet. What's going on? Su Ruoyun also asked inside. Your Highness, in order to ensure that the warships we export will not attack us in the future, we have an underlying security system for each warship. The accompanying person in charge explained to Su Ruoyun. Huh? Su Ruoyun understood immediately after hearing this. This is a backdoor. This is actually the unspoken rule for all high-end weapons exports. Anyway, the users who buy these weapons have no ability to check the underlying security system we set up. The person in charge explained again. In addition, we are also preventing our warships from falling into the hands of hostile forces. Su Ruoyun heard this and asked, does that mean we can still locate the warships? No. As long as the warships do not enter the star field of our empire. There are some trigger programs inside these warships, and only the special signals released by our empire's defense system can trigger these programs. Then these warships will start the positioning program. And we have also installed the most primitive map navigation system inside, which will calculate the current location based on the warship's sailing speed and route, if it invades our empire's territory. Even if the warship is sailing silently, we can know its location. The person in charge explained again. Su Ruoyun understood and said, I thought we paid such a high price to prevent the system from being stolen by others. There are also considerations in this regard. But the most important thing is this underlying security system. The federal company does not have the relevant strength to find out this underlying security system. But the alliance company will definitely be able to find it out. This will greatly affect the future export of our imperial warships. So relatively speaking, although it took out 1 trillion, it is worth it. The person in charge explained. What should we do now? Do we have to give an explanation to the public? Su Ruoyun asked. This must be explained to the outside world. But the things are in our hands now. So what we say now is what it is. We need to analyze it based on the situation we have observed, and then come up with a feasibility report and publish it. The person in charge said again. The engineers are checking the hardware and software systems in the control cabinet. Li Jian is also lucky. The control cabinet is damaged like this, but it can still run. The person in charge was also surprised when he saw the mess inside the control cabinet. The person in charge did not really understand the technology inside. The engineer who was conducting system diagnosis said, "The damage is very serious. Mainly because John Lee also used energy to attack. Most of the hardware systems in the control cabinet are made of energy. So some of the lines that were originally cut off are connected again because of the participation of energy. Of course, this system can only maintain a minimum level of operation now. Once a conflict breaks out, the warship is likely to lose control." The person in charge heard the engineer's words and asked in surprise, that is to say, if the Black Skull pirates had chased the warship at that time, they would probably have taken it back. The engineer pointed to the diagnosis results and said, yes. According to the diagnosis results, the hardware system in this control cabinet can only last for more than 20 hours at most. After more than 20 hours, the energy system of the entire warship will be reduced by 68%. The relevant intelligent control system will also be reduced by 40%. And because this warship does not have a backup energy stone system, the warship will not even be able to start the weapon system on it. Su Ruoyun heard this and asked, "Is it troublesome to repair it?" "No. We carry professional maintenance robots. All the hardware in the entire control cabinet can be completely replaced. And it only takes 30 hours. But our contract requires comprehensive repair and maintenance. So it is hard to say how long it will take for other places." The person in charge heard this and asked, "So do you have any conclusions that can be announced to the public?" "It's very simple. The energy attack released by Mr. Lee John caused the energy to resonate the energy frequency of the control cabinet. And this energy directly impacted the hardware system of the entire warship. Caused damage to the hardware system of the warship. All spacecraft and the energy room control cabinets of the warship are made of anti-shielding measures to prevent such things from happening. We will make a special report later." Hearing the engineer's words, the person in charge nodded. Anyway, there will be no problem with the warship itself, but with Lee John. And the detailed data of the warship system will definitely not be released. After Su Ruoyun came back from the Fugui warship, she wanted to see you, John, but she couldn't find anyone. At this time, Yang Bo flew back to his territory in a fighter plane, and then plunged into the laboratory. In fact, Yang Bo turned into Holden, and came to the ship in the second world. Yang Bo came out of the closet in the cabin, and there was an energy stone with a space signal in the closet. This is an old wooden sailing ship, and the whole ship is shaking very much. And there is a very unpleasant smell on the ship. This is because this kind of sailing ship is on the sea all year round. So the wood is very damp. And naturally there will be this or that smell. Not to mention anything else. The gaps in the floor are all black. Not to mention that this kind of sailing ship can't have windows next to it. The air in the cabin doesn't flow much. So over time, there will naturally be an unpleasant smell. Not to mention that the crew on the ship have no place to take a shower or something. So after Yang Bo came out of the cabin, he went straight to the stern with a fishing rod. Will those guys from the Temple of God ruin my plan? What Yang Bo is worried about now is whether the people from the Temple of God will announce that the second world is a real world. Because there must be people from the Temple of God in the armed spaceships and laboratories deployed by the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire in the space of the second world. Maybe there are many people from the Temple of God around the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. And everything the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire does is known to the other party. Of course, all this is speculation. What Yang Bo doesn't know is that at the first moment of the outbreak of the Temple of God, the armed spaceships and laboratories in outer space were all closed and blocked. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is also afraid that the news of the second world will be leaked. Because this matter was done by the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire behind the back of the Noble Council. Just like his own small treasury. Once this matter is known by the Noble Council, the royal family and the Emperor will face huge challenges. Yang Bo released a spiritual seed to the person in charge of the craftsmen on the ship, and discovered the other party's conspiracy. The temporary dock built by these craftsmen will be destroyed after the storm. But Yang Bo didn't even think about letting these people go back. And these craftsmen would definitely not let them go back. Anyway, after the dock is built, there are other things that need to be built. In fact, since yesterday, Yang Bo has used spirit seeds to control the sea beasts he released to check the situation around his territory. This group of sea beasts is the spirit seeds that Yang Bo released when he went fishing with other nobles last time. Spirit seeds can control these animals unscrupulously because they cannot speak. And most of these animals will not feel anything strange after being controlled because they do not have enough IQ. If you control people, people will fall into constant self-doubt and may become mentally ill. When Yongbo pretended to fish at the bow of the boat. In the second game world. Because the second game world has entered spring. The players who died and waited to re-establish their game characters in the early stage have begun to establish their characters. These players of the Kingdom of Himla, who thought they could make a big splash in the spring, did not expect to be captured by nearby villages and towns after going online. Then these game players were stuffed into carriages. These game players were very scared at first. But they found that they were given food and water after being stuffed into the carriages. These game players were no longer afraid and started chatting privately. Because in the second game world, public chats cannot appear and game content will be blocked if it appears. Where do you think these NPCs are going to transport us to? No matter where they are transported to. As long as we have food and drink, it's fine. Alas, Su Hai, this bastard, is now bullying a noble. I paid Su Hai. But I didn't expect the game character to be randomly sent here. How did Su Hai, this bastard, gain the trust of the nobles? This bastard has already started to help the nobles build territories in the game. I don't know. The bread in this game is really awful. Alas, this crappy game is so heartbreaking to play. I have died 6 times. I died 12 times. Su Hai, this bastard has made a lot of money. Now the game coins have reached 1.8 million each. It would be great if I could get dozens of coins. Some people went to the mountains and panned for gold and actually got some. But unfortunately, they were robbed by NPCs when they came out to trade. The NPCs in this world are too damn smart. That's right. These bastards sometimes turn hostile all of a sudden. The intelligence level of this game is too high. It's fun to play with this kind of high intelligence. The template-based ones are not fun at all. These game players were transported to nearby ports by carriages one after another, and then detained. Then these game players found that they would be loaded onto ships when they reached a certain number. They're giving out clothes and food for free. Aren't they selling us as slaves? The game players who were sent on board were also chatting privately. Forget it. We just want to be slaves for a living. But no one wants us. That's right. Slaves need food and shelter. Those lords only hire us as temporary workers during the busy farming season, and drive us out after the busy season, leaving us to fend for ourselves. Everyone, go to the forum and check. The Kingdom of Hiram captured us and sent us to the prince's territory. It is said that this prince has offended the dignitaries of the entire kingdom. I go check it out. Chapter 1060 Miscellaneous. The reason why the difficult game of the second game world has so many players is entirely due to 2 reasons. The first is to get rich. Now 1 gold coin in the game is close to 2 million blue coins in reality. The second is the children of the nobles. Most of the nobles in the Blue Water Empire have children who do nothing. These are the parasites raised by the nobles. These people eat and wait for death with a fixed amount of pocket money. These noble children are also competing with each other. But if these noble children really fight and kill, it will definitely not work. So these noble children are fighting with the second game world. Whoever does well in the game world will have face in this circle. These parasites of the noble children also have their own circles. If the noble genius children compete in superpowers, the competition is business and professional achievements. And these parasite-like noble children compete in eating, drinking and having fun. And these parasite-like noble children account for a large proportion of the nobles. There are probably only 1% geniuses in each of these noble families. And the other 99% are just living a lazy life. Similarly, only 1% of the people in a noble family are needed to manage the family. Too many outstanding people will cause internal strife in the family. The harder the second game world is to play, the more you can show your ability. And these noble children also have some followers around them. And some friends who follow the noble children. These people also join the game together. And the noble children have a lot of money. So they drive up the price of the second game world gold coins to such a high price. Naturally, it can attract those gamers who are short of money. In addition, many members of the Water Blue Empire Sword Association regard the second world as a shortcut. As long as you play well in the game, there will be local tyrants, that is, noble children, looking for you. There are also many ordinary people in the Sword Association. These ordinary people can rely on these noble children, which is enough for them to get rid of many troubles in reality. For ordinary people in the Water Blue Empire, the biggest trouble may be just a phone call from these noble children. Even if these noble children are just parasites of their family, They are noble after all. The most common people in the forum of the second game world are those who collect gold coins and equipment. And the mailing service in the second game world overcomes the geographical restrictions. Of course, the forum has also become a place for these noble children to show off. And now the most pretentious person in the entire forum is Su Hai. This guy updates almost every day, making all the noble children in the circle envious and jealous. Su Hai is the first to be able to rely on a Viscount in the second game world, and help the Viscount manage the territory with full authority. And the number of noble children gathered under Su Hai is also increasing. These gamers, who have boarded the ship, began to browse the forum idly again. Su Hai, this bastard, actually got another batch of equipment. This bastard eats roasted lamb every now and then. Everything in the second game world is good. But this neural axis function is too rubbish. What I hate most is eating in the game. Every time I eat or go to the toilet, I adjust the character's perception to the lowest. These game players chatted privately while reading the forum. Su Hai manages the territory for Yongbo, and has now officially started militia training. So Yongbo brought back a batch of equipment from Green City. Su Hai selected a group of game players with strong swordsmanship to form a militia. Although there are only 50 people. These 50 people wear leather armor and hold long swords in their hands. When they are neatly arranged in a square formation for training, it is still very impactful. Of course, Su Hai also has these game players, without any compensation, just food and accommodation. For Yongbo, these players in the second world, whether in the game or in reality, are very cheap labor. The nobles of the Hiram Kingdom and the king were planning to send all these foreigners to Prince Holden's territory. Of course, Yongbo also had his own plans, knowing that these nobles had bad intentions. For example, the ships used by these nobles to transport these gamers would definitely not leave once they arrived. Just like the craftsmen on the ship, it was impossible to go back. When on the ship, Yongbo only showed up occasionally. However, the Guardian Knights and others on the ship knew that His Highness Holden was studying mysticism, and they had long been accustomed to His Highness Holden's strange schedule. Yongbo showed up in several places. Half a month later, Yongbo appeared in the stone city of the Federal Korea State, because the company responsible for repairing the Fuguei has already repaired the warship. So Yongbo now went to the Fuguei warship as Li John to inspect it. Yongbo took a spaceship to the Fuguei warship. Mr. Li John? Yongbo saw Su Ruoyun here again. Ms. Ding Xiang. Yongbo also greeted the other party. Yongbo, like an amateur, went directly to the main control room of the warship and turned on the system self-check. The completion of the system self-check indicated that the entire spaceship was very healthy. Then Yongbo came to the place that he had destroyed and saw that the control cabinet had been restored to its original state. The person in charge of the company responsible for repairing the Fuguei saw that Li John was such an amateur and looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. Then the spaceship left the airport again and sailed in space for several hours. During the whole process, Yongbo just gave instructions verbally and let the warship execute automatically. The Empire's warships are great. I don't think we need more crew members at all. After all, we don't have wars all the time. It's a waste of money to keep so many crew members. Even if I can't beat the other side, can I still outrun the other side? The engineers and the person in charge of the company responsible for the maintenance of the warships were speechless after listening to Li Yuehan's bizarre remarks. But the person in charge of the company could only agree with Li Yuehan. Even Su Ruoyun looked at Li Yuehan and thought that this guy was an idiot who knew nothing. I was a little interested in this Li Yuehan, but now I have no interest at all. Haha. Perfect. The people of the Blue Water Empire Company were speechless when they saw Li Yuehan laughing in the control room. Li Yuehan just locked an asteroid remotely, and then controlled the warship to destroy the asteroid. Sir, be cautious when destroying an asteroid, because it is likely to bring about a chain of adverse reactions. After the asteroid is shattered, its fragments will spread in all directions. It is likely to affect the operation of certain routes. The person in charge of the Blue Water Empire Company couldn't help but remind. What does it have to do with me? There are so many meteorites and asteroids in the universe. The person in charge saw Li Yuehan's righteous answer. Besides, all spacecraft have anti-collision measures. I can control this warship by myself. Isn't it just locking the target and then opening fire? This is a private warship, which is completely different from the country's warship. On the one hand, the country's warships need to arrange employment. And on the other hand, The country's warships cannot be controlled by one person. They need multiple control permissions. Yongbo said proudly. Don't let me see those pirates again, or I will just fire a few volleys. Look at these unmanned fighters and unmanned mechas I control. No problem at all. The engineers of the Blue Water Empire and other people in the control room did not speak, because Li Yuehan's remarks are theoretically correct. But there are always accidents in actual combat, and war is first of all interference. At that time, the unmanned fighters and unmanned mechas released may lose contact. Yongbo deliberately acted like this for these people, because he would be the only one controlling this warship in the future. Because according to his hacker level, he could completely rebuild the warship system and optimize the system. And it was too late to recruit people now. Those pirates would attack him before he could fully staff and conduct relevant training. In addition, the recruited personnel had to pay for training. The simulation training system on this warship was charged by the second. So it was better to act very arrogant. And Li Jian's identity was also arrogant in the beginning. As for the victory in the end because of good luck, it was a matter of luck. Yongbo controlled the Fugui spaceship to stroll around in space, which took several hours. Then Yongbo used Li Jian's identity to confirm the other party's repair completion order for the warship. At the same time, both parties held a press conference. The Fugui battleship has returned to its peak state, and any pirate who dares to invade our star field will be ruthlessly hit. Yongbo, wearing a vice admiral uniform, spoke at the press conference. Why did the Fugui battleship start the system restoration? Our company will issue a detailed report later. This case is indeed rare and rare. The company responsible for repairing the Fugui also announced the results later. Then the matter ended here, and Su Ruoyun also left Koreabang to continue her unfinished mecha special training course. Is this guy Li Yuehan mentally ill? When people on the internet learned that Li Yuehan did not plan to recruit soldiers on the battleship, and was going to control the battleship alone, they were all shocked. In fact, the intelligence system of warships is now very advanced, and can be operated by one person. That's right. Where are there so many wars? The intelligence system of warships cannot be controlled by one person now. It's all because of the system problem. In fact, most of the time, warships can be controlled by one person. And the reason why the fleet at the national level needs so many people is to disperse their control. I don't think any country is willing to hand over the fleet to one person to control. I think Mr. John Lee Choice is right. After all, as a private warship, there will be no problem of control. Many netizens still don't understand warships, because these netizens have never seen and don't know what the real battle scene of a warship is. You people above, you don't understand warships at all. Once warships start to contact, they will release interference, and then all drones and unmanned mechas will be interfered with. What you said above is a bit alarmist. If that's the case, why do we still need to equip drones and unmanned mechas? Is the military trying to cheat military funds? That's right. Drones, unmanned mechas, and unmanned warships are the mainstream of the future. The other party can interfere with you. So you can't interfere with the other party? We have so many fleets in our alliance, and we have only fought a few battles in so many years? I also think that Mr. Li Jian's approach is fine. After all, only a small number of people understand warships. So most netizens agree with Li Jian's idea. Of course, some of these people are inevitably water troops, because these pirate groups of the Pirate Alliance have received the reason for the restoration system restart of the Fugui battleship. Yongbo was also very happy when he saw these discussions on the internet. This is the effect he wanted. Moreover, most people on the internet are actually very confident in intelligent systems, because in their daily lives and work, intelligent systems bring unparalleled convenience and high fault tolerance. The fault tolerance is almost zero. So this gives many people an illusion that intelligent systems are omnipotent. In fact, this matter is also easy to understand, because these people have lived in an environment surrounded by such intelligent systems since childhood. They have adapted to the omnipotence and power of intelligent systems. But they overlooked one point. That is, the application environment of civilian intelligent systems is completely different from that of warships. Just like the intelligent systems on the planet, they are composed of multiple main brains. Even if a main brain has a problem, other obstacles will take over instantly. Moreover, the response time of civilian intelligent systems is completely different from that of military warship intelligent systems. Because when a warship is fighting, even a fraction of a second may be the key to determining a war. In life, fraction of a second is simply ignored. Only a small number of elites truly understand warships. But the remarks of these elites were directly drowned in the remarks of netizens. Thank you for your recognition. In my opinion, the control difficulty of a warship is not as high as that of a mecha. Yang Bo published a thank you video under the identity of Li John. Because the main brain system of the warship is powerful enough. And its energy system is also powerful enough. It is not like a mecha that has to balance all its systems in a small body. And the combat range of the warship is very far away. The effective killing range of the Fukui warship is terrifying and unimaginable. So in terms of operating difficulty, the operating difficulty of my Fukui warship is far lower than the operating difficulty of my mecha. Yang Bo words seemed very confident. And this statement also seemed to make sense. Yang Bo did this to make those who know the business feel arrogant. To make those who drive warships to trouble him feel that their level is too low. Anyway, others don't know that after seeing his speech, the leader of the Black Skull Pirates directly called him an idiot. At the same time, the leader of the Black Skull Pirates also became a laughing stock in the pirate world. Because other pirate groups thought that the leader of the Black Skull Pirates, losing to such an idiot is simply a shame for the pirate world. Hee hee. These companies in the Blue Water Empire are too good at fooling people. Yang Bo also found the accident description sent by these companies in the Blue Water Empire to the pirates. The conclusion is that John Lee opened the control cabinet of the energy warehouse, allowing the energy radiation of the energy warehouse to affect the control cabinet. In addition, John Lee used the energy weapon in his hand to destroy the control cabinet, and the impact of the energy spillage caused program disorder. In addition, the energy of the energy weapon in John Lee's hand penetrated into the hardware of the control cabinet, causing uncontrollable losses to the hardware measures of the control cabinet. And this company also provided a software detection report. The conclusion drawn from this report is that if the Black Skull Pirates did not run away but pursued the Fortune, then the Fortune would have to run at full power for at most 2 hours before the main system was damaged. After reading this report, the leader of the Black Skull Pirates was so angry that he almost died. In other words, if he had not run away at the beginning, he could have taken back the warship. This made the leader of the Black Skull Pirates once again the object of ridicule by the entire pirate group. Everyone said that the leader of the Black Skull Pirates was timid and afraid of trouble. When encountering problems, he would first run away instead of fighting with the other party first. This made the leader of the Black Skull Pirates jump up and swear to get the place back. The Pirate Alliance Council is preparing to hold a meeting to decide to retaliate against John Lee of Caliabang. This time, the Pirate Alliance Council is preparing to offer a reward in the form of a mission. Of course, this matter is still in preparation, but the wind has been released first to let each pirate group prepare. The Pirate Alliance Council is preparing to use this matter to bring the Pirate Alliance together again. Because of the last incident of the Silver Moon Pirates, all pirate groups distrust the council. Moreover, the Pirate Alliance Council is also brewing a policy, which is to provide certain subsidies to pirate groups that newly purchase warships. That is to say, for the warships of different levels purchased by the pirate groups, the pirate groups will be given benefits in subsequent transactions. For example, the original price of selling some stolen materials was only 20% of the value of the goods. Then after purchasing relevant certificates, this price can be increased to 25% or even 30%. This makes many pirate groups eager to move. The Black Skull Pirate Group has purchased another C-Class warship and a D-Class warship. The Blue Water Empire will deliver these 2 warships within half a year. The leader of the Black Skull Pirate Group is now gritting his teeth at John Lee and is determined to make this guy pay the price. At this time, Yang Bo is in the reality of the second world. The team has reached the sea outside the territory. Looking around, there is a mudflat, which is the estuary of a river. These mudflats are covered with various plants, and there are many dangerous places on this mudflat, which is similar to a wetland swamp. On one side of the river is his own territory, and on the other side is the king's territory. The riverbed in the middle looks very high, and the water is very turbulent, and the width of the river is about 500 meters or more. To the east of the river is fertile farmland, and to the west of the river is a large swampy wetland. Beyond the swampy wetland is not a plain, but a large mountain range, and the mountain looks very high and steep. Yang Bo ordered the fleet to continue to go west. Finally, near the westernmost part of the territory, a place was found where a port could be built, and from this place to the west is the coastline with many reefs. Yang Bo only took a look around to know that the products of this coastline are still very rich. The tidal flats are rich in various seafoods. And there are also many marine creatures in this coastline that looks like there are many reefs. The craftsmen in the team took a small boat with various materials for building the dock and started to build the dock. Yongbo also took a small boat and went directly to his territory. This is the estuary of a small river. It looks like a wasteland here. The craftsmen on the team began to build a dock. When the dock is completed, a temporary camp will be built here. Yongbo climbed up the nearby mountain and found that his territory was an impact plain. But it had not yet formed. It just impacted a large swamp wetland. If we wait a few more years, this swamp wetland will become fertile land. But this timeline is too long. There is only a short distance between the swamp wetland and the adjacent mountains. And land can be reclaimed. But using the brain, you can also know that reclaiming this land will have no effect. Because there are mountains next to this swamp. There will be many animals. And these animals will eat any food that can be eaten on this land. But Yongbo is not worried at all. When subsequent players come, these people have all kinds of ideas. As for the problem of food, they can rob it at that time. If the king doesn't give it, he will send people to rob it. I want to be the boss behind the scenes. Yongbo smiled. Anyway, this territory will be left to the players to toss. If it succeeds, it will be his. And if it fails, he will not lose anything. Anyway, as long as the reputation is spread, this territory will welcome a steady stream of players. When the team craftsmen built the dock, Yongbo came to the green magic star in the closet above the team. The green magic star has established a unified import and export company. In the future, all the imports and exports on this planet will be managed by this company. Several major biotechnology companies in the alliance have all gone bankrupt, including Ping and Biotechnology Company under Ping and Technology Company. Then, there are more biotechnology companies under the unified arrangement of the alliance government. These companies took spacecraft to the Green Magic Star to participate in the material auction. The alliance strictly controls the spacecraft and routes entering and leaving the Green Magic Star. Yongbo's identity on the surface. He can't come to the Green Magic Star because he can't find any excuse. So Yongbo will use a series of more complicated means to come to the Green Magic Star. The representative of Zhang Buizhen is coming too. Yongbo is checking the bidding plans submitted by the companies participating in the Green Model Auction as the King of Golden Armor. Chapter 1061 Assembly Order. Now the Planetary Parliament is still arguing, mainly because of the issue of the share of various materials. There are two main issues involved. On the one hand, there are materials produced by most territories. For example, some animal mutant materials are produced in many territories. So how much share should each territory have each year? Then what about the territories that do not produce? In addition, there are some special materials produced, which are only produced in special fixed territories. So how to define the share of these materials? Now the export trading company has been established, but no consensus has been reached on the issue of share, mainly because the lords are not satisfied with their own shares. These lords all want to increase the export of their territories, especially some lords with relatively weak strength, because the lords with relatively weak strength are likely to face a problem. That is, they are replaced. That is, the lord himself can be replaced by someone else at any time. Originally, Yongbo did not intend to manage this problem, but he did not expect that it has been delayed for so long and has not been resolved. Of course, this also indirectly shows that the Speaker of the Green Demon Star Parliament does not have enough deterrence. In fact, Wang Laosan was appointed as the Speaker because Yongbo did not want to be the Speaker. King Jinjia. How do we solve this quota problem? Wang Laosan also felt a little tired, because he had been arguing for so many days without reaching a satisfactory result. Unless the supply is opened up, these lords will feel that their export quotas are reduced. In addition, the Planetary Parliament does not have direct management authority over the various territories, so these lords do not have much respect for the Parliament. This is actually the reason why the Alliance agreed to the autonomy of Green Demon Star, because autonomous territories like Green Demon Star are essentially managed by each other. Give it to me. Yongbo stretched out his hand directly. Wang Laosan brought a thick stack of information. Yongbo knew that these materials were not of much value when he saw them, and it can be said that they were all fake. All the data filled in by the lords in this information, including their population, the amount of materials they produced each year, and the share of materials they hope to export, could not be verified, because each lord on this planet manages himself. Others don't know how many people there are in this territory. So after Yang Bo got the materials, he just took a rough look at them, and then quickly allocated quotas to these people. Just follow this data. Just say what I said. If anyone is not convinced, I will go to him to discuss it. Yang Bo didn't have time to teach Huang Lao San to deal with these things, because Huang Lao San was not a management talent, and there was only one condition for management on this planet. That is, a big enough fist. It's nonsense to use so-called scientific means to manage here. Don't look at the information submitted by each lord to you now. But if you really follow his information, he might talk to you with fists. If you talk to this kind of person, he will talk to you with fists. And if you talk to him with fists, he will talk to you with reason. So it's better to come up and talk directly with fists. Huang Lao San saw that the king of golden armor was as fierce as a tiger. And then, he directly wrote the quota and handed it to himself. I feel that the efforts I have made these days seem a bit idiotic. Hey, you don't need to think about it. Are any of the data they reported true? You are still talking about these data? Yang Bo looked at Huang Lao San's expression and said unhappily, "Ah, these bastards." Huang Lao San just realized that all the information he had obtained might be made up by others in the end. I am still learning data analysis on the internet. I should have asked you earlier. Huang Lao San was speechless after hearing Yang Bo's explanation. Tell me if the data you reported is true? Yang Bo asked Huang Lao San with a smile. Huang Lao San was more awake now. He was falsifying the data, let alone others. Okay. Come to me earlier if you can't handle this kind of thing in the future. Yang Bo naturally knew that Huang Lao San also wanted to do things on his own. Of course. What exactly is the reason why Huang Lao San wants to do things? Does he want to work out the parliamentary process? Or is he afraid that his influence is too great? Yang Bo doesn't speculate on these things, because he doesn't want to unify this planet. If he wants to unify this planet, then it will lead to opposition from the lords on this planet, and will also make the Alliance Parliament disgusted. Okay. I go and announce it to them now, Huang Lao San said. In addition, the information of these companies has been reviewed and approved. In fact, we don't need to review it. Anyway, the other party pays first, and we deliver the goods later. No need to make it too complicated. Yang Bo picked up the company information he had just read. Yang Bo also knew that Huang Lao San wanted the parliament to have certain powers. Let him, the speaker, have enough power. But with the current state of the planet, it is not realistic at all, because power is based on rules, and the rules set by the planetary parliament cannot be implemented in the territories of various lords. Okay, but I think there should be a threshold. Otherwise it will be too easy for these companies in the alliance. Huang Lao San nodded and felt that his recent work was criticized by the Golden Armor King. Well, I just said that our ideas here must have a certain threshold to the outside world. Adding a deposit is a good idea. Yang Bo nodded. Well, then I get busy. Huang Lao San nodded. Go! Yang Bo did not delay the other party. After Huang Lao San left, Yang Bo returned to his territory. Then he took out a collar, which was an energy shield generator to be precise. There are energy stones and some systems on this collar. As long as the collar is attacked by a certain amount of energy, a circular energy shield will be triggered. Of course, this is the case on the surface. In fact, there is a small energy stone in this collar that Yang Bo has released a space beacon. This collar is placed on Tainyo's neck, because Yang Bo and Tainyo have released spiritual seeds. If there is any accident in his territory, he can use spiritual seeds to control Tainyo to a hidden place in other places, and then teleport himself directly. Even if Tainyo sees it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it can't say anything. Yang Bo put the collar on Tainyo's neck, and Tainyo felt a little uncomfortable and shook his head. Then Yang Bo asked Tainyo to run farther. Tainyo turned his head while running and looked back at Yang Bo. Yang Bo saw that Tainyo had almost run away, so he asked him to stop. Then Yang Bo picked up a laser gun and shot at Tainyo. Tainyo was shocked and golden light flashed all over his body. A layer of energy shield was directly formed outside Tainyo's body. Yang Bo used the spirit seed to constantly influence Tainyo, so that he would not be nervous and would not release the energy shield. Then Yang Bo attacked again, and this time Tainyo closed his eyes directly. After Tainyo closed his eyes, he did not feel that he was hit by the laser gun. He opened his small eyes and found that he also had an energy shield. Tainyo never understood why he had an energy shield when he did not release it. Yongbo had to take out another collar, and then put it far away, and fired with a laser gun at a long distance. When Tainyo saw that the collar released a circular energy shield, the little eyes immediately understood why there was an energy shield just now. Tainyo's brother also ran over happily, looking at Yongbo with a pair of small eyes, and then looking at the collar on Tainyo's neck. Anyway, Tainyo's brother's eyes were looking at both sides, as if saying, "Look at me, then look at my brother. What's the difference?" Yongbo did not rush to put a collar on Tainyo's brother, but kept attacking the collar he made with a laser gun, because Yongbo wanted to show Tainyo and his brother that the energy stone of the collar would be useless after it was exhausted. After attacking dozens of times, the energy of the collar was exhausted. When Yongbo attacked the collar with a laser gun again, the energy shield was not released. Yongbo took out the energy stone again and embedded it into the collar in front of Tainyo and his brother. Then he activated the collar again, and then attacked again with an energy shield. Tainyo and his brother understood it now. Then Yongbo put the collar on Tainyo and his brother's neck. "I feel that this collar can be improved." Yongbo thinks that this collar can be changed to an energy storage type. That is to say, this collar can absorb the energy from Tainyo and others in normal times, and then store it. But Tainyo's IQ is a bit low, so I'm not sure if this method can make these two guys understand. Should we inject the two guys with wisdom potion? Forget it for now. It will be troublesome if an energy reaction occurs. Even if Yongbo knew that there was no big problem with some things, he didn't dare to try them, because energy reaction was something that was hard to explain. Even a slight energy rejection reaction can cause serious consequences. The other silver-armored rhinos in the Iron Ox tribe have been digesting the various metals that Yongbo fed them last time, so there is no need to feed them metals for the time being. So many cows. Yongbo looked at the large groups of trident cows in his territory. Yongbo also reported the materials for export to himself. Which were these cows? These cows were raised by the two brothers of the Iron Ox. Because Yongbo often hunted this kind of trident cow, the two brothers thought that Yongbo wanted to raise this kind of cow. After strolling around Green Magic Star, Yongbo came to March Star again. Not long after returning, he received an email from Zhang Baizhen, saying that the company had obtained the bidding qualification for Green Magic Star. Yongbo replied directly with a OK. Yongbo didn't have much to do here, just accompanied Su Wei and the others, and then went to the second game world to see how his territory was developing. In the second game world, Green City has not had any major events recently, because the lords are busy with spring plowing. Even the bandits are basically gone now, because many bandits are actually civilians from various places. The second world does not have a strict household registration system, so it is not easy to control bandits. A caravan may be a bandit group, and a village may also be a bandit group. Anyway, in the second world, you have to be careful when you go out. Yongbo, we are in trouble. After Yongbo went online, he controlled the game character to go to the territory. When Su Hai saw Yongbo coming, he quickly sent a private message. "What kind of trouble can't you, the heir of a prince, handle?" Yongbo asked directly in a private chat. No one in the game knew about his relationship with Su Hai. The game players led by Su Hai always thought that their game characters were NPC natives. Yongbo game character was a foreigner. But these game players had no information channels to know this news. It is said that a prince in the kingdom of Himla is catching game players. I had already negotiated with some talents here, but I didn't expect that they were captured by the king over there. It is said that they were going to be given to the prince. Su Hai replied directly. "Where is the kingdom of Himla?" Yongbo asked in a message pretending not to know. "It's at the easternmost part of our continent. You can find out by looking at the forum." Su Hai replied again. "That's right. Our territory doesn't need so many talents." Yongbo certainly knew that Su Hai was doing something behind his back. Now if game players want to join his territory, they have to pay Su Hai, which means they have to pay Su Hai in reality, because after a while, the spring farming season will be over, and a large number of gamers will be out of work, and they may not have the next meal. After joining his territory, at least they can have enough food. The reason for this is actually the extra population of gamers. It has put some pressure on this society. So naturally some people have to be eliminated, because the productivity of this society is like this, and there is no way to exert greater productivity. In fact, we are also doing some research, and we still need a lot of people. The wind power machinery and hydraulic machinery we built are almost running. And our smelting workshop can also produce some tools and weapons on a small scale. In addition, more efficient forage. Su-hai hurriedly explained. Collecting money is only part of it. Su-hai wants to experience the feeling of being flattered. Because now if you want to join the territory without treating him to a meal and drinks in reality, and then taking money, Su-hai will not agree. And Su-hai now feels that his influence in the aristocratic circle is getting bigger and bigger. Because these gamers who have joined the territory have to give him face. You decide? Yang Bo interrupted Su-hai's message directly. Yang Bo took a walk and left. Anyway, the territory was left to Su-hai. Su-hai knew about his private actions because Su-wei would constantly report to him. But Yang Bo didn't plan to care. This territory itself was an experiment to test the bottom line of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. After leaving the game, Yang Bo took a walk around the forum of the second game world. Only then did he realize that the reason why Su-hai said that just now was because someone influenced him to show off. Su-hai now holds the position of Viscount Steward on the forum, and has posted a series of pictures and videos on the forum. Wind power machinery, hydraulic machinery and smelting. And he also showed off the 50-man militia he trained. Now some game players know that they are being sent to the prince's territory. And they have begun to clamor for Su-hai. Say that Su-hai's territory as a viscount is shit. And they are about to go to the prince's territory. Some people also said that after they arrived at the prince's territory, they must attract the prince's attention and get a position. Yang Bo also laughed when he saw the news that these gamers were scolding each other on the forum. In essence, most of these gamers are children of nobles. These guys usually eat, drink, play and pretend. Anyway, apart from these, they can't do any serious work. These gamers will arrive at their own territory in 10 days. When the time comes, I will give them a tool to start the game, and then let them play freely. If you want to get weapons and equipment, you must complete enough tasks. In the early stage of the territory development, Yang Bo will definitely not equip the gamers with many weapons and equipment. If you dare to equip 100 gamers with weapons and equipment, believe it or not, these players will rebel immediately. Anyway, these gamers are just dead. And at most they will be heroes again in 3 months. What if the rebellion and entrepreneurship are successful? So in the early stage, they will only provide these gamers with simple equipment. And then select the stronger gamers from them to further improve their equipment. And then slowly reach the management level. What Yang Bo is looking forward to now is Devon Star. There is still a month before a certain organization comes to inspect his strength. In fact, Yang Bo also wants to know what level his current strength has reached. Another week later, the Pirate Alliance issued a rally order. Gather the pirates to attack John Lee of the Federal Korea State. The Pirate Alliance believes that John Lee attack on the warships of the Black Skull Pirates is a provocation to the Pirate Alliance. And John Lee must pay the price. As soon as this assembly order came out, everyone with a discerning eye knew that the Pirate Alliance was trying to make an example of someone else. However, the Pirate Alliance's assembly order was denounced by some politicians in the alliance as soon as it came out. They believed that the Pirate Alliance was provoking a sovereign state, and that any sovereign state had the ability to attack pirates. The Pirate Alliance certainly did not dare to openly provoke the alliance. However, the Pirate Alliance would not give up. Yang Bo could see at a glance that the reason why some politicians in the alliance stood up at this time was because some politicians wanted to attract attention. The alliance is now facing a new general election, and various candidates are working hard to increase their influence. So now that the Pirate Alliance has issued this assembly order, naturally some politicians in the alliance will come out to take advantage of the popularity. Yang Bo also issued a strong counterattack notice on the internet in the identity of Li John. Our federation is not for you pirates to come whenever you want. You pirates are like maggots living in a stinking ditch. You pirates, didn't you flee in a panic last time you saw me? Any pirate who dares to invade the Federation will be ruthlessly attacked by me. When I have a mecha, I can capture a warship. When I have a warship, I can destroy your entire fleet. The illegal organization of the Pirate Alliance should be punished as it is. Here I am very grateful to the Alliance's Lord Marlowe and Lord Windy. I think these two lords are responsible for society and can recognize the harm of pirates. Yang Bo's speech disguised as Li John caused a lot of controversy on the internet. This guy is just an egomaniac. If you can capture a warship with a mecha, you can be arrogant too. People in the Federation are like this. I have done business with them. You have to give them a 10% discount. John Lee is too arrogant. He will definitely suffer a big loss. The War of Warships and the War of Mechas are completely different things. Yes, the War of Mechas is only a small-scale local war, while the War of Warships is at the strategic level. What's funny is that the federal government has no response to the gathering power of the Pirate Alliance. The Federation is a mess. How could there be any reaction? The Pirate Alliance is furious. It's mainly because of the Black Skull Pirates record, which has greatly affected the reputation of the Pirate Alliance. The Black Skull Pirates are also unlucky. They didn't expect that John Lee would accidentally become a legend. John Lee doesn't know how to restrain himself. One good luck doesn't mean good luck every time. I'm afraid he will pay the price for his arrogance next time. Yang Bo, who disguised himself as John Lee, saw that almost all these people on the internet were questioning him. He smiled in his heart. Of course he would be lucky every time. The names of the two people mentioned in Yang Bo's speech just now are the two politicians of the alliance. These two people are also candidates, one of whom is the presidential candidate, and the other is the candidate for the governor of Interstellar of the alliance. So after these two people found that John Lee thanked them on the internet, they also spoke out on the internet to support John Lee. Because John Lee has the second largest number of fans on the entire network. Yang Bo knew that as long as he won the war against pirates, these two guys would have a high probability of success in the election. The Pirate Alliance also reacted quickly to Lee John's arrogant words. The Pirate Alliance directly offered a reward of 500 billion and said that Lee John would pay the price he deserved. At the same time, Yang Bo also learned from the 9 elders of the Pirate Alliance Council. The Pirate Alliance restarted the channel harassment mission against March Star, because some people were dissatisfied with Zhang Buizhen's participation in the auction of Green Demon Star. Because Zhang Buizhen's move represented that his influence had spread beyond March Star. And this time, the harassment mission of the March Star channel was actually the escaped speaker Charlie. That is, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Tianza Star who Yang Bo made trouble on Tianza Star and escaped. This guy also has a pirate group in his hands. This guy is eager to prove the strength of his pirate group, because the tasks accepted by the pirate group are related to their reputation. Come on! Yang Bo was relieved to know the news. Wang Wushua has asked about cooperation several times, because the Ninth Fleet must have enough merits to prove itself. And to show your presence? You can only have a sense of presence if you have made merits. The Blue Water Empire has made a lot of money again, and has signed an export agreement for more than a dozen warships. Most of these warships will fall into our hands. Hee hee. It's a pity that they don't export more advanced warships. Chapter 1062, Finding Fun. However, Yang Bo's speech disguised as Lee John made many people think that Lee John was an idiot, because everyone knows that a warship can't compete with a fleet. Not to mention that there are so many pirate groups in the Pirate Alliance. And who knows how many warships there are. Online bookmakers have already opened bets on how long Lee John can survive the bounty of the Pirate Alliance. There are also many black guys who dig up Lee John past accounts. Of course, Yang Bo knows how extravagantly John life was in the past. This guy used to be a killer. When he just took over this identity, there were more than a dozen women in this guy's family. There are even Lee John former women who come out to broadcast live. Bad luck. For such a situation, Yang Bo can't do anything, because most of what these women said is true. For example, Lee John used to be with 3 or 5 women at the same time. Because Lee John's superpower level is very high. His physique is very strong. In addition, the environment here in the Federation. As long as you have money, you can do anything. There are a lot of women who let you do whatever you want for money. Moreover, the more you care about this kind of thing, the more you will add heat to others. So you might as well just ignore it. Many people in Korea sent messages to John Lee, mainly the shareholders of the mining company. These shareholders thought they had picked up a big bargain. But now they were actually targeted by the Pirate Alliance. Don't worry. I can defeat the pirates the first time, and I can defeat them the second time. I am very experienced with pirates. Who among you has more experience than me? Besides, pirates did not appear out of thin air. Leave the pirates to me. Yang Bo pretended to be John Lee and called these shareholders one by one. Yang Bo knew that some of these shareholders must have bad intentions, because as long as John Lee died, these people could openly annex John Lee shares. In addition, no matter whether it was the federal or the alliance politicians, they had no moral integrity. Maybe someone talked to him first and sold the content of the call to the pirates later. So Yang Bo acted very confident in front of these people. Of course, this was very arrogant in the eyes of outsiders. As expected, within just a few hours, Yang Bo learned from the ninth elder of the Pirate Alliance the content of the conversation between Li Yuehan and the senior officials of Kalaya State. The Pirate Alliance Council held another meeting. Since the last pirate conference on March Star, the reputation of the Pirate Alliance has been ruined by the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. Therefore, the following examples of the Pirate Alliance Council prove the significance of the Pirate Alliance's existence. There is a force behind each permanent member of the Pirate Alliance Council. Mainly, the forces of the Alliance and the Empire are mixed in. This kind of idiot should be used to establish our authority. Our council has been in a bad business recently, and can no longer maintain the normal operation of our council. We must restore the credibility of our Pirate Alliance. I think we can arrest this Li Yuehan. This guy has the second most fans on the internet. When the time comes, we can let this bastard perform acrobatics. I believe many people will like to see it. Hee hee. Even if it is used to shoot pornographic films, there will definitely be people who like it. This kind of celebrity can sell for a lot of money even if it is auctioned on the black market. Many rich women like such out-of-date celebrities. That's right. The bastard leader of the Silver Moon Pirates seems to have disappeared recently. This bastard seems to have disappeared. I don't know where he is hiding and doing some shameful things. Yang Bo watched the virtual meeting of the Pirate Alliance through the spiritual seeds released to the ninth elder of the Alliance Council. This ninth elder gnashed his teeth when talking about the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. Because Yang Bo had robbed the ninth elder by disguising himself as the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates, and had beaten him up in front of many representatives of the pirates. He had taken away the other party's space mecha, and a watch worth tens of millions, and the gold soft armor that the other party had accumulated for many years before buying. In addition, the Pirate Alliance's business is very bad now. The Pirate Alliance Council makes money by selling stolen goods. In fact, the Council doesn't make much money from the Pirate Alliance's mission. The Pirate Alliance Council will purchase the items it receives at 20% of the price, and then ship them at least at 50%. So now not only the elders of the Pirate Alliance Council are anxious, but also the forces behind them. The reason why these forces behind the Pirate Alliance Council want to mess with the Pirate Alliance is nothing more than for profit. So the Pirate Alliance Council believes that this attack on John Lee is a good breakthrough. After all, John Lee is too arrogant and doesn't take pirates seriously at all. In addition, John Lee is a soft persimmon in the eyes of the Pirate Alliance. So who else can they pinch if not him? More importantly, there are people in Korea who communicate with the Pirate Alliance. So who wouldn't want to be a soft persimmon like you? The new warship of the Black Skull Pirates will arrive in 3 months, and the training will take at least half a year. Someone in the virtual conference room of the Pirate Alliance Council said. Half a year is half a year. Let this John Lee be arrogant. First, complete the task on March Star. This is just a small task to harass the route. But will this move trigger a violent reaction from some politicians in the Alliance? Everyone felt a little worried when they heard this, because it is the time for the Alliance election. Once the Pirate Alliance does something at this time, will it be used by these politicians in the Alliance to get attention? These politicians in the Alliance are so shameless. Why don't we wait a little longer? The place where the bounty is offered is already urging us. If we can't execute it as soon as possible, they will withdraw the bounty mission. There is no big problem on March Star. The key is the Ninth Fleet. I think we can take this opportunity to teach the Ninth Fleet a lesson. The Ninth Fleet is the thorn in the eyes of our Pirate Alliance Council. Our Pirate Alliance Council suffered a great loss at our hands. 2 pirate groups were completely dispersed. The military of the Alliance is not interested in the Ninth Fleet, so it should be okay if we take action. We can let some pirate groups attack the waterway first, and the other part of the pirate groups hide. If the Ninth Fleet comes, we can just fight. The Ninth Elder made a suggestion at this time. Yang Bo certainly knew that the warlord of the Third Fleet was behind this Ninth Elder, and Yang Bo guessed that there were other people supported by the warlords of the Alliance Fleet in the Pirate Alliance Council. This is called nurturing the enemy to protect oneself, because the military needs enough excuses to get a budget from the Parliament. If there were no interstellar pirates, would the Alliance still guarantee such a large defense budget? How could these big financial groups that control the Parliament spend money on useless things? And there are shadows of these big financial groups behind the interstellar pirates. These big financial groups do not allow others to rise. Once others threaten the interests of these big financial groups, these companies will face being robbed by pirates. So the pirate alliance can exist entirely because of the power struggle within the alliance. I think this proposal is very good. We pirates must fight a few tough battles to make a name for ourselves. Other members in the virtual conference room echoed. Yang Bo remembered this person's name because he added these people as friends as the leader of another Silver Moon pirate group. As long as he wants, he can lock the IP addresses of these guys at any time. But the pirate alliance is still very useful now. So Yang Bo will not do anything to these people. And the members of the pirate alliance council are just white gloves. If these people kill the forces behind them, they will soon support a new person to be a member of this council. So there is not much meaning in targeting these council members. Now the pirate alliance is the transport captain who delivers goods to himself. When these transport captains are of no value, I will use them to improve my reputation. This suggestion sounds good, but a detailed plan is still needed. The commander of the 9th Fleet is not the same as the other fleets, but has rich combat experience. There are still different voices in the virtual conference room of the Pirate Alliance Council. The commander of the 9th Fleet does have combat experience, but we should pay attention to the fact that her current fleet strength cannot be compared with the peak period. Not only is the 9th Fleet not fully staffed, but the warships were damaged last time and were not repaired. The Alliance military is suppressing the 9th Fleet. So this is our only chance. As long as we attack the 9th Fleet, no matter what happens to the 9th Fleet later, the Alliance will at least allocate funds to put all the warships and personnel in place. This is actually the best time for us to take revenge, taking advantage of their internal conflicts. Yang Bo heard the speech of the 9th Elder. It turned out that the warlord forces behind the 9th Elder wanted the Pirate Alliance to attack the 9th Fleet. At that time, the pirate group that attacked the 9th Fleet would be betrayed again. And then, the warlord forces behind the 9th Elder would come out to brush military merits. It has to be said that these warlords are calculating. It's hard to deal with the members of these pirate groups now. If anything unexpected happens, they will ask us to pay for it. That bastard from the Silver Moon Pirates, I don't know where he ran off to after getting the money. That bastard must know we are looking for him. If it weren't for this guy showing up, other pirate groups wouldn't dare to challenge them. It's useless to say these things now. Our council's top priority is to make money. What are you afraid of? The pirate groups are the ones who need money and supplies the most. I feel that there are two backup plans for the task of attacking the March Star Channel. The first is that if the 9th Fleet does not participate, then we will attack the channel more. If the 9th Fleet participates, then we will use the backup plan to directly target the 9th Fleet. Maybe the 9th Fleet will be happy if we attack the channel, because then they can collect protection fees. That's right. That's right. Then the two proposals of this virtual meeting. First vote on the first motion, and then encircle and suppress John Lee after half a year to re-establish the authority of our Pirate Alliance. If you agree, please press 1. The Great Elder of the Pirate Alliance Council, who presided over the meeting, spoke. Okay. Unanimous approval. The following is the second topic. Making preparations for the March Star Channel attack mission. Please press 1 if you agree. Unanimous approval. You can contact the pirate group to take on these missions later. Who will be responsible for the March Star Channel attack? The Elder asked again. Me. Several permanent members of the Board of Directors asked to take responsibility, because the permanent members of the Board of Directors will take a cut from it. That is, as long as the mission is successful. These permanent members in charge of this matter can get a certain percentage of commission from the bounty mission. And the permanent members in charge of the stolen goods obtained by the pirate group during the mission can also get commissions from the sale of the stolen goods. The elders on March Star are more familiar with this matter. So let's hand it over to the 9th Elder. The Elder announced with a chuckle. The others also laughed, because the 9th Elder was embarrassed on March Star and became the laughing stock of the entire Interstellar Pirate Alliance. He was supposed to be the one to preside over the meeting, but he was beaten up and robbed. The elders of the Pirate Alliance Council were robbed, and everyone would laugh at him if he told others about it. Of course, the Great Elder was more concerned about the fact that the 9th Elder had a grudge against March Star, so he couldn't do anything else about this matter. Humph! The 9th Elder gritted his teeth when he heard that this matter was handed over to him, and he must make March Star pay the price. He couldn't do anything about other people laughing at him. Hee. It's not that enemies don't meet. This 9th Elder is destined to become a joke again this time. Yang Bo was originally worried that other elders would be in charge of this matter, and he couldn't know the situation all the time. Unexpectedly, it was the old enemy who was in charge of this matter again. So that was easy to say. We need to find an opportunity to plant more spies in the Pirate Alliance Council. I have nothing to do these days. So I checked the IP addresses of the elders of the Pirate Alliance Council. If they are in a place that is convenient for me to go, I go to their door to cause trouble. These guys are rich as hell. Yang Bo was thinking about another problem. Because the Pirate Alliance will have a series of actions next. It is necessary to grasp their information in many aspects. Then Yang Bo came to the Federation and took out the third master's communicator. Good evening, bosses? Yang Bo sent a message directly to the Pirate Alliance Council group. These elders of the Pirate Alliance Council gnashed their teeth at the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. But more people were thinking about the huge compensation. The Pirate Alliance Council paid a large sum of money to the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. At that time, when the compensation was paid, it was said that it would be snatched back later. But after several attempts, the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates killed him. You kid, are you talking nonsense? That's right. The other elders of the Pirate Alliance Council saw this guy posting messages in the group, and quickly notified their hackers to track this guy's location. And then asked him. The one who spoke was the Great Elder and the Seventh Elder. In fact, they were the two permanent members of the Pirate Alliance Council, ranked 1st and 7th. Yang Bo directly tagged the two, and then sent a message in a pretentious manner. Of course, I am free with money. With so much money, my life is so comfortable. And there are a lot of beautiful women coming to my door. Then the two replied to the message. But Yang Bo gave up after tracking the two. The IP addresses of the two were on a moving spaceship. You better not show up in the future. Otherwise we won't let you go. That's right. Our money is not so easy to take. Yang Bo found two more people who spoke. Huh? Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpowers to track, and found that the third elder was actually in Karavang. And the location was in a casino in Donggang City. TSK. Yang Bo directly turned off the communicator because he found that someone was tracking his location through hackers. Go see this guy. Have some fun. Probably bring a lot of money to launder. I wonder what power is behind him. Yang Bo chuckled. This guy has nowhere to go but to Karaya State. As for why he came to Karaya State, Yang Bo was not surprised at all. There are many illegal businesses in the Federation. So many people in the Alliance and the Empire who do great business launder their money here. Chapter 1063 Be Direct. Donggang City is relatively famous in Karaya State because of its beautiful scenery. Although Karaya State is seriously polluted, it has little effect on superpowers, especially high-level superpowers. The great industry in Karaya State is very developed, including pornography, gambling, and various hunting games. Yes, it is the kind of real-life hunting game. Participants are all voluntary, because as long as they succeed, they will get huge wealth. For the people of Karaya State, many people want to participate in this hunting game. Of course, to be the prey. And not everyone can go. They have to be selected, because people who come to play don't like waste. Hunting games can also be live broadcast. In a word, in the Federation, as long as you have money, you are the emperor. It can be said that you live more luxuriously than the legendary emperor. There are all kinds of women. With modern technology, you can make a female version of Ultraman for you. Not to mention some people with unique hobbies. Of course, the Federation is also the largest place for money laundering. The third permanent member of the Pirate Alliance Permanent Council is also called the Third Elder by the Interstellar Pirates. In the Pirate Alliance Council, the Third Elder, the Fourth Elder, and the Ninth Elder have a good relationship. Last time, after the Ninth Elder was robbed by Yang Bo, it was these two elders who met him halfway. However, it is difficult for outsiders to see the true faces of the permanent members of the Pirate Alliance Council because they have disguised potions. Yang Bo came to Donggang City this time as Li John. Yang Bo originally disguised himself to cause trouble here, but he thought about it and just used Li John identity to mess with the Pirate Alliance Council. Make the Pirate Alliance Council even more angry with him, and then target him. The last time the Third Elder was seen from the perspective of the Ninth Elder, he was a black-haired young man. Now the Third Elder is a silver-haired old white man, gambling in a casino in Donggang City. There are many kinds of gambling here. Only you can't think of it. Nothing can't be done. The Third Elder is now angry because he was ridiculed by the bastard leader of the Silver Moon Pirate Group on the internet. Boss, Li John is here. The assistant beside the Third Elder whispered. That John Lee. I don't know him. The third elder was staring at the turtle he bought. And now there was a group of turtles racing in the casino. Boss, it's John Lee who made the Black Skull Pirates look bad, the assistant said quickly. Oh! The third elder saw that the turtle he bought lost. But he didn't care. Instead, he was curious about John Lee. These turtles are all caught in the wild. And none of them are raised. It's over there, the third elder's assistant said. As soon as Yang Bo appeared in the casino disguised as John Lee, someone noticed it. But there were many people coming to the casino, including celebrities. And the casinos in the Federation do not prohibit the use of any smart devices, because these are legal under the legal framework of the Federation. Before entering the casino, Yang Bo locked the smart device of the third elder, and deliberately provoked these members of the Pirate Alliance Council. So when Yang Bo entered the casino, the third elder was still using the smart device. Li John is a celebrity. So the casino manager came to see Li John in person and gave him 1,000,000 chips. But Li John refused. There was no way. Li John was not only a legendary mecha master, but also a lieutenant general. Of course, these were fake. He had a warship in space. Who would be blind to believe that he would directly release an unmanned fighter? Although this possibility is very small, because every city in Korea State has a defense system. But his status and strength are not lacking. The reason why Yang Bo did not want chips was because he did not want to be talked about. Although Li John was a mixed person on the internet, Yang Bo exchanged 10,000,000 chips himself, and then started playing. The waitresses in the casino also brought drinks and other things. And all these drinks were unopened. Mr. Lee, please drink water. The waitresses in the casino have all kinds of styles. Some are tall and long-legged, and some have Lolita faces, but good figures. Of course, there are also those male girls, and Mr. Mighty and so on. Of course, in the casino, staff are not allowed to have a negative distance relationship with guests. But it is allowed outside the casino. Thank you. Yang Bo threw a chip as a tip. The waitress's clothes covered 3 points. She was tall and long-legged, with white skin and golden hair. She was sexy and in line with Yang Bo aesthetics. Thank you, Mr. Lee. The waitress gave John Lee a wink. Yang Bo ignored her and waved her away. It was pleasing to the eyes, but there would be no involvement. General Lee. General Lee. General Lee. The locals in the casino greeted him one after another. The people from other places, who came to play, just watched coldly. These outsiders thought John Lee was just a local warlord. What was there for them? Foreigners? To be afraid of? Everyone play. I'm here to play too. Yang Bo came to a dice gambling place, and threw the chips directly on the big position. Buy it and leave it, the dealer shouted when he saw Li Yuehan placing a bet. This kind of dice has been improved. Every time, a new set of dice is used. Because superpowers have many superpowers. The dice cup is also made of special materials. Sound can be transmitted from it, but no energy can enter. And there are no smart devices. All are manual. The gambling table for dealing cards is also new every time to prevent some superpowers from relying on strong memory to remember traces. Because things have traces as long as they are used. Generally, I have heard of your name for a long time. The third elder took the initiative to sit next to Yang Bo and asked with a grin. Who are you? You don't know manners. You don't know that it is very rude to disturb others' play. Cats and dogs come up to join in the fun. The third elder didn't expect to be scolded by Li Yuehan. When the people around heard this, they also looked over curiously, because everyone in the casino was playing their own games. General Li John, are you interested in betting a bigger bet? This is not worthy of a general. The third elder was cursing in his heart. When had he ever been treated like this in front of someone? He was actually treated like this by a warlord. So he laughed. You have money? I'm afraid it's not your own money. But the boss's. I have my own money. Yang Bo looked contemptuous and answered sarcastically. In fact, a large part of the people who come here to gamble are actually tourists from other countries. And some are here to launder money for the boss. General Lee. How about we have a game in the VIP room? And we can bet as much as General Lee says? The third elder laughed and said, since the third elder came here to launder the funds in his hands, of course he has connections. Because the boss behind the scenes here is also one of the permanent directors of the Pirate Alliance. The permanent directors in the Pirate Alliance Council have connections in the 3 countries. And most of them have industries in the Federation. Because whether it is materials or other things robbed by pirates, They can only be laundered in the Federation. I just like to be in a lively place. I am happy when I win money because people see me. Who are you? You haven't introduced yourself yet. Are you so rude? Yang Bo didn't even look at the third elder. Of course. The gambling continued at the table. And Yang Bo lost again. The third elder felt that the people around him were looking at him like a thorn in his back. Because he really didn't introduce himself. In the eyes of these people, he was rude. Let's get to know each other again. The third elder introduced himself. Not interested. Who knew that the other party would just say not interested. Then got up and left. Looking very disgusted. Seventh elder. Someone doesn't give me face. The third elder was so angry that he turned around and sent a message to the owner of the casino here. Third elder. Forget it. I arrange whatever you want after I deal with him later. Of course. The seventh elder knew what happened. And it can be said that he was remotely monitoring almost the entire process. Seventh brother. I want to deal with him now. Didn't this bastard just extort money? He's just a local warlord. And he's so proud of a warship. The third elder really didn't take Li John warship seriously. The Pirate Alliance Council also has warships. And how many pirate groups are there in the Pirate Alliance? Seventh brother. This bastard has 110 billion in his hand. Aren't you tempted? The third elder felt so aggrieved today. He was scolded by a local warlord and despised. Third brother. Let's talk about it after we deal with him. This guy is very arrogant. Although he has more than 100 billion. There is no way he can lose so much at my casino. If he loses too much, he has warships in the sky. The seventh elder felt sick. Don't you? The third brother. Understand the rules of the casino. In any casino, any gambler is very disgusted with such a familiar stranger. And those with bad tempers will directly scold him. The elders in the Pirate Alliance Council call each other third brother and seventh brother. And there is no honorific title. Seventh elder. Just tell me whether you will help me or not. Is he more important to you? Or am I? The third elder sent a message directly. The seventh elder had no choice but to see such a message. Because the third elder was a long-term customer. And the amount of money the third elder spent was very large. Okay. I arrange it. But let me make it clear first. If the other party doesn't want to, I can't do anything. After all, I still have to open the door to do business. The seventh elder was a little disgusted with the third elder's approach. But he had no choice but to do it. Just do your best. The third elder was relieved when he heard this. Yang Bo was playing around in the casino. And he was very generous. Everyone also knew that John Lee had just received a large sum of money. This is 1 trillion credit points in cash. There are many large companies in Korea State with much more assets than this. But most of the company's assets are fixed assets. Even many companies' funds are liabilities. Because companies cannot leave funds idle. Hee. I scolded these three elders. I guess this old guy is furious now. Yang Bo was happy in his heart. As an elder of the Pirate Alliance Council and ranked third, he can be said to be in a high position. Even if he is just someone else's white glove. The funds that have passed through his hands and his power are very large. The Pirate Alliance Council also has its own armed forces. Otherwise, the Pirate Alliance Council would have been robbed by other pirates long ago. Pirates are originally the law of the jungle. Without a certain deterrent force, these pirates would never say that they will sell things to you at such a low price. Yang Bo can imagine that his identity as Li John is just a country bumpkin in the eyes of the other party. If he were scolded by a country bumpkin, he would probably feel uncomfortable. Now we just wait for him to come. This guy is laundering money here. Maybe the boss here is also related to the Pirate Alliance. But what is the matter that is worthy of the third elder's personal involvement? Is it some huge transaction? Yang Bo's suspicion is not without reason. But there is no rush for all this. When we find an opportunity to release the spiritual seed for this guy, we will naturally know what he is doing. General Lee. Yang Bo was playing cards with great interest when someone suddenly greeted him from behind. Senator Robin. Yang Bo knew someone would come to him, but he didn't expect it to be a member of the Senate. Is this guy also from the Pirate Alliance Council? But it is very likely that all the materials and funds of the Pirate Alliance must be laundered through the Federation. And the warship transaction is also held in the Federation. When he saw the other party, so many things popped up in Yang Bo's mind. Generally, a billionaire like you playing in this hall is a bit unworthy of your status. Do you want to go to the VIP room to play? We usually go to the VIP room? Senator Robin flattered and invited. I'm just having fun. Enjoying the atmosphere. Yang Bo replied with a laugh. Then he said, but since Counselor Robin invited me, of course I give him face. Counselor Robin sneered in his heart, thinking that it was only because you became rich this time that I was worthy of inviting you in person. If it were before, you would be a poor guy. John Lee was just a small shareholder of Black Star Company before, and would not be taken seriously by these senators. These senators can be said to be worth billions. Of course, this is about assets. If it is cash, these senators can't take much. In fact, the senators of Korea State are quite disgusted with John Lee now, because the Pirate Alliance has issued a bounty. It is likely to bring great disaster to Korea State. The Pirate Alliance is very powerful, with many pirate groups and many warships. The financial budget of Korea State is not enough to support the planet to have more fleets. Moreover, the private armed forces of these companies cannot be said to participate in the conflict between John Lee and the Pirate Alliance because there is no benefit. The armed forces of the company are mainly to protect the normal operation of the company. Of course, if the Pirate Alliance wants to attack Korea State, then these armed forces will have to take action. General Lee, please show some favor. Robin had to smile along, and said with a laugh, but he looked down on John Lee in his heart. The previous sentence about playing in the hall clearly meant that no one wanted to play with him. The latter sentence also said that he invited him. This is obviously a way to save face for himself. But John Lee is a rather arrogant person, so Robin didn't care. In Robin's opinion, people like John Lee, who came from a small background, have this habit. If they have a little achievement, they think they are invincible and are complacent. They don't know that they are nothing in the eyes of others. General Lee, this is Mr. Zhou Rundong, a shareholder of Hongfa Bank. General Lee, this is Mr. Ma Delai, a shareholder of Federal Huarong Import and Export Trading Company. This is a shareholder of Federal MediaTek. After Yang Bo entered the VIP room, Robin took him to meet a large circle of people. Ha. General Lee, we meet again. The third elder laughed at John Lee in front of him. General Lee, this is Mr. Xiao Lai, the boss of the Union Pine Cone Trading Company. Robin introduced him from the side. I've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot about you. Yang Bo greeted him with a smile. Ha. I've heard a lot about General Lee too. The third elder looked at John Lee and said he had heard a lot about him. And he sneered in his heart. He was just bragging outside. But now I'm saying I've heard a lot about you. To be honest, you were quite rude just now. You didn't even know the basic rules of the casino. Yang Bo laughed and said to the other party. Yang Bo was here to pick a fight on purpose. So since the other party was offering his face, he didn't mind giving him another slap. General Lee, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? No matter how good-tempered and well-mannered the third elder was, he immediately changed his face when someone said that to his face. Am I wrong? Or do you not understand the rules of the casino? Are you the boss of some technology company? Yang Bo insisted on the fact that the other party didn't understand the rules of the casino, and looked at him with contempt and disdain. Lee John, do you really think you are a big shot? The third elder saw that the other party was still exposing his shortcomings, and the other party didn't give him face at all. So he certainly wouldn't give him face either. Boom, but the next second, the third elder was punched away by Lee John, and the third elder was hit against the wall, with his facial features distorted, provoking me. If it weren't for Senator Robin, you would have died? You ignorant rubbish from the Alliance. You are rich, but you are rude? Yang Bo was biting the other party, and he took this opportunity to release the spiritual seed to the other party. General Lee. Robin saw this scene and hurried to stop him. Senator Robin, I didn't expect you to be so bad, gambling with such a rude person. Yang Bo said contemptuously. Robin was blocked by Lee John's words, and didn't know what to say at all, because it was indeed Mr. Xia who was rude first. But since he introduced Lee John, he should give himself face. And now the other party doesn't give himself face, and even uses this matter to target himself. This made Robin feel uncomfortable. Don't I, a dignified senator, have face? Goodbye. Yang Bo didn't drag his feet, and said goodbye directly since the matter was completed. The third elder was beaten to death and watched Lee John leave. The other VIPs in the VIP room also left after seeing the scene. These VIPs did not know the identity of the third elder, And they were just here to participate in a gambling game. TSK. They actually negotiated with the people from the Empire to buy various equipment. The Pirate Alliance is really generous this time. Yongbo knew that he was here to negotiate by reading the memory of the Third Elder. Because this time the Pirate Alliance Council represented other pirate groups to order a total of more than a dozen warships. 3 of them were modified C-class warships. And the rest were D-class and E-class warships. The Third Elder finally recovered and roared in the VIP room. I want to kill this country bumpkin. I want to put a bounty on this guy's head. I want to personally use his head as a urinal. The Third Elder did not expect that John Lee would start a fight as soon as he said it. Old Third. I didn't expect this guy to be so rude. I was wrong about this matter. I will give you an explanation later. Old 7. I was bullied and beaten on your territory. Old Third. There is nothing we can do about this for now. When we take action, we will directly offer a reward to this guy. I will pay for whatever you do to him. Old 7 also felt screwed. Old Third was beaten in his own place. Logically, he should seek revenge. But Old Third was wrong first. Okay. The Third Elder also knew that it was unrealistic to force Lee John now. Lee John, this arrogant guy, not only offended us, but also Robin and other VIPs. And this guy's rude style of doing things makes others disdain to associate with him. This is a good thing for us. Yongbo was also stunned on the way back. He didn't expect that there was an elder of the Pirate Alliance Council in the casino. And this person is the boss behind the casino. I didn't expect the water behind this casino is so deep. Let's check who the owner of this casino is. But this is a good thing for me. When will I find fault with this owner and release the spiritual seed to him? This 7th Elder may have a relationship with some big forces on the Federation side. Yongbo guessed in his heart. The total value of the warships negotiated by this guy this time is more than 80 trillion. It's a pity that the delivery cycle of these warships exceeds 10 years. The only thing that Yongbo felt a little sorry about was that the Pirate Alliance's purchase of warships from the Empire, this time, was the next round of warship purchase plan. These guys will come to deal with me in half a year. I don't know why they came earlier. Yongbo was a little dissatisfied that the Pirate Alliance launched a siege against him half a year later. The Pirate Alliance now knows the identities of the 3rd Elder, the 7th Elder, and the 9th Elder. It will be fun when I control the Pirate Alliance Council one day. Yongbo thought that he could control the Pirate Alliance Council step by step in the future. He could even control the pirate groups under the Pirate Alliance step by step. After having this idea in mind, Yongbo thought that he should not kill all the pirates in half a year, because these pirates are like leeks. If you dig up the roots once, who will you cut next time? Originally, Yongbo planned to let Li Yong take advantage of the Black Skull pirates when he won the next time. But now he has a new plan. So this plan will be temporarily shelved. And of course, it depends on the subsequent developments. Are these elders so rich? Then Yongbo found that the 3rd Elder was on the killer platform and offered a reward of 30 billion to catch him alive. The 3rd Elder was really furious. Not only was he bullied, but he was also attacked and beaten. If he fought head-on, how could he lose to a local warlord, although the people in the VIP room didn't know his true identity? Lao Chi knew. If this spread to the Pirate Alliance, he would probably be ridiculed again, being humiliated by a rural local warlord in the Federation. The 3rd Elder couldn't swallow this breath. Chapter 1064. Yongbo wanted this effect. The angrier the 3rd Elder was, the more beneficial it would be for him in the future. Because only with enough anger could these people have enough motivation to push things forward. With his identity, John Lee not only offended the Black Skull Pirates, but also the 3rd Elder. And he didn't give face to the members of the Senate of Karaya State. So the members of the Senate of Karaya State would definitely be dissatisfied with him. In addition, someone had already communicated with the pirates. So whether from the perspective of the Black Skull Pirates or the Pirate Alliance Council, John Lee was a soft persimmon. Because someone betrayed John Lee information to them. It would make these people feel that what they did was a sure thing. At that time, he would let some people convey the wrong situation, and then cause the other party to fail. Because I have to cut leaks a few more times? Because they will blame the failure on inaccurate intelligence, and will not think of other places. Yongbo had a questioning plan in his mind. And the reason for doing this was to cut leaks a few more times. Yongbo now came to the real world of the second world. Disguised as Prince Holden. Your Highness, we have to go back. This is the order of His Majesty. The craftsman who came to the territory with him wanted to go back after building the temporary dock. I am not sure whether the dock you built is reliable. Wait until the storm season is over. If the dock is safe, I will let you go back. But if you cheat, then I will chop off your heads. Not only will I chop off your heads, but your families will also be sold into slavery because you deceived this prince. Yang Bo had long known that these craftsmen cheated when building the dock, because this was ordered by the king. Your Highness. When these craftsmen heard this, they shouted one after another. Whoever dares to object will be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Yang Bo gave the order directly. Yes. Hearing this, Holden's guardian knights took the order and drew their weapons. When these craftsmen saw that Prince Holden's knights were about to take action, they dared not move anymore. The dock is in your hands. If there is any problem with the dock, you will all die. Yang Bo just said this and ignored the craftsmen. How could Yang Bo let these free laborers go? Yang Bo returned to the ship and stayed there. And the knights also stayed there. Let's take the ship to the sea at night to rest, so that these craftsmen won't make trouble. Yang Bo ordered his butler to follow him. As you wish. The butler nodded. Yang Bo knew that the first batch of gamers would arrive soon through the forum of the second game world. These gamers discussed various plans on the forum. Some people were ready to rob him, and some were ready to flatter him. Anyway, it's needless to say how big the imagination of gamers is. Yang Bo disguised himself as Prince Holden and left the closet again under the pretext of studying mysticism. Then he took a stroll around Devon Star and transferred the subsequent dividends from the live broadcast with Alan last time to Alan. Then he stayed in Devon Star for another night. And the next day, he used the excuse that he had to stay in the laboratory and came to the territory of Prince Holden in the second world from his independent laboratory. Your Highness. Your Highness. All they said here are rude foreigners. Yang Bo disguised as Prince Holden and came out of the cabin and heard the butler's anxious report. These damn bastards. These despicable and shameless nobles actually deceived me. I'm going back to settle accounts with them. Yang Bo disguised as Prince Holden and shouted loudly. Your Highness. Your Highness. Prince Holden's guardian knights were also passionate. Your Highness. You've been fooled. The contract you signed does not stipulate what kind of population the kingdom should send over. Holden's butler had a sad face. Despicable. Shameless. The kingdom will be ruined by these scums. Yang Bo pretended to shout in grief and anger, as if he had been fooled. Call the person in charge of sending people to me, and then you count these people. As long as there are sick or disabled people among these people, I will have an excuse to go back and cause trouble for them. Yang Bo ordered loudly again. Yes. The guardian knights and butlers led by Prince Holden began to act. Yang Bo was wearing armor and holding a big sword in his hand. There were captains kneeling beside him, and the kingdom officials responsible for sending people. As soon as the ship docked, these people were directly captured by Prince Holden's men and knelt here. If the number and quality of the population do not meet the standards, you are insulting me, the prince. Then I have the right to behead you for the crime of contempt for the royal family. Yang Bo gritted his teeth and said, Your Highness, Your Highness, I guarantee that these people are very healthy. The official in charge of sending people knelt on the ground and trembled. Pa, then Prince Holden hit this guy with the back of his sword. Humph. As long as you don't follow the contract, then I will kill back to the capital. I will challenge all the young people of those shameful nobles. The reason why Yang Bo did this was to prevent those nobles from giving him excuses. Let them take good care of these gamers on the way to send people. Don't give yourself excuses. After all, these gamers are here to build a territory for yourself. If they are not full or infected with diseases during transportation, then it is likely to increase the mortality rate. And in the small environment on the ship, if it is not handled properly, it is easy to cause group infection. Facts have proved that the nobles on the kingdom side are also cautious, for fear of giving the prince an excuse. The knights and servants under Prince Holden repeatedly confirmed that these foreigners are very healthy, and the number is correct. Then, they checked the food and tools sent together, and there was no handle at all. It's the kind that you can't find any faults even if you want to. Your Highness. Prince Holden's butler was about to cry when he saw so many rude outsiders, because he didn't find any evidence. You can go away. I don't believe that there will be no problems with the subsequent contracts. Yang Bo directly asked the captain who sent the people and other officials to go away. These captains, crew members, and officials who said people ran away. As for the first batch of craftsmen, they shouted to these officials from afar. But no one paid any attention to them. These officials and captains. After getting on the ship, they cried until the ship left, because if Prince Holden really wanted to kill them, they would die in vain. The first batch sent was 60 game players, which are the outsiders called by these people in the second world. From today on, you need to exchange labor for food. Yang Bo looked at these game players and said loudly, "Butler, I need to build a simple town. You go and call the person in charge of the craftsmen, and these outsiders will be responsible for collecting materials." Yang Bo instructed the butler again. "Knight Captain, you are responsible for the security of the territory." Yang Bo appointed Holden's Knight Captain. These game players looked at Prince Holden, and they were all thinking about how to gain Prince Holden's trust. Some people even wanted to kidnap Prince Holden or rob him. This prince is different. This set of armor can definitely sell for thousands of gold coins. Are you stupid? This is the big boss of the game. Look at how big his mounts are. That's right. If we can beat this big boss, we don't have to be sent here. You people are stubborn. Who said we have to fight him face to face? We can poison him or something. Don't let us get involved. The busy spring farming season is about to pass. This prince wants to build a territory. I'm afraid it will take more than 1 or 2 years to build it. We have a place to eat for a long time. Su Hai. This bastard. I don't know how he fooled the nobleman to trust him so much. We could also gain the trust of His Royal Highness. Didn't you see that there are conflicts between those NPCs? In fact, we all have a common goal, which is to gain the trust of His Royal Highness. As long as we gain the trust of His Royal Highness, it will be much easier for us to poison or set traps later. Don't think about these messy things. Hurry. There is a task. Yang Bo made full use of the craftsmen who came with him to repair the dock and asked them to report how much materials they needed to the housekeeper. Then the housekeeper issued tasks based on the difficulty of obtaining materials. Some game players took tools and started to clean up the place. Some game players took tools to cut trees or carry stones by hand. Yang Bo did not blindly command how to build the territory, because there were craftsmen in charge. The territory started to work in full swing. Then another 60 game players came the next day. On the third day, another 60 game players came. And there were also several ships of food. These captains and officials in charge of escort were all frightened by Yang Bo. After these people returned to the kingdom, they exaggerated and said that His Royal Highness was looking for an excuse to come back and cause trouble. This made the nobles of the kingdom very nervous. So they tried their best to send foreigners to Prince Holden's territory. However, the number is relatively small now because it is the busy farming season. But each noble has already counted the number of foreigners in their territory. Now they will gather them together and send them all to His Royal Highness after the busy farming season is over. Yang Bo also took advantage of this gap before the busy farming season is over. TSK. It's only been a few days since the camp took shape. The camp was built in a sealed area near the dock. The first thing to be built was the toilet, with walls made of stone and mud, and a thatched roof. Many gamers were mowing grass, some of which was dried as raw materials for the thatched roof, and the other part was dried and burned directly on the spot. The camp's walls were also built. First the foundation was built, and then the walls were built. Prince Holden basically lived in the cabin on the ship to study mysticism. The steward of the entire territory was the chief steward, and the knights patrolled and guarded. The craftsmen were responsible for repairing the camp. These craftsmen were also very busy now, because if the camp was not repaired before the storm season came, then they would definitely be beheaded by His Royal Highness. Prince Holden, a noble, dared to beat him up, not to mention a commoner like himself. These craftsmen found that these outsiders were still very smart, so some of the outsiders directly became craftsmen apprentices. The steward was also saving food as much as possible, and the knights could hunt for some large prey. Some of these outsiders are good at fishing, so they were arranged to go fishing by the housekeeper. Yang Bo returned to March Star from the cabinet above the cabin. He went to the room above the villa to surf the internet and open the Second World Game Forum. He found that many gamers in Prince Holden's territory were showing off the process of building their own territories, and some players even boasted that they only fished every day and did nothing else. Only Yang Bo knew how hard these gamers worked on the coastline in the wind and sun. These gamers worked very hard every day, and they didn't save a penny. But they were very excited because some gamers had become craftsmen apprentices. Originally, if you wanted to learn technology in the second game world, You had to do hard labor first, and many technologies were not taught to outsiders. But now Prince Holden's territory was short of manpower. So these craftsmen had to accept some apprentices to speed up the progress. Anyway, outsiders kept sending it. And there were all kinds of tools and the like. These gamers were also checking some things, such as asking how to smelt iron on the forum. Some asked how to make dried fish and so on. These gamers have died many times, which is also good, because these gamers have done a lot of work before. Some of them are farming. Some of them are raising cattle. And some of them are logging. It's much better than I thought. And these gamers have another advantage. That is, they can look up information. There are even gamers who simulate the situation of Prince Holden's territory to see how it should be developed. This is a service that other nobles cannot enjoy. Although the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire has added some restrictions to the Second World, knowledge cannot be restricted unless the gamers are directly restricted. Yang Bo is looking forward to what these gamers can do in Prince Holden's territory. Now the territory is building houses while reclaiming wasteland. These gamers have experience in reclaiming wasteland and know how to drain water. Some of them use the environment to build some reservoirs and the like. Yang Bo is just a hands-off boss. Anyway, if it doesn't work, these gamers will come back if they die. Ah! Su Wei and the other two came back from the training of the Ninth Fleet and were very surprised to see Yang Bo playing games in the internet room. You're back. Yang Bo also greeted. Have you finished the experiment? Su Wei asked curiously. Not yet. Let's play some games to change our minds. Yang Bo laughed. This Prince Holden's territory has been very popular on the forum these days. There are only a few NPCs in this prince's territory, and the rest are game players. Su Wei and Xia talked about it. Xia and Annie also went on the game, but they went to Yang Bo territory. Now the three women are all male characters in the game. When Su Wei is free, she takes Xia and Annie out hunting or something like that. I just saw it on the forum. But it's too far away from us. Yang Bo nodded. The one who posted is my cousin. His father is my father's brother. And he has been competing with my brother since he was a child. Su Wei saw a game player posting on the forum. How did you know? Yang Bo asked very curiously. Because there was no real identity information of the game player in the game forum. Su Wei smiled slightly. He showed off to my brother. He is now fishing all day long. And this one is the Duke's youngest son. He is good at eating, drinking and having fun. This one is my other cousin. This one is from the Wu family. This one is from the Hassan family. The families these people belong to have conflicts with our Su family. My brother showed off in front of them a few days ago. Now it's their turn to show off. I have to say that Prince Holden's territory is much better than yours. It faces the sea, has mountains at its back, and has a rich swamp. Su Wei sat next to Yang Bo and leaned against him. Yang Bo took note of what Su Wei said about these gamers. He would pay special attention to these people in the future. There's nothing I can do about it. But I heard there are pirates. Yang Bo shook his head. At the same time, Yang Bo was also thinking about finding out the composition of the gamers in his territory. Because the gamers are divided into royal and non-royal. These gamers are naturally opposed. In reality, they also compete with each other. In Holden's territory. The reason why these gamers have no conflicts now is that they can only support themselves now. If the territory develops better and better in the future, then the conflicts between them will be triggered. So we should prepare in advance in this regard. Which is of course a good thing. If the gamers are of one mind, then Prince Holden should be careful. Well, but the pirates will definitely not rob the prince's territory. It is said that this prince is a big boss among the NPCs. Su Wei said again. Yang Bo heard this and smiled in his heart. Then deliberately asked, why do you say that? Look at this post. This prince has no rivals in the capital of their country. Su Wei opened a post and said. Yang Bo then found out that the incident of him pretending to be Prince Holden and causing trouble in Rekshi had been recorded by game players. Awesome. Too awesome. Yang Bo felt weird praising himself. Well, it's pretty awesome. The three women also nodded. Hee hee. Yang Bo. I find that you sometimes laugh strangely. Do I laugh strangely? A little? Then I won't laugh anymore. Yang Bo said again, let your brother give some money to the game players. Although our territory is not as good as the prince's territory, we can give money to make your brother's people angry to death. Hee hee. Yang Bo. Your idea is too bad. That's right. Those game players in the prince's territory should not be angry to death, Su Weixia said. Just make them angry. Yang Bo smiled in his heart and wanted to form competition, so that the game players can work harder. Yeah. I sent a message to my brother right away, Su Wei said quickly. Yang Bo looked at Su Wei happily knowing to send a message, and muttered in his heart, in a few days, the mysterious organization will come to Devon Star. And I don't know who will come. Chapter 1065. I'm very busy. After Su Wei sent a message to Su Hai sent a message to Yang Bo to confirm whether he wanted to give money. And Yang Bo confirmed it. Su Hai was very happy, because Su Hai had been very proud in his own small circle recently. The noble circles of the Shuilan Empire are divided into several groups. One is the old nobles. One is the new nobles. And then, there is the royal family. Not the royal family. The royal family refers to the emperor's family. The royal family is the princes, and so on. Su Hai is the future prince. So the circle is basically full of royal family. The second game world can have so many game players. On the one hand, it is recommended by the Swordsmanship Association. And on the other hand, it has connections with these idle noble children. The higher the difficulty, the more excited these noble children are, even if it is not fun and very abusive. But as noble children, there is almost no chance to find abuse in reality. In addition, the nobles compete with each other. Recently, the royal circle of Su Hai in the second world has crushed the hereditary nobles and the new nobles, which makes the children of other hereditary nobles and the children of new nobles very unhappy. Players in the other two circles tried their best, but they couldn't beat Su Hai. The children of hereditary nobles and the new nobles said that Su Hai flattered the NPC Viscount in this way and that way, which led to his current situation. Although Su Hai was slandered and defamed by others, he was very happy because he was good enough to be slandered. However, recently the NPC of the Kingdom of Himla in the game went crazy and actually captured game players and sent them to the prince's territory. Moreover, this prince issued a large number of tasks, and there were NPCs who taught free skills, such as carpentry, stonemasonry, bricklaying, hunting, fishing, etc. Seeing these game players showing off, Su Hai felt uncomfortable, because he used to show off in his own circle, and he must save the situation. Nobles can lose their lives, but they cannot lose face. So in the Interstellar Society, there are also nobles who starve to death. It sounds like a joke, but it really exists. So Su Hai spread the news while urging Yang Bo to go online and give money. Then Yang Bo went online to give money to gamers, NPCs in the territory and gamers, depending on the position. The lowest was 1 silver coin, and the highest was 10 silver coins. Su Hai and others were showing off in the game forum, except for a few gamers. The other gamers had no money, because the lords of various places in the game could levy taxes at will. If you are a gamer with money, the lords can take your money away at will. For example, if some gamers learn technology and work for NPCs, there will be no problem. But if gamers want to do business on their own, they will soon be ruined by NPC taxes. Gamers need high handling fees to save and withdraw money, but they dare not keep too much money on them, because they will be robbed, or even robbed by NPC guards. Yang Bo looked at Su Hai showing off, and smiled in his heart, which would stimulate the players in the prince's territory. As for the second world game and reality, Yang Bo basically let it go and didn't plan to manage it, because he didn't know how to manage it. After spending a day on March Star, Yang Bo strolled around the territory of Prince Holden in the second world, and then came to Devon Star disguised as Bart. I don't know who he is, and how long he has been here. According to the time calculation, it has been a few days. Yang Bo was still very curious. What kind of organization, and what kind of reason made a group of A+ level superpowers obey? Since the other party did not come, Yang Bo was not idle. He worked with White and others in the laboratory to make ultra-high temperature materials and parts. By the way, he trained Ning Shui and Bai Lu in mecha technology. It didn't take too long for Yang Bo to wait for the follow-up notice. TSK. I was still trying to figure out how these guys came. It turns out that they also have industries here. Yang Bo received the notice on an island around the south pole of Devon Star. There are also some buildings on this island. In the case of interstellar civilization, humans can live in many places. Some people like to live in a world of ice and snow. So the South Pole and the North Pole of Devon Star are developed. Of course, This is in the Empire. The South Pole and the North Pole of any habitable planet in the Alliance are protected areas. Yang Bo took a fighter plane from Bart's territory directly to the island. The island was registered with a club called Xinhua, which was mainly engaged in space exploration, and was a private club that did not accept membership applications. If it hadn't been notified by others, Yang Bo would never have thought that this ordinary club would have anything to do with an A+ level superpower. The fighter plane was in the air, and saw the island of the destination from a distance. 80% of the island was covered with snow, and 20% was black stone. On the black stone, there was a building that looked like a pyramid. The surrounding sea water was deep blue, and looked very comfortable. "Welcome, Mr. Bart." When Yang Bo fighter plane landed in the hangar of the building on the island, a middle-aged man came over. "Thank you. Are you the person I want to see?" The middle-aged man had a crew cut, yellow skin, yellow eyes, and was wearing casual clothes. But he was burly. "Yes, to be precise. There is no one else here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Fong." The middle-aged man kept a certain distance from Yang Bo and then introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Wang." Yang Bo was also alert. "Mr. Bart, please relax. Our club is an organization with a very high degree of freedom. We will not restrict anyone's actions or threaten anyone. In fact, I have long wanted to meet you, Mr. Bart," Wang Fong said. "Let's talk while walking, please." Wang Fong pointed to the smart skateboard. "Okay." Yang Bo nodded and chose one. Wang Fong was just in front of Yang Bo, but there was a sound on the smart flying skateboard. "Mr. Bart, the ultra-high temperature material you made is very helpful for my research. I forgot to tell Mr. Bart that my research is energy engines. Ultra-high temperature materials can greatly improve the efficiency and performance of energy engines. In addition, ultra-high temperature materials can help us study more things," Wang Fong said. The flying skateboard flew through a passage, and when the other party spoke, it came to a door. "Our club has properties in 90% of the habitable planets for humans. Now I will take you to visit the collection in our club. These things can be used by club members at will, but they must return things of equal value after use. Here are some rare energy stones in our collection. They are all very rare attribute energy stones." Yang Bo came in and saw that this thing was like a huge jewelry exhibition hall, with colorful lights inside, which were the lights emitted by energy stones. These energy stones were stored in transparent liquid containers. The most dazzling one was a fist-sized dark green energy stone, which was the life energy stone. Yang Bo probably guessed the other party's intention, which was to use these things to attract him. Anyone with superpowers could not refuse these things. "This is just a reserve of our property," Wang Fong said, wondering at the same time, because after Bart came, shouldn't he ask this and that? How can he say it if he doesn't ask me? Shouldn't he ask me why I want to build a property, and why I want to store these things? But Bart didn't ask. Wang Fong felt a little passive, and it would be bad to take the initiative to speak. Yang Bo looked at these natural attribute energy stones and didn't speak, because speaking would make him passive. Wang Fong took Bart to a tour, but Bart didn't speak, so he couldn't speak either. "The next exhibition hall may be something you will never see anywhere else, Bart," Wang Fong said again. Yang Bo still didn't speak. Anyway, he couldn't ask or say anything. Otherwise he would be passive. "It was you who took the initiative to find me, not me who took the initiative to find you. And those energy stones, I really don't use them. And I don't like them. My superpowers can be converted at will. These energy stones are better than bringing an antimatter battery with me. Antimatter batteries are also cheap." Wang Fong led Yang Bo to the next level, because the fighter planes were parked in a hangar at the top of the pyramid. "Look!" Entering this level of space, there were huge specimens. These specimens were like huge bugs. There were black beetles that were 7 or 8 meters long. And there were huge starfish-like animals that were only 5 meters in diameter. Interstellar creatures. Yang Bo knew what they were after he saw them. And because even if interstellar creatures died, some of the energy contained in their bodies would remain. So these creatures had energy light on them. Colorful, but not very bright. Just the kind of hazy light with various colors. For example, the 5-meter diameter interstellar creature that looked like a starfish was surrounded by a hazy red light, which looked like a dream. The black beetle emitted a hazy golden light. Many people would probably widen their eyes in surprise when they saw it. But Yang Bo just watched silently and didn't speak. This was also trying to tempt us. Who hasn't seen interstellar creatures? There are a lot of cubs in his own laboratory. But they are alive. These rags you put are corpses. And they are not worth much. Wang Fang, who was leading the way, was extremely depressed. He couldn't remember how many questions he asked when he first saw this situation. But Bart just followed him and didn't show any surprise. This didn't make sense. Could it be that Bart had seen these things? These creatures are the biggest threat to our human civilization. Wang Fang had no choice but to speak again. Then he waited for Bart to ask. But Bart didn't ask at all. Just silently watching these creatures. Mr. Bart, aren't you curious? Wang Fang couldn't help asking when he saw Bart didn't speak. I don't think this has much to do with me. Mr. Wang Fang, have you forgotten why you notified me to come? Yang Bo said lightly. Wang Fang was a little speechless when he heard this. Is Mr. Bart not interested in these creatures? Mr. Wang Fang, you will say it if you want to. Even if I don't ask you. You will say it. But if you don't say it, I will ask you and you won't say it. So I feel very embarrassed. Yang Bo laughed. These interstellar creatures will migrate to the outer edge of the universe every once in a while. They will devour any planet with energy. They will absorb all the energy on any planet. Except for the stars. Wang Fang spoke to himself. Because he couldn't say anything about Bart's words. One such creature is worth hundreds of billions of blue coins. And such creatures have more mysterious uses. Wang Fang spoke again. Seeing that Bart still didn't speak, Wang Fang was going crazy. Because he was like a one-man show. And if Bart didn't speak, he wouldn't know his interests. I'm busy. Yang Bo said 3 words lightly. Wang Fang was very depressed when he heard this. Bart's meaning was very clear. That is, he was very busy. And his actions, in his opinion, were a waste of his time. So he said, well, I wanted to take Mr. Bart to visit other places. All the members of our club are A+ level superpowers. To be frank, our club has the most advanced technology in the entire human race. We also have the most advanced equipment in the entire human race. Our club has the top scientists. In almost all categories. You can even see famous scientists from hundreds of years ago in our club. Yang Bo shrugged. I am actually a pseudoscientist. The ultra-high temperature materials I developed in name are entirely because I have special superpowers. And when I was studying, my grades were the second to last. So I feel even more bored when Mr. Bart talks to me about scientific research. Wang Fang was speechless when he heard this. Because what Bart said was true. Then let's officially test Mr. Bart's superpowers. Wang Fang had no choice but to jump to the last step. He was very depressed because he came here with a mission this time. Bart's superpowers are very useful to the club. Especially in the field of ultra-high temperature material research. Materials are the most basic things for many high-tech equipment. That's the best. My ultra-high temperature material laboratory is full of orders. Yang Bo said lightly. Wang Fang was even more depressed when he heard this. Because Bart's meaning was very simple. I am not short of money. Wang Fang didn't know what Bart's shortcomings were. If you don't know the other party's shortcomings, you can't make targeted response strategies. The other party is not interested in energy stones. Especially life energy stones. Which makes Wang Fang a little confused. The other party is not interested in interstellar creatures. As for scientists, he is not interested because he is a poor student. So what is Bart interested in? Is it women? But that's not right. According to the information collected now, Bart rarely hangs out. Hee hee. Yang Bo found that Wang Fang was very depressed through telepathy. And he also smiled in his heart. Because Yang Bo heard what the other party said at the beginning. He knew that this club was not simple. Wang Fang's first sentence said that the club was a highly free club. Which actually made people relax their vigilance. This is exactly the same as the tricks of the liar. If the liar wants to deceive people, he must first let people relax their vigilance. The other party was interested in ultra-high temperature materials right from the start. Proving that the club was attracted by this aspect of him. Yang Bo guessed that as long as he joined the club and enjoyed the club's benefits, he would definitely give more. If all the members of this club were just asking for things, it would have collapsed long ago. The club has benefits. So as a member, you must give. Of course, there is another reason for Yang Bo attitude, which is to whet his appetite. Some things are not good if you are too proactive. Chapter 1066 Leaving. Bart, don't you have any hobbies? Wang Fang was depressed but didn't want to give up. Because he came here to accept the task. The club urgently needs talents and materials. Especially in the field of ultra-high temperature materials. As for Bart saying that he doesn't know how to study, it doesn't matter, because there are many people who do theoretical research. But there is no one like Bart who can continuously and stably output ultra-high temperatures. Wang Fang has been able to think of many fields that can greatly improve the club's equipment level. In A+ level superpower battles, even if the equipment lasts 0.001 seconds longer, it is a huge advantage. And in battles with interstellar creatures, most of the energy attacks of interstellar creatures are related to the high temperature resistance of materials. Energy lasers, microwaves, electrical energy, etc. These want to penetrate defenses, but they actually rely on temperature. In Wang Fang view, Bart's ultra-high temperature material laboratory should serve the club. The club will spread the research results, and it is more valuable in the club, because the club is full of the highest and elites. I don't have any hobbies. Yang Bo looked like he was indifferent. Anyway, I won't give you weaknesses. Wang Fang stopped talking after hearing this, because he also felt that Bart seemed to be very repulsive to him. What did I do wrong? Wang Fang began to doubt himself. Wang Fang's flying skateboard was flying in front, and Bart's flying skateboard was behind, and they soon arrived at the lower level of the pyramid building. Mr. Bart, let me talk about our test process first, Wang Fang said. Yang Bo looked at the instruments around him, and then asked, I wonder if what you just said about the club being very free is still valid. Of course it is still valid. Why did Mr. Bart ask this? Wang Fang felt that the answer was a bit bad. I don't want to take the test because I want to keep my superpower secret. Originally, I thought the club was mandatory, and would allow A+ level superpowers to join. Since it is not, then don't waste time. Every superpower will keep his superpower secret, Yang Bo said while observing Wang Fang's reaction. After hearing Bart's words, Wang Fang didn't know how to answer at all, because it took him a lot of time to get here. And if Bart left, then this mission would fail, and many of his plans could not be implemented. Our club is free, but our club has a mission, which is to limit the harm that A+ level superpowers can do to ordinary people, Wang Fang said. Yang Bo asked with some confusion after hearing this. Does that mean the club has the responsibility to protect ordinary people? You can say that. Wang Fang nodded. That's great. I've been targeted by a killer organization, and someone has offered a reward of hundreds of billions for a killer to kill me. Can you help me solve it? There are so many ordinary people in our empire who are oppressed and persecuted by those nobles. Can't the club warn those nobles? Yang Bo smiled in his heart. This shitty club seems to be selling dog meat under the guise of sheep. Since your club is under the name of protecting ordinary people, then I will make this request now, and see what you can do. We can only limit the people inside our club. Wang Fang was stunned halfway through his words, because according to this logic, Bart is not in the club at all, and he can't control it. But if I want to control Bart now, then Bart's request is not excessive. Wang Fang is not stupid, and he soon doubted the club's rule. The club used to restrict A+ level superpowers to protect ordinary people. But in the three countries, whether it is the Empire, the Alliance or the Federation, some dignitaries have been persecuting ordinary people. So according to the club's propaganda to protect ordinary people, should these dignitaries be warned? Because Wang Fang used to serve some big companies, and then grew up step by step. He naturally knew how many advantages these big companies had when facing ordinary people. He also naturally knew that many pharmaceutical companies did some shameful things. Every year there are scandals of some big companies. I think your club's rules are a bit wrong, Yang Bo said again. I know that some pharmaceutical companies in the Alliance use a lot of civilians to conduct genetic drug experiments. The number of people persecuted by these companies in a year is unimaginable. But an A+ level superpower person can't say that he persecutes so many people for no reason, and there is no benefit at all. If an A+ level superpower person kills innocent people indiscriminately, then the three countries have many ways to deal with it. Mr. Wang, don't tell me that your club can fight against the warships of three countries. This rule of your club is contrary to the laws of three countries. I don't know the meaning of this rule of your club. So before I have a comprehensive understanding of your club, I refuse to accept any test. And to be honest, your behavior of sending me a notice is a bit rude. And I think it's impossible for any A+ level superpower to fight against three countries. Not to mention that these three countries have so many warships. I think most ordinary A+ level superpowers can't even beat fighter planes. The energy of our superpowers is limited, while the energy of fighter planes can last for decades. Yang Bo said a lot in one breath. However, Yang Bo did not test Wang Fang's mental superpowers. Instead, he wanted to interfere with the other party's thoughts by using mental power interference. But he gave up after thinking about it, because his mental power is the biggest trump card. Okay then. Wang Fang feels a little confused now. I have never doubted that the club's rule that A+ level superpowers are not allowed to target ordinary people is problematic. Because I always think this is natural. Because ordinary people are on the weak side. And now Bart's statement. I feel that the club's rule is a bit nonsense. The reason why Wang Fang has such awareness is that Wang Fang is originally a member of the Alliance. Relatively speaking, people in the Three-Nation Alliance receive the most free education. So people in the Alliance are more sensitive to rights. But the club is actually serving the entire human race. The people in the club are in the depths of the universe, monitoring and studying those interstellar creatures. Mr. Bart, I still suggest you think carefully, because it is very difficult for superpowers to go from A to A+ level. We have a lot of relevant professional knowledge in our club. Wang Fang said again. Thank you. If my current strength has not reached the A+ level, then I want to try to see if I can break through. If my strength has reached it, then the club's professional knowledge will not be of much use to me. Although Yang Bo was polite, what he said made Wang Fang unable to refute. However, Yang Bo felt that the people in this club were reasonable and did not have that kind of high-handed feeling. Of course, if the other party is unreasonable with me, I welcome them with both hands. I am least afraid of unreasonable people. Of course, if these people want to fight with me, then it proves that their club's rule that A+ level does not fight with ordinary people is completely nonsense. Wang Fang was indeed speechless again by Bart's words. Mr. Wang Fang, please add your contact information. Of course, if you have research on ultra-high temperature materials, we can cooperate. Yang Bo successfully returned to the location of the fighter plane and said goodbye to Wang Fang. And then the two sides exchanged contact information. Okay. I will consider your question carefully. Wang Fang nodded. Yang Bo drove the fighter plane and flew away from Antarctica. Hee. Yang Bo thought Wang Fang was very interesting. He originally thought that the other party would be very strong, but he didn't expect that he would be reasonable throughout the whole process. So in the end, he added the other party's contact information, because the other party came for his ultra-high temperature materials. So there was room for cooperation. After Yang Bo left smoothly, Wang Fang was still thinking about what he did wrong to make Bart not interested in the club at all. Wang Fang certainly didn't know that Bart was not interested in the so-called interstellar creatures at all, because Yang Bo had seen countless interstellar creatures. There were even dozens of cubs in Yang Bo laboratory. There were even countless cubs in a certain underground cave on March Star. As for energy stones and the like, Yang Bo had no shortage of them. More importantly, Yang Bo-owned energy could be converted and charged directly at will. So why did he need to collect energy stones? Using energy stones to restore energy would cause harm to the user because the energy frequencies were different. So what Wang Fang showed today, everything he thought could attract Bart, was nothing special in Yang Bo's eyes. So Yang Bo thought this club was nothing special. As for A+ level superpowers, Yang Bo was even less afraid. Not to mention the space energy that Yang Bo himself possessed. Just a few space mechas were enough for any superpower to drink a pot. Not to mention that there were still many bombs in Yang Bo's space box. There are even miniature hydrogen bombs, which Yang Bo had stored in the game when the mecha game started. Yang Bo had prepared them before coming to the club. If the people in the club want to fight with me, I will let them see the power of the miniature hydrogen bombs. Master Jerry, the butler, greeted Bart when he saw him coming back. It's okay. This organization is nothing special. Yang Bo certainly knew what Jerry was worried about. That's good. Jerry, the butler, breathed a sigh of relief, because the other party felt very overbearing when he sent the notice. As for Wang Fang, after Yang Bo left, he thought about it for a while, but still couldn't think of the key point. So he reported the situation here. The club is divided into ordinary members, senior members, and the club also has a management committee. All activities and tasks of the club are managed by this management committee. The management committee has a president, 4 vice presidents, a secretary general, and 4 managers. The president of the management committee is very mysterious, and is said to be an S-level superpower. Anyway, Wang Fang has never seen the president in person since he entered the club for more than 100 years. Usually, the club's affairs are managed by the 4 vice presidents. When encountering major events, the people in the club will be called together for a meeting. However, the club rarely holds meetings, and the people are not all present at each meeting, because many club members are adventuring in the depths of the universe, and some are busy doing experiments in their own laboratories. A+ level superpowers are the elites among the elites. So these people have their own careers and their own research. After Wang Fang reported this matter, 3 vice presidents and the secretary general, as well as Wang Fang, soon entered a virtual conference room. Wang Fang, I personally think that your strategy this time is a bit wrong. Bart is not an elite in the broad sense. This kind of person values real things the most. The first vice president spoke first. Bart's reputation is not good to begin with. You did not carefully analyze this person's personality before the mission. The second vice president also nodded. The third vice president said, Bart was born into a noble family. Although his grades are not good, he has received aristocratic education since he was a child. For things that have no benefits, they resist from the bottom of their hearts. Wang Fang nodded when he heard this. I did ignore Bart's background and his growth process. But he seems to be not interested in anything, including the life energy stone I showed. The Secretary General spoke at this time. Bart is still very scheming. Otherwise it is impossible. He was able to deceive their family for so many years. Wang Fang, the things you showed are too valuable. If I were someone like him, I would think you were deceiving people by taking these things. These nobles are very realistic. No matter how valuable the things you showed are, they will consider whether they can get them. Wang Fang heard the Secretary General say this, and then said, and I think some of what he said seems to make sense. I will play the recording for you. The recording Wang Fang played was Yang Bo questioning the club's rule that restricts A+ level superpowers from attacking ordinary people. After hearing the recording, several vice presidents and the Secretary General were a little confused about how to explain. Because no one has ever questioned this club rule, the Secretary General said, this rule of our club only restricts the members of our club. Because we can't restrict other people. This sentence proposed by Bart is problematic in itself. We just want to restrict the companies he mentioned. But will these companies listen to us? If our club has enough authority, then of course we are willing to achieve the situation, Bart said. But unfortunately, we don't have any law enforcement power or anything like that. In fact, most of the rules of our club are self-discipline of members. Wang Fang felt that what the Secretary General said made some sense. Chapter 1067 Testing Each Other. If Yang Bo knew about Wang Fang's idea, he would probably roll his eyes. It is obvious that the Vice President and the Secretary General have problems with what they said. It has been proven that one's own superpower level has nothing to do with IQ and EQ. Just like some mutants are terribly strong, but their IQ is relatively low. And the Lords of the Green Demon Star, many of them have strength beyond A level, but their brains sometimes don't work well. Just like mutants like Tai No are terribly strong, but their IQ is like that of a few-year-old child. Not to mention EQ. If Wang Fang EQ is high enough, then he is not an ordinary member, and he will not be controlled by others because he is an A+ level superpower. Although Yang Bo came back from the club, he still couldn't figure it out. This may be caused by information asymmetry. The club has also grasped the weakness of human nature. Life energy stone. The center of the universe. Mysterious interstellar creatures. Sacred mission. But I'm afraid that most of the A+ level members are still for their own interests. In today's society, how can we cultivate such superpowers for all mankind? Everyone is selfish. I guess most members of the club are attracted by the benefits shown by the club. And most superpowers don't know how to develop as time goes by. This Wang Fang came to me, probably for his own interests. Yang Bo carefully analyzed the existing situation. At this time, Yang Bo found that Wang Fang sent him a message. Bart, our Secretary General wants to talk to you. Wang Fang sent a message directly. Okay. Yang Bo was also very curious about what this Secretary General was going to do. Then Wang Fang recommended someone to come over. Mr. Bart, nice to meet you. I am the Secretary General of the Xinhua Club. You can call me Lu Bin. After Yang Bo added the other party to his smart terminal, the other party sent a message. Mr. Secretary General Lu Bin, nice to meet you. But I am not well educated and have little ability. So I feel that my life is very fulfilling now. And I have no intention of joining the club. Yang Bo directly sent such a message to the other party. Mr. Bart, I repeat, our club is free. We will not force members to do anything. And Mr. Bart, have you ever thought about it? Your current superpower level is indeed very high. But what about your wife and your women's superpower levels? Our club has many ways to increase lifespan, and many ways to increase superpower levels. Our club can even successfully evolve twice, 3 times, and 4 times. Our club has many professional talents, grandmasters of potions, and grandmasters of forging. And Mr. Bart, aren't you curious about how we crossed billions of light years to reach the center of the universe? The scientific level of the club can be said to be many times higher than what you have seen. Even some scientific and technological achievements that can't be imagined in science fiction movies are just daily technology in our club. Lubin sent a lot of messages in succession, because the club really needs talents like Bart. The characteristics of Bart's ultra-high temperature materials have been verified by professionals in the club. If Bart's ultra-high temperature materials are applied to various equipment in the club, the level of equipment can be greatly improved. This is the performance improvement brought by the basic materials. Yang Bo saw that the other party sent so many messages, and he smiled in his heart. I am really interested in what this guy said. Of course, Yang Bo did not say that he wanted to use the power of the club to strengthen himself and then help himself in his future development. For example, to seize control of the second world. Because Yang Bo knew that there might be more than one person in the royal family of the Shuilan Empire in the club. There are even some families, and there must be people in the club. If the club really has some technology beyond reality, and the 3 countries are not affected at all, then it must be that the group of controllers behind the 3 countries are also in the club. And the club may be supported by some people in the 3 countries. Because for the people behind these countries, they are very concerned about the movements of interstellar creatures. Because once interstellar creatures appear, they will be devastating and catastrophic, which will bring huge losses to these countries. And then these families behind the countries will definitely suffer huge losses. I'm sorry. I'm very busy now. And my wife is still very young. I don't like people restricting my freedom. And I don't like the way you talk. Especially this kind of suspenseful way. This kind of suspenseful way can only make me feel that you have some plans for me. Of course. Maybe I am too suspicious. And you have repeatedly reiterated that joining the club is free. But you said these words, which gave me a very strange feeling. I am not very smart. I was basically the second to last in my studies before. But my family elders have long warned me not to believe in those illusory promises. And not to believe in things that you have not seen. So that you will not be deceived. Of course, I am not saying that the club is deceiving people. But that we can have substantial cooperation. Because I know that you must want to find me to cooperate in ultra-high temperature materials. Because I don't have anything else to show for myself except ultra-high temperature materials. After all, although my superpowers are quite powerful, they are still far inferior to those of the people in your club. Yang Bo sent a long message in succession. After seeing Bart's message, Lu Bin was speechless for a moment. This guy said between the lines that he believed in the club. But the messages he sent showed that he didn't believe in the club at all. The descendants of these great nobles in the empire are really difficult to deal with. Lu Bin muttered in his heart. And Bart said that his IQ was not high. But his guesses were very accurate. Lu Bin didn't know how to answer now. Because others saw through his intentions. But he didn't see through what the other party was thinking. And didn't know whether Bart's message was true or false. And why Bart was not interested in what he said. Could it be that Bart really didn't see the real thing, and didn't believe what he said? Smart people like to make up a lot of things in their minds. Lu Bin didn't know what he said at all. And Bart was not interested at all. Even what Lu Bin said. Why the people in the club could reach the center of the universe. Because Lu Bin didn't know how powerful the people he was facing were. After Yang Bo sent the message, he saw that the other party didn't reply for a while. And he knew that he had them in his hands. These guys in the club are quite smart. They were originally interested in my ultra-high temperature materials. But they acted so high and mighty, and sent me a notice first. They showed me all kinds of good things. But they actually had some other agenda. Yang Bo had been fooled a lot in his previous life. When you think it's a great bargain, you often fall into the trap. Let's put it this way. As an ordinary person, or as 99.99% of people, when you think it's a good thing, you have to think about it more. No matter what others say. Don't believe it. After the club sent out the notice, Yang Bo has been thinking about why the club took the initiative to notify him. Don't talk about superpowers. Because even Yang Bo doesn't dare to fight against the main gun of a battleship. Not to mention some powerful energy bombs. In the face of such a huge technological power. Personal power is still very small. To give a very simple example, if Yongbo wants to destroy a planet now, he may die of exhaustion. But the main gun of a battleship can easily tear a planet apart. So the club came to test their superpowers, which was obviously an excuse. Yongbo was also curious about what the other party saw in Bart. However, Yongbo carefully analyzed what Bart had that others valued. Naturally, it was ultra-high temperature materials. The reason why Yongbo went to the club to see what the other party had brought out was to see what good things the other party had brought out. But he was quite disappointed after seeing it, since he didn't value the things the club brought out. Then the two sides had to talk about business and cooperation. Mr. Bart, we are indeed very interested in your ultra-high temperature materials. I wonder if you have better ultra-high temperature materials. Robin of the club felt uncomfortable, because the initiative was completely in Bart's hands. And the club couldn't openly target Bart. The club couldn't openly violate the laws of 3 countries, because everyone in the club came from 3 countries. And once the club openly violated national laws, other members of the club would doubt the nature of the club. My superpower temperature is constantly rising, so I have some test products. But the quantity of these test products is very small, because making these test products will consume more money. Since they are talking about cooperation, Yongbo will talk in the way of discussing cooperation. So he sent messages to the other party. Well, there are some more things in our cooperation, because the technology we master is higher than the technology widely used in various countries now. So some technologies cannot be presented, especially for people outside the club. It will limit the cooperation. Robinson sent another message. We can talk about this. If the club doesn't believe it, then we won't cooperate. In fact, I'm busy enough now. I'm going to reduce the quota next year because I find that I don't have time to enjoy life now. Although I'm very rich. Yongbo saw the message sent by the other party and replied directly. Robin was speechless when he saw the message sent by Bart. Is he showing off his wealth? Don't you, Bart, have any ambition? Let's discuss it here first, and contact each other if there is a chance in the future. Robin decided not to continue sending messages to Bart, because I feel very depressed when contacting Bart. It feels like the two people are not chatting on the same channel at all. It feels like this Bart is an old stubborn person who is not easily influenced. Robin sent the message of chatting with Bart to a virtual chat room where several vice presidents were. You are worthy of being the latest generation of genius of our imperial nobles. You actually made our Secretary General speechless. A vice president laughed. I think this Bart is just playing dumb. Look at this guy's information. He used to be a scoundrel, but now he has grown up and soared to the sky in a short time. Another vice president also spoke. Our empire's nobles are not stupid. This Bart has a very clear understanding of himself. He knows that he can show off ultra-high temperature materials. So after our club issued a notice, this guy probably guessed our purpose. So even if he is very interested in what our club shows, he will show that he is not interested. Another vice president said. If I remember correctly, the descendants of the two were humiliated by this Bart. Another vice president said with a chuckle. Young people's problems should be solved by young people. I have more than 7,000 descendants now, and more than half of them have been humiliated by others. Being humiliated is just because of their own lack of strength, and they can't blame others. And our imperial nobles have to go through hardships to cultivate their descendants. Unlike some people in the alliance, who let their descendants receive elite education while letting the descendants of ordinary people receive quality education. That's right. We nobles do things openly and honestly. We want to be the privileged class. Unlike some people who do things that the privileged class does in the name of freedom. The living standards of ordinary people in our alliance are much higher than those of ordinary people in your empire. What era is this? Your empire still has slavery. Don't be so sanctimonious in your alliance. Our noble slaves not only have food, housing, medical treatment, and retirement, but also jobs for their descendants. Unlike your alliance, you squeeze ordinary people with houses, medical care, education, and various other things, but don't give them any protection. Lu Bin was overwhelmed. There were factions within the club. From the vice president to the members below, 3 major factions have been formed. One is the Empire, one is the Alliance, and the other is the neutral faction. When it comes to the system, the vice presidents of these 2 factions often quarrel for days and nights. If the remarks of these vice presidents are released to the outside world, It is estimated that the systems of the Empire and the Alliance will collapse instantly, because many things are concealed by the two countries. Everyone, our club does not talk about the system, Lubin said quickly, because these vice presidents are the beneficiaries of the system. They will definitely maintain their own systems. I think we can cooperate with Bart. We old nobles are trustworthy. Even if we don't say anything else. Many of the club's technologies cannot be disclosed to the outside world. How can we cooperate? Using Bart's ultra-high temperature material technology. The energy utilization rate of all the equipment in our club can be increased by at least 5% on average. If multiple equipment are superimposed, how much energy can be saved? The biggest expense of our club is the consumption of energy stones. I think it's okay to talk about cooperation with Bart. But Bart must join the club. You vice presidents should use your influence to get Bart to join the club. Geniuses like Bart should be in the club. Don't talk nonsense. People in your alliance are just afraid that the performance of our empire's weapons and equipment is better than yours. That's right. Because of the application of Bart's ultra-high temperature materials. The performance of our empire's mecha engine research has a higher energy utilization rate than your alliance's mecha engine. What's the use of that? Are you planning to replace all the military mechas in your empire? Lubin saw that these vice presidents were starting to argue again, and hurriedly said, everyone. We can get a small amount of materials from Bart's laboratory and then conduct research. The equipment in our club is all used on a small scale, so it is very easy to update and iterate. I don't think Bart is not interested in our things. But he has not seen the real thing. I think the club can authorize Bart to be a temporary member and let him experience the technological level of our club. Let him really see what the center of the universe looks like. Let him see those huge interstellar creatures. And let him feel a sense of crisis. Agree. When these vice presidents heard what Lubin said, they all agreed. Lubin also felt a headache. Many things in the club ended up in vain, because the factions on both sides often quarreled over this and that. The people in the club are from two countries. So many times, the things in the club involve things at the level of the two countries. Robin thought that the matter would be easy to handle here. So he sent an invitation to Bart. Because from Robin's point of view, being able to go to the center of the universe and see interstellar creatures in person was something he couldn't refuse. But Bart refused. So Bart sent a few words. I don't have time. I have to make money. Robin felt overwhelmed. This is not okay. The reason why Yang Bo replied with these words was not that he was not interested in the center of the universe, but in the process of going to the center of the universe. A lot of high-tech equipment will definitely be used. Will these high-tech equipment take this opportunity to obtain more information about him? Yang Bo can already guess that the members of the club who have reached the A+ level of strength can reach the center of the universe through space teleportation. Because White also mentioned before that someone was doing space teleportation experiments. But many creatures could not stand the pressure brought by space teleportation and died. Then those who have reached a certain level of superpowers can resist this pressure. But in the process of teleportation, a lot of high-tech equipment is definitely needed. Yang Bo dare not guarantee that the other party's equipment will not secretly scan him when it is running, because he knows nothing about the situation in the club. You need to gradually understand the club's technological level, and then slowly get in touch with it. Chapter 1068 Club Meeting. Bart's reaction made Robin feel helpless. The club has never encountered such a situation since its establishment. There are more than 4,000 people in the club. After seeing the strength shown by the club, these people cried and shouted to join the club. Only Bart was like an old stubborn. And Bart also acted as if your club was a liar. Although Bart did not obviously say that the club was a liar. He was skeptical about the things shown by the club. Does the club need to deceive people? The most important thing is that the club really needs Bart's technology to improve its equipment level. The main activity place of the club is in the center of the universe, far away from the rear. So the requirements for equipment are extremely high, because all equipment consumes a lot of energy to be transmitted there. If the performance of the same equipment is higher, then the cost will be reduced in all lengths. Even if the performance of a single equipment is improved by 5%, from transmission to equipment, and then to the use in the center of the universe. The overall energy and material saved by superposition is not a small number. For the simplest mecha, if the energy utilization rate is improved by 5%, then the life of the mecha will be increased by 5%. Then this mecha is sent to the center of the universe, which can greatly extend the service life and improve the utilization rate of onboard energy. In the transmission equipment, if ultra-high temperature materials are used. Even if the energy is saved by 1%, the lifespan is extended by 1%. The overall savings of the club will be unimaginable. This is the efficient brought by the basic materials. If the transmission equipment saves 1% of energy, then one more transmission can be made every 100 times. If the lifespan is extended by another 1%, that is to say, the previous 100 times can now be used 102 times. If 5% of the mecha is added, then the budget of 100 mechas after the material improvement is equivalent to the budget of 107 mechas before. Then after the performance of all equipment is improved, at least 10% of the expenses will be saved every year. The club cannot ignore the fission reaction brought by this basic material. There are more things that cannot be calculated now, such as the performance of the mecha is improved by 5%, and the energy utilization rate is improved by 5%, which means that the weapon is more powerful, but the energy consumption is lower. All the equipment used by the club in the center of the universe is all supplied by energy stones, because in the center of the universe, only energy stones can be used to supply energy most of the time. After learning about this situation, the other vice presidents of the club also roughly guessed that Bart had taken over the club. Alas, I should have known not to issue that notice. It is this notice that gives Bart time to think about why we are looking for him. If I were Bart, I would have thought it through in 3 months. Because Bart himself has nothing else that can be favored by others. In fact, people like Bart, who are not very smart, are difficult to deal with. As long as they are determined, they will not give up. These vice presidents also discussed it. However, none of these vice presidents stood up and said that they would deal with Bart, even if these vice presidents were of noble origin, because this is related to the interests of everyone in the entire club. What is the point of coming forward by yourself? Besides, Bart has a bastard character. If he goes to find someone else with his old face, what if this bastard doesn't give face? He was disappointed without even seeing the Secretary General. These vice presidents of the club, who were born in the Empire, are all nobles. And nobles have to save face. Robin could only ask in the virtual conference room, does everyone have any ideas? This Bart is a bit heartless. He has a jerk personality. And it seems that he doesn't have any particularly good relationships with anyone. His buddy Alan is a disciple of our family. But why should I let someone from our family come forward? The vice president from the alliance suggested. Then just set up a company. Or contact Bart in the name of the club to conduct business cooperation. I have seen Bart's cooperation with other companies and can directly produce. We can customize some parts first and study them first. I also think it's best for everyone to cooperate fairly and impartially. If you go to him privately now, he might even raise the price. That's right. It might be more expensive to ask for help privately. Let Wang Fong handle this matter. If someone else does, Bart will think we are in urgent need, and the price of this damn thing will definitely increase. Then let Wang Fong continue to contact Bart. How is the situation of the new Grand Master of Potion from the Alliance? Someone asked in the virtual chat room. When Lubin heard this, he answered, there is no progress in this matter. On the one hand, the Alliance is now at a critical time for the election, and all the manpower and material resources there are busy with the election. In addition, the two forces involved in this matter are difficult to contact. The first force is the Ninth Fleet. The Ninth Fleet is very united. We have tried to contact their people, but there was no result. The second force is Zhang Buizhen of March Star. This guy rose too fast, and none of us can contact him. In less than 3 years, Zhang Buizhen went from an abandoned family member to the actual controller of a planet. Many things may not be so simple. There may be a very complicated organization behind it. Help him. The attack on Tianzi Star of the Alliance may be related to the secret collection of the Zhang family. Of course, there is no evidence for this. But on the other hand, the Zhang family can't go to Zhang Buizhen for trouble because of this matter. And this is just a very small reason. The probability is very low, because no one will do such a big thing on Tianzi Star for this reason. And the incident on Tianzi Star is very strange, involving some organizations we don't know. In addition, the most critical thing is that our club does not lack pharmacy masters. So even if we find the other party, it is likely to intensify the competition in the pharmacy field of our club. Our secretariat has considered comprehensively, and will not contact the other party for the time being. The other vice presidents heard this without any objection, because the resources in the club are also limited, and there are many competitors in some resource sectors, such as pharmacy. If the club adds another pharmacy master, it will intensify the competition for pharmacy resources within the club. What we lack now is a grandmaster in forging. We have a huge demand for equipment, especially high-end equipment. Although we have clues about the grandmaster forging, it is not convenient to contact them because there are several grandmasters working in the core equipment research institutions of the 3 countries. In addition, we are in short supply of combat personnel, mecha grandmasters, and fighter grandmasters. We already have a target for the mecha grandmaster. That is Li John, the mecha grandmaster in the Federal Korea state. We have carefully analyzed his combat videos and can be sure that he has reached the level of mecha grandmaster. Now we are waiting for an opportunity. The Pirate Alliance will retaliate against Li John. Our Secretariat is ready to rescue him after Li John fails. We have sent new fighters to lurk in Korea state. As long as Li John fails, the fighters will rescue him and leave Korea state. Other vice presidents nodded when they heard the Secretariat's plan. Our club is lacking frontline combat personnel, especially high-end personnel in mecha and fighter planes. In the battlefield at the core of the universe, one's own superpowers can only be used as a backup. However, the number of high-end professionals produced by the 3 countries has been decreasing in recent years. I think we should let the Alliance and the Empire have a local war to select enough talents. Now most of the mecha divisions of these 2 countries are just showpieces and are vulnerable when they go to the battlefield. Don't say this nonsense. If there is a conflict between the 2 countries, others will think that we are the ones who are trying to sow discord, which is completely contrary to the core slogan of our club. Alas, I think we should increase investment in ancient martial arts. Ancient martial arts superpowers are braver and braver. The more battles they experience, the higher their level and the stronger their strength. On the contrary, superpowers born from energy potions will have their superpowers restricted, including their own physical growth. Although the success rate of 2 or 3 gene drug injections is already very high, there are inevitable side effects. More importantly, the 2 or 3 gene drug injections are likely to have side effects with the abilities of each superpower. And every 2 or 3 gene drug injections, 3 or even 4 or 5 drug injections, will pay a huge price. Because each superpower has its own superpower. And all drugs are the highest-end customized products. There is nothing we can do about it. Although we have been working hard to promote ancient martial arts, the capital of the 2 countries is not willing to develop ancient martial arts at all. Alas, speaking of ancient martial arts, our Empire's Sword Association is the most successful. Unfortunately, the Empire's Sword Association has been suppressed by the Alliance and the Federation. Lu Bin said at this time, speaking of the Sword Association, this year's Sword Association, we have selected a lot of good seedlings. The top 10 are all very talented in ancient martial arts. The club is arranging people to contact them and teach them ancient martial arts. At this time, someone asked, have you contacted the cleaner in the Alliance? This cleaner made a lot of money and abducted a princess of the Empire. She is a princess in name, but she is just an ordinary little girl. Robinson said again, after investigation by our Secretariat, the strength of the cleaner in the Alliance is too low. We have not contacted her. According to the existing information, he may have reached the lowest level of superpowers. And he is too old. If he practices ancient martial arts now, his growth potential is limited. A vice president said, in fact, you can give it a try. I feel that his reaction in the swordsmanship competition is quite fast. I have watched his video, and I feel that he seems to have a certain talent in intuition or foresight. Another vice president also nodded. There is a useless person in our family who lost a lot of money to this cleaner. I also think that the cleaner is very good in combat intuition. Although it seems that he is a bit opportunistic. It is precisely because he is not strong enough that he will take shortcuts. If he is strong enough, I can't imagine how strong his combat awareness is. Another vice president also nodded. This cleaner's on-the-spot reaction is very fast and accurate. Robinson said again, but according to the relevant information we have obtained, the cleaner has no talent in mecha. But there is a strange thing. The mutants found in March Star may be related to him. Our club has sent people to investigate carefully in March Star, but no mutants were found. The main reason is that the energy fluctuations of these mutants are too low. So we are not sure whether the cleaner has other abilities, especially energy perception. If he has special abilities in energy perception, it will be the best assistance. The most important thing in the core of the universe is the perception of energy. After hearing this, a vice president suggested, Then find an opportunity to give him some basic ancient martial arts information in this area. Lu Bin nodded. This is a good suggestion. I will ask the Secretariat to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Recently, these interstellar creatures in the center of the universe have been a little restless. The frequency of encountering interstellar creatures at several outposts in the center of the universe has increased. According to the time, the interstellar creatures may have to experience another migration. Until now, we still don't know why these interstellar creatures want to migrate outward. So we must remain vigilant. While increasing our own strength, we must also pay attention to safety. Our club must ensure its own existence in order to continue to fight against interstellar creatures. Well, if interstellar creatures experience another migration outward, this time the three countries have made a huge improvement in their armed forces. In the virtual conference room of the club, these vice presidents began to discuss the strategic deployment in the center of the universe. After receiving the news from the club, Wang Fong tried to contact Bart, but Bart's housekeeper replied that Bart had entered the laboratory, and it was uncertain when he would come out. At this time, Yang Bo had already arrived at the territory of Prince Holden in the second world. There are already more than 1,000 foreigners in Prince Holden's territory. With the help of these foreigners, Prince Holden's territory has taken shape. A town has appeared, surrounded by a 2-meter-high stone wall, and the buildings inside are all brick and wood mixed buildings. Yang Bo watched the huge changes taking place in Prince Holden's territory. These gamers will first clear all the bushes, weeds and trees. They will select the usable wood and expose the rest to the sun. Then they will pile these dried bushes, weeds and branches on the land suitable for reclamation. After a fire is lit, the land will be turned over, and the land will be sorted into blocks. When turning the land, the stones inside will be taken back to build houses, roads and walls. Places that are not suitable for reclamation will be fenced off as pastures. And some thorny bushes and poisonous grasses will be constantly cleared to allow other grasses in the pasture to grow normally. The food sources of these gamers are mainly two aspects. One is the proceeds from hunting and fishing, and the other is the food transported from the kingdom. Now there are still a steady stream of gamers, the so-called outsiders, being sent to Holden's territory. The spring plowing in the Second World Siram Kingdom has not yet ended, so there are not many game players now. After the spring plowing is over, I am afraid that thousands of people will be sent to Prince Holden's territory. And it is not ruled out that these nobles of the Siram Kingdom will also send foreigners from other countries around to Prince Holden's territory. Your Royal Highness. Yang Bo was riding a horse and strolling in his territory, when suddenly a gamer ran over and saluted respectfully and shouted. Prince Holden's guardian knights were in trouble in front of this outsider. Yang Bo looked at this gamer and recognized who this gamer was. All gamers are young and strong clones. And this gamer wearing tattered leather boots, a tattered straw hat, and tattered clothes is called Rambo. The gamer who controls this clone is Luo Lan, a hereditary viscount of the Luo family of the Shuilan Empire. This guy often sprays people on the forum, especially Su Hai. But recently Luo Lan is quite depressed, because the gamers on Su Hai's side have started to give money, while Prince Holden's territory where he is located has not given money at all, and he can only barely fill his stomach every day. Come and talk. Yang Bo disguised as Prince Holden said. The guardian knights around Prince Holden let this thin outsider come over. Your Highness is kind and great. Luo Lan controlled the game character, came to His Highness excitedly, and shouted in an exaggerated tone. Luo Lan was in the second game world with neural access, so he was still shocked when he saw the huge unicorn up close. If you have something to say, just say it. Luo Lan saw Prince Holden looking at him impatiently and said, Your Highness is noble and wise. I have a very small suggestion. If Your Highness can adopt this suggestion, the work efficiency of these people in the camp will double. Luo Lan said quickly. Then tell me. What Luo Lan didn't expect was that Prince Holden actually asked him to speak. Your Highness only needs to take out a small amount of money to reward and set a goal. Whoever completes these goals can get a reward. Luo Lan carefully said his thoughts. Well, I think your plan is good. I just need a manager, a steward of foreigners. If your plan is good enough, the position of steward will be given to you, Prince Holden said while sitting on the tall unicorn. Luo Lan was simply stunned. He had only come up to meet the prince bravely, but he did not expect such a good thing to happen to him. Luo Lan looked at his game video. Fortunately, he was on his way here. He would post it on the forum to show off. Chapter 1069 Broken Stuff. Your Highness, your kindness is like the mountains, And your temperament is like the sun. Luo Lan flattered without hesitation. Luo Lan was a nobleman himself, so he naturally knew what kind of character these NPC nobles in the game were. And he liked to hear this kind of exaggerated flattering language. Yang Bo looked at Luo Lan flattering, with his hands raised high, and his posture was very exaggerated. He almost laughed out loud, especially the words this guy said, which made him feel very disgusting. Ha ha ha. It seems that you have good literary talent. This time, I will give you a budget of 100 gold coins. If you do well, I will promote you to be the general manager. If you don't do well, I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Yang Bo pretended to laugh, sat on the back of the unicorn, and said condescendingly. When Luo Lan saw Prince Holden laughing, he knew that he was on the right track. When he heard Prince Holden give a budget of 100 gold coins, he trembled with excitement. 1 gold coin in the second world can be exchanged for about 1.8 million blue coins. 99.99% of gamers have never seen gold coins, just like Luo Lan and other gamers. Although they are not valued in their noble families, it is not a big problem to spend millions to play games. So in the second world game, as long as there are gamers selling currency, there are noble children scrambling to get it. Luo Lan wanted to use 10 million to buy gold coins in the second world game, but he had no channels, because gamers have no gold coins at all. And most of the NPCs in the second game world have no gold coins. Gamers have no way to get the gold coins in the hands of nobles, because gamers are so poor in the game that they can't even afford to eat. Great and wise, Your Highness. Your eyes are like sunlight, and I promise to complete the task. Luo Lan quickly took on the task, and at the same time praised Prince Holden with exaggerated tone and body language. Well, come to me after the plan is ready. Yang Bo responded, and then rode away on the unicorn. Luo Lan's treatment also changed. He was assigned a small house with a bed and other things. He no longer had to squeeze into the haystack with other gamers. This made the other gamers in Prince Holden's territory green with envy. After Luo Lan downloaded the game, he couldn't wait to post the video on the second game world forum. Gamers in Prince Holden's territory are actually divided into 3 camps. One is the old noble children. One is the royal family. And there are new noble players. Another is some civilian players. These civilian players play the second world game just to make a fortune. After all, as long as they can get a few gold coins in the second game world, they can use these gold coins to join some nobles and become their slaves. As long as they can become the slaves of these nobles, as long as the nobles are alive, these slaves don't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, transportation, illness, and raising children. Moreover, when these slaves reach retirement age, they can get more pensions than those outside. More importantly, as slaves of nobles, no one dares to provoke them in society. To be more precise, the welfare of the slaves of the imperial nobles is like that of civil servants in some countries. And they are even more awesome than civil servants. Because if civil servants go out to fight with civilians, they may be fired. But if the slaves of nobles go out to conflict with civilians and beat up other civilians, there will be nothing wrong. The post posted by Luo Lan instantly attracted a lot of attention in the second game world forum. Many people sent private messages to Luo Lan to buy gold coins. At this time, Luo Lan gathered some professional talents from his family to make the plan given to him by Prince Holden perfect. Even formed a professional team of more than 20 people to serve Luo Lan's plan. What Luo Lan didn't know was that what he showed off in the second game world forum had been seen by the fake Prince Holden. Yang Bo naturally knew that it was easy for people like Luo Lan to make these plans with a big family behind him. Yang Bo was originally planning to use the power of these game players to manage his own territory. The other group of people in Prince Holden's territory will definitely be restless. The reason why Yang Bo was willing to take out 100 gold coins to let Luo Lan make a plan was actually because there were more and more people in Prince Holden's territory and more things to do. Some gamers were just lazy inside, and some even had other ideas and looked at themselves in the wrong way. So Yang Bo would divide the gamers in the territory into 2 or 3 camps. Let the gamers in these 2 or 3 camps compete and supervise each other. Luo Lan is just a beginning. I believe that someone will come up and offer advice the second time I show up in the territory. In this way, I don't have to worry about anything and can develop the territory well. In fact, this is also the way emperors of many dynasties manage the country. There are honest officials and corrupt officials, so that their subordinates will not be in the same camp. The same is true for many bosses of management companies. The bosses don't want their subordinates to be in the same camp. Of course, Luo Lan is just showing off now, because the plan has not been approved by Prince Holden, and the cost of 100 gold coins has not been received. Of course, Luo Lan can't embezzle all of these 100 gold coins, because other game players are not vegetarians. If I want to embezzle all of them, some people with the same background as me will really dare to come to my door and beat me up. Of course, when Luo Lan makes a plan, he will definitely favor the noble children players in the same camp as me. Luo Lan has no idea that all his plans are calculated by some people. Yang Bo temporarily ignores the matter of Xinhua Club, because the club needs his ultra-high temperature materials, not something he needs from them. And through this incident, Yang Bo has already understood the nature of this club. It is actually a real club-like organization. And Yang Bo has learned from Jerry the housekeeper that Martin from the club wants to talk to him about cooperation. So he is even less anxious. It should be the 3 countries that restrict the development of the club. The club is more like a small high-end war group organized by the 3 countries. This club is responsible for interstellar biology. It is also responsible for some super technology. The club cannot do without the support of the 3 countries. After all, the club's affairs must require huge manpower, financial resources, and material resources. This is easy to do. My ultra-high temperature materials are also very important to the Empire. So the club wants to talk to me in the form of cooperation. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that his several identities had attracted the attention of the club. So when Yang Bo returned to March Star, Yang Bo, the Swordsmanship Association said that there is a reward for you. Su Wei and the other 2 came back from the 9th Fleet and told Yang Bo a news. What reward? Yang Bo was a little confused. An influence reward. It is said that your performance in the Imperial Swordsmanship competition has promoted the development of the Swordsmanship Association in the Alliance. Su Wei answered. Yang Bo felt a little strange when he heard this. And then, he directly contacted the person in charge of the March Star Swordsmanship Association. The other party gave a positive answer and said that it could be delivered directly to the home by express delivery, or he could pick it up in person. Yang Bo directly controlled his flying car to go to the Swordsmanship Association to collect the reward. I wonder what the reward is. Yang Bo asked while controlling the flying car to collect the reward. Su Wei also shook her head. I don't know. I have never heard of this kind of reward. After about half an hour, the flying car came back with the reward. Su Wei and the other 2 also surrounded it with great curiosity. It was a beautiful box with an honorary certificate in the box, indicating that Yang Bo promoted the development of swordsmanship in the Alliance. And the reward was given by the Swordsmanship Association headquarters. In addition to the honorary certificate, there was also a box with a book in the box. Ancient Martial Arts? This book had no cover. But after opening it, it turned out to be Ancient Martial Arts. What's going on? Yang Bo felt a little confused. This is a book of boxing, called Hadouken. The boxing is divided into 24 styles. Huh? How could it be this kind of thing? Su Wei also felt strange after seeing the reward. Especially this book seems to be printed out. Yang Bo also felt strange because this certificate and this boxing method seemed to be printed out directly, and then bound. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this. But it feels like these have just been printed out. And I have participated in the Sword Association competition for so long. And now I am rewarded? Which feels a bit strange. I asked my brother. Su Wei looked at Yang Bo while talking. Su Wei meaning was obviously to ask Yang Bo for his opinion. Yang Bo nodded. And then Su Wei sent a message to his brother Su Hai. Su Hai was also a little puzzled after receiving the message, and then asked about the news before replying. It turns out that the top 10 in the last competition all received an ancient martial art. It is said that this can stimulate one's potential. Only the best people in the association will receive this kind of reward. But they choose the ancient martial arts themselves. My brother said that ancient martial arts are actually nothing big, because many noble families have records of these ancient martial arts. As for why the reward is given to you now, it is unknown. Maybe there is a problem with the connection between the Sword Association headquarters and the Alliance branch. Su Hai gave feedback quickly. And then Su Wei told Yang Bo about it. Yang Bo always felt that this matter was strange. But he couldn't explain it, because this matter was also a good thing. Yang Bo saw at a glance that this ancient martial arts was real, because this was also the way to use power. It was to gather all the power in the body in one move and maximize the power of the attack. Through the body movement and footwork, the power in the body was concentrated on the fist. Moreover, these 24 moves were coherent, and each move was more powerful than the other. Yang Bo felt that this was a bit like the way to use power that he had realized in the second game world. However, this ancient martial arts book talked about the operation of power in more detail. It was more scientific and easier to understand than what was seen in the second game world. I feel that it is much simpler than the method you taught me, Su Wei said after reading it. Yang Bo taught Su Wei and the other two the way the power in the game was operated. He also gave the boxing method he realized in the game a cool name called Yang's Meteor Fist. I also feel that this seems to be much simpler. Yang Bo also felt that this boxing method was not at the same level as what he learned in the game. Then Yang Bo started practicing in front of the three women. Yang Bo now has a photographic memory. He first slowly followed the boxing movements and carefully felt the feeling of power wandering in his body. The second time, the movement was much faster. And then the third time, Yang Bo's speed was very fast. And the whole person was like a residual image. I feel that this wave fist is a bit lower, Yang Bo said after finishing the practice. The wave fist is the continuous superposition of power one move after another. If this move does not hit the enemy, the power will be superimposed on the next move, and then until the enemy is hit. This is the same as the power application method of Yang's Meteor Fist. But the movement and power application are much worse than Yang's Meteor Fist. Let me try it. Su Wei saw that Yang Bo completed it so easily, and she was eager to try it. Come on. Yang Bo nodded. Su Wei still couldn't perform a complete set of Yang's Meteor Fist, so this relatively simple wave fist might be able to perform it. So Su Wei began to practice under the guidance of Yang Bo. The initial movements were relatively slow, mainly to remember the key points of each movement and the way of using power. The way of using power is to maximize one's own power based on movement. Just like when people throw stones. They swing their arms, and then throw them far away. When encountering a larger stone, they will also use the power of the waist to twist their waist. This is actually a simple way to use power. If you don't swing your arms or twist your waist, the weight and distance of the stone that can be thrown will be very limited. If you swing your arms and twist your waist, you can maximize the weight and distance of your own throw. However, different movements and different ways of using power have completely different results and completely different difficulties. This is much simpler than what you taught me. I can only do 3 of the moves you taught me in a row, and then my body strength will be out of control, and I will trip myself. Or you have to do it very slowly. Under Yang Bo guidance, Su Wei quickly did 5 moves in one breath, and her speed was not slow. Why don't you practice this first, and then practice what I teach you after you finish this exercise? Yang Bo felt that the simplicity of boxing has its advantages. At least it is easier to get started. I'd better practice what you taught me. The higher the difficulty, the higher the achievement in the future. Su Wei shook her head with some disdain. Well, let's not practice this crappy thing. Yang Bo had no idea that this was given to him by someone to practice. Chapter 1070. Sure enough, he is a bastard. This ancient martial arts boxing method was given by the Xinhua Club. The club actually does not think highly of Yang Bo. Although Yang Bo is quite impressive in swordplay competitions, he is old and his superpower level is too low. The club has a large database. Different age groups have different growth potential after awakening superpowers. And from the public information, Yang Bo's first injection of genetic evolution potion failed. Although there is no direct evidence to prove that Yang Bo is a superpower. From his performance in swordplay competitions, he should have awakened some auxiliary superpowers, such as intuition or foresight. And there are not many similar cases of this kind of superpower. And the development is extremely unstable. It is very likely that there will be only this little growth in a lifetime. And the most important thing is that the club has no more research on superpowers in this area. So it is impossible to come up with more things to lure this kind of superpower, in order to allow members in the club to take the initiative to accept tasks. The club has taken out various energy stones, various potions, and equipment to lure members. Therefore, the club did not make further contact with Yang Bo after evaluating him. It was only after several vice presidents proposed this time that the club took action. The ancient martial arts boxing given by the club does not match the auxiliary superpowers shown by Yang Bo. This boxing is most suitable for power-type superpowers. And the club also likes power-type superpowers. Because the club has a lot of data on power-type superpowers. It can provide more services for power-type superpowers. From equipment to potions to secondary, tertiary, and even quintuple genetic evolution. If Yongbo is confirmed to have superpowers in intuition or foresight, the club cannot provide more help. So the club's existence for Yongbo is dispensable. When the club's presence in front of superpowers decreases, the club has no attraction to superpowers. Sure enough, these rewards are nothing good. Sue also shook her head. Who cares? I still practice what I taught you in the future. Yongbo couldn't figure out the tricks inside, so he simply didn't think about it. Yeah. Sue nodded a little. I found that practicing the boxing you taught us can greatly improve our physical fitness. The commander of the 9th Fleet was surprised at the growth of our physical fitness. And he said, Yongbo felt something was wrong. Can I teach you the boxing to the commander of the 9th Fleet? After all, she has helped us so much. Sure enough, Sue asked the next second. Yongbo couldn't refuse after hearing this, because he couldn't explain his relationship with Wang Muxue too clearly. And he couldn't say that the other party actually owed him more. Well, maybe the other party doesn't like it. Yongbo could only let Sue do it. Although we have been to the 9th Fleet many times, I still feel shocked every time I see those warships. Sue looked out the window and said, when I have money in the future, I will buy you a warship. Yongbo smiled and hugged Sue. And hugged Annie on the other side. Ha ha. Sue laughed so hard that she couldn't stand up after hearing this. Even Annie and Shio laughed. Don't you believe it? Yongbo asked half-jokingly. I believe it. I'm waiting for that day. Yeah. We believe it too. Although the 3 women said they believed it, their expressions did not believe it at all. Hee hee. Yongbo laughed. Main battleships are indeed difficult to get. And he has no way to get them now. Yongbo felt that he would eventually develop the manufacturing industry in the Federation. There were no patents for military battleships anyway. He could solve some technical problems. And the rest was manufacturing. Of course, the premise of manufacturing this thing was that he had to be strong enough. Otherwise, he would definitely be envied and jealous by some people, and might even sabotage it. So Yongbo decided to continue to grow and become stronger in the Federation. Anyway, Kariya State alone could not manufacture battleships. Even if he had the technology, the materials needed to manufacture battleships were astronomical. Not to mention the docks for manufacturing battleships. Just thinking about it made my scalp numb. It seems that we should rob others of their existing ones when we have the chance. Yongbo thought it would be better to rob others of their existing ones, because the shipyard for manufacturing warships is a huge fortress in itself. It would be great if interstellar creatures attacked the shipyards of the 3 countries. Yongbo even had some dark thoughts in his mind. I should find an opportunity to visit the shipyard for manufacturing warships and evaluate whether I have the ability to control it. Yongbo kept this in mind again. After staying on March Star for 1 night, Yongbo turned into Prince Holden the next day and appeared on the ship outside the port of Prince Holden's territory in the Second World. Your Highness. Luolan was so excited that he didn't sleep well all night. He asked the professional cows and horses in the family to make a plan overnight. He came to the port early this morning and waited to see Prince Holden. It was not until noon that Prince Holden summoned Luolan. Of course, the name of Luolan's current game character is Rambo. Rambo, I didn't expect you to be so fast. I thought it would take several days. Yongbo disguised himself as Prince Holden and said with a praiseful tone, Your Highness, I dare not delay the matter that you have entrusted to me. Luolan was actually a little nervous. If Prince Holden did not approve of this plan, he would hang up the professionals he had summoned and beat them. Tell me about your plan. Yongbo did not waste words with Luolan. Your Highness, the small plan is this. Different task goals are set according to different divisions of labor. As long as the task goals are achieved, money can be rewarded. According to the development of the territory, it can be roughly divided into several aspects. The first is the construction of the territory, including the construction of houses and city walls. This part is divided into material collection and construction progress. The second part is to reclaim wasteland, including the construction of pastures and farms. The pasture part is divided into fencing, water storage, drainage, shrub thorns and poisonous weeds cleaning, and enclosure introduction. The farm part is divided into land reclamation, crop planting, water storage, and water conservancy facilities. The third part is hunting, Rewards are given according to the different meat, wild fruits, and wild vegetables obtained by the hunting team. The fourth part is to reward some small inventions. If the small inventions can help the construction of the territory, they can be rewarded appropriately. Luo Lan took out the plan. Yang Bo looked at Luo Lan's plan and found it very comprehensive. Of course, he knew that this plan was definitely not made by this unlearned noble's son. It must be made by professionals in the family found by this guy. I admire your talent. Now you are the deputy steward of the territory. You are now a citizen of the territory. As long as you complete this plan, I will give you the honor of a follower. Yang Bo disguised himself as Prince Holden and nodded in praise. I am willing to die for His Highness. Luo Lan was so excited that he almost jumped up and quickly knelt down to show his loyalty. Yang Bo called the butler in and handed 100 gold coins to the butler in front of Luo Lan, and rewarded him according to the task process set by Luo Lan. Then Yang Bo sent Luo Lan away. Hee. Yang Bo watched Luo Lan leave with the butler on the boat. This is just the first step in the process of executing the plan. Luo Lan will definitely favor the people in their noble camp. This will cause dissatisfaction among the other two camps, and conflicts will arise between the two sides. At that time, he will promote 2 more stewards from another camp or 2 camps. Then let the people of these 3 camps compete with each other, which will be beneficial for him to manage these players. So the first step is to let Luo Lan intensify the conflict. Luo Lan certainly didn't know that Prince Holden was actually disguised, because in the eyes of Luo Lan and other gamers, these NPCs were just game NPCs. They never thought that these NPCs were real. The gamers in Prince Holden's territory were excited. Prince Holden took out 100 gold coins as a reward, which means that these gamers can share 100 gold coins. And this time, the NPCs did not participate in the reward. How much can 100 gold coins sell for? Although after so many gamers share it, each person can get a small amount of money. But this is the first money everyone has earned in the game after all. And as long as you work hard enough, you can get more money. In addition, there is a first time and a second time. So these gamers have received tasks. These gamers in Prince Holden's territory posted the game tasks on the forum. There are very few reward money for the game tasks in the second game world. Other gamers who work with those nobles for a day are rewarded with some broken bread and water. And they don't even think about getting money. Many gamers are preparing to come to Prince Holden's territory. These gamers have a mentality that they will just run over there and come back again if they die. Because in other places, they can only wait to die. After the busy farming season, gamers cannot receive tasks and can only eat wild vegetables. Only a few people who learn technology can work as laborers with NPCs. Yang Bo strolled around Prince Holden's territory and saw that everyone was working hard. Then he came to Devon Star and left his own exclusive laboratory. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. I was delayed in doing the experiment. Yang Bo disguised himself as Bart and invited Wang Fang to a banquet at the Circle Hotel. When he saw Wang Fang coming, Yang Bo apologized first. After all, the other party is also an A+ level superpower, and he may be a manufacturing and material-related major. After building a good relationship, he may be able to cooperate when he wants to make some super equipment in the future. Wang Fang was originally dissatisfied with Bart, but he was relieved when he heard Bart say this, because he often worked in the laboratory. Alan was with Yang Bo, and Alan also knew that Wang Fang was an A+ level superpower. Mr. Wang, this is our Circle Hotel VIP card. You can get a 50% discount anytime you come to consume. Alan directly handed over a VIP card. Thank you. Wang Fang knew that Alan had elders in the club, and there were 2 of them. So he took the VIP card and thanked him. Mr. Wang, please sit down. I already know that you want to cooperate with me, but I don't have much time because I have to complete the existing orders. Yang Bo spoke first. Wang Fang sat down and nodded. We don't have a lot of equipment here, so the number of orders required is not a lot. But the requirements are relatively high. I wonder if Mr. Bart has brought some material samples. I brought 2 material samples here, both of which have higher performance than the existing materials for sale. Yang Bo directly took out 2 materials. These 2 materials are the best materials that Yang Bo can make now. Not only have they been optimized in terms of formula, but also higher temperatures and more optimized means have been used in heat treatment. However, the data direction of the materials is not certain. There are many development directions for materials, such as hardness, toughness, electrical and thermal conductivity. etc. That's great. After Wang Fang got the material, he knew that the material was not ordinary at a glance. Because the pattern color, surface color, and texture presented by the material. Wang Fang himself is a scientific research madman. He was a little dissatisfied with Bart. But the other party explained the experiment, and then took out new materials. And Wang Fang's grudges were gone. Eat. Eat. Yang Bo invited Wang Fang to eat. After the meal, Wang Fang left in a hurry to go back to test the performance of the material. After seeing Wang Fang leave, Yang Bo felt that he could get along with this person more. And he was not the kind of person who had many tricks. Of course, although these people are scientific research madmen, they are definitely not stupid. So in the process of getting along, as long as they don't fool each other, the cooperation between the two sides can be carried out happily. I don't feel that this Wang is so strong, Alan said on the side, thinking that Wang Fang was just an ordinary person. Aren't you talking nonsense? We are all human beings, with one head and two hands. If you don't believe it, next time he comes, you go up and slap him twice and see? I am sick to slap others. I know that the other party has A+ level superpowers, but I still want to go up and die. How is business? This business is average. The terrorist attack has reduced the number of tourists from our planet. Many nobles have run away with their families. Even the business of Paradise Island is not so good. You should entertain guests here in the future. Anyway, I will keep accounts for you. Okay. Okay. Pack up all the delicious food here. Damn. Before you got married? Who would have thought that a bastard like you would pack up for your woman? Isn't this just a matter of convenience? And today I introduced you to a distinguished guest. Shouldn't you give me a free meal? I was fooled by you. I took over this hotel, and now owe a large loan. I'm still giving you a free meal. It's good enough that I can't charge you a high price. Okay. Okay. You're so stingy. This is not stingy. This is business. The bank loan interest won't reduce my rate by a cent. Yes. 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 Yang Bo didn't bother to talk nonsense with Alan. Besides, Wang Fang hurried back to the base, and then began to verify the new materials given by Bart. All the instruments in the laboratory in the club are of the highest level, and many are specially made. So Wang Fang quickly got the data of the two materials. Then he compared the material data with the data in the club's material database. For data items have refreshed the database records. Energy permeability, high temperature resistance, low temperature resistance, and toughness. Wang Fang was also very surprised when he looked at the experimental data comparison. Bart is really capable. The performance of these two materials is about 3% higher than the materials he sells on the market now. Wang Fang's sense of identity with Bart is even higher. Although Bart has no education, his research in the field of materials has been recognized by Wang Fang. Professionals like Wang Fang are actually very proud in their hearts. In addition, he is an A+ level superpower. However, the two materials given by Bart completely convinced Wang Fang and won his approval. When Wang Fang compared the data in the database, the data was synchronized to all databases. Who refreshed the material data? Are there any material samples? How many points are needed for material samples? Who made the material? After seeing the material data refresh, the professionals in the club shouted in the virtual chat room. Who refreshed the material data? I want to buy 150 tons. My mecha engine just needs this material. I need 4,500 tons to test the small battleship engine. Wang Fang was not in the virtual chat laboratory at this time. He was writing a report to the club, asking the club to cooperate with Bart. As the Secretary General of the club, Lu Bin could see the location of the material data comparison. Lu Bin quickly guessed that Wang Fang should have taken the new material from Bart for testing. Wang Fang, did you compare the new material data? The data in the material database cannot be falsified, because the relevant data are directly derived from the testing equipment. So Robin called Wang Fang directly. Secretary General, I am writing a report. I just got two materials from Bart, which refreshed the data record of our material database. I asked the club to cooperate with Bart. Bart's two materials have better performance than some materials made by forging masters. Wang Fang said while writing a report. Then you type up the report. What does Bart mean? Robinson asked in the communicator. Well, I don't know about this. Logically speaking, he met with me and gave me materials. He should want to cooperate. Wang Fang answered with some uncertainty, because Bart's choice was always unexpected. When Robin heard this, he knew that Bart's materials for Wang Fang should not be so good. But there was no way. The material data Bart took out was too good. I guess I will be severely extorted by this guy, Robin muttered in his heart, feeling irritated for no reason. No wonder this guy is called a jerk on the internet. Not only is his personality a jerk, but his actions are also jerkish. Lubin finally understood why Bart was called a jerk. Chapter 1071 Bone Fracture. When Lubin set up a company and wanted to find Bart to discuss cooperation, Bart entered the laboratory again, and it was unknown how long he would be out. At this time, the pirate Interstellar Alliance announced an armed attack on John Lee of the Alliance Korea State. The Black Skull Pirates even released a video publicly, claiming that they would turn John Lee and his warships into space junk. Unless John Lee apologized and compensated, the warships would be returned to the Black Skull Pirates intact. Other pirate groups also spoke out online, supporting the Black Skull Pirates and expressing their willingness to help the Black Skull Pirates attack John Lee by force. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates announced online that he would give John Lee 3 days to consider. If John Lee did not apologize, compensate and return the warship within 3 days, then the Black Skull Pirates would attack John Lee. At the same time, the Black Skull Pirates warned other fleets of the Federation and other states not to interfere in the personal grievances between the Black Skull Pirates and John Lee. Some people on the internet also said that the warship captured by John Lee did not belong to Korea State, so Korea State should not interfere in this matter. The two houses of Korea State held an emergency meeting, and the two houses of the Federation also held an emergency meeting. The Pirate Alliance Council also announced its support for the Black Skull Pirates, saying that the Black Skull Pirates were only protecting their own rights and interests. Moreover, the Pirate Alliance Council also stated that it would severely crack down on such individual behavior, which was a provocation to the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance would use blood to wash away the humiliation brought by John Lee. At this time, Yang Bo disguised himself as John Lee to hold a meeting in the Federal Senate. I oppose Korea State's involvement in the personal grudges between Lieutenant General John Lee and the pirates. Lieutenant General John Lee. The captured warships did not belong to our Korea State, but his personal property. And as you can see from the seats, the number of warships of the Black Skull Pirates alone is beyond our ability to fight. We cannot involve Lieutenant General John Lee in his personal grudges. I also propose that Lieutenant General John Lee sail his warships away from the airport. I oppose it. The Pirate Alliance is a contempt for our federal sovereignty. If we compromise this time, they can rob us openly next time. I oppose it too. The Black Skull Pirates are changing the concept. Although I oppose it. Let's. What should we do next? Do you think the Federation fleet will come to support us? Do you believe that they have many excuses to miss the conflict? The Federation fleet is only suitable for cleaning up the battlefield, and we may have to pay a huge fee at that time. Sir John Lee, do you think what I said makes sense? This matter is not just about Sir John Lee. It is about all of us. The Black Skull Pirates are talking about personal grudges. But are you sure they won't deal with Sir John Lee first and then target us? Yang Bo had long anticipated that as long as the Pirate Alliance and the pirates wanted to retaliate against him, Korea Bang would definitely sit back and do nothing. Not only did they not do anything, but maybe some people had already tipped off the pirates. Because once the pirates killed themselves, their mining companies would be divided up by them, whether in the Alliance, the Empire, or the Federation. After a certain point, there is only interest between people. What's more, Korea Bang has no way to compete with the Black Skull Pirates. Here we are talking about the official of Korea State, not the companies on the planet of Korea State. If all the companies on this planet gather their armed forces, they will definitely be able to defeat the Black Skull Pirates. Because these companies in Korea State not only have business on this planet, but also on other planets. And these companies have professional security teams. Many companies in Korea State have built their own security departments because they don't trust other security companies at all. Because these warlords in the Federation hit me today, and I hit you tomorrow. Maybe today this warlord is still there, and tomorrow this warlord will be eliminated by others. Even some forces used this excuse to default on their debts in the past. The previous government bought a lot of things or took loans from the Alliance and the Empire. And then a new government came to power, and did not recognize these things. So when these companies in the Federation do business with the Alliance and the Empire, the other party requires full payment first. Anyway, when doing business on the Federation side, everyone pays money and delivers goods. And no one trusts anyone. Yang Bo pretended to be Li John and listened here without speaking. He looked very embarrassed. Just for show. Because someone tipped off the pirates. And Yang Bo did not intend to speak at today's meeting. And let the public opinion ferment for a while. In fact, Yang Bo did not want other fleets in Kalaya State or even the Federation to participate. Because he was destined to win the war with the Pirate Alliance. If these people participated, they would have to share their spoils. Now that these people did not participate early, after defeating the Pirate Alliance, the spoils would belong to them personally. The Senate had not yet discussed a result. But the House of Representatives had already come out with a result. The House of Representatives of Korea State voted by a narrow margin not to participate in the personal feud between Lieutenant General John Lee and the pirates. After hearing this result, Yang Bo stood up and left. The Senate of Korea State decided to adjourn. Boss! Nelson now felt like crying but had no tears. He had thought that he could eat and drink well with John Lee. But he did not expect to face such a great danger now. Are you going to quit the company? Yang Bo asked the other party. No. No. I mean, these people are unscrupulous. Of course Nelson would not withdraw his shares. Because the mining company would most likely not be affected. And if he quit now and left the mining company, he would have nowhere to go. Because the chairman of the Black Star Company had long been replaced by someone from his family. The mining company would still operate even if it lost John Lee as its boss. Because other shareholders will divide up John Lee shares. But I'm afraid I won't be reused. After all, other shareholders will definitely change people after they have control of the shares. So Nelson was still a little unhappy. Yang Bo shook his head and said nothing. People on the Federation side were like this. The news about this matter on the Federation side was also fermenting. Some people thought that they should unite to fight against the Pirate Alliance. Others thought that John Lee had gained benefits and brought trouble to the Federation. Some people asked John Lee to get out of the Federation with his warship. Yang Bo knew that these people were all behind the scenes. Later that day, the House of Representatives of the Alliance voted to pass a resolution with a slight advantage. That is, if Korea State is attacked by pirates, the Alliance fleet will fight back. Of course, this resolution of the House of Representatives will be sent to the Senate. The Federal Senate said that it would come to a conclusion within the prescribed time limit. Everyone with a discerning eye knew that the top leaders of the Alliance did not want to get involved in the feud between John Lee and the Pirate Alliance. Because once a war with the Pirate Alliance begins, the losses will be very large. And a warship can easily cost trillions. The federal government dared not waste its power on this. Because once the federal government was too weak, other warlords would rebel or even become independent. The federal government actually relied on its own army to barely maintain the entire Federation. Once the federal government's army lost its deterrent power, other planets might want to become independent. Yang Bo locked himself in the room and did not issue any statement. In fact, Yang Bo had left Korea State a long time ago. The reason for doing so was to give Korea State and the Pirate Alliance an illusion that he was also afraid. After leaving Korea State, Yang Bo returned to March Star and played the Second World Game. At this time, Su Wei was in the Ninth Fleet, and Wang Wuxue and Su Wei were already familiar with each other. Of course, Su Wei and the other two could not outsmart Wang Wuxue at all, because Wang Wuxue himself was a spiritual superpower. Anyway, the relationship between the few people was a bit strange. That is, Su Wei, Annie, and Xia admired Wang Wuxue very much. In fact, the three people were also very curious about what kind of relationship the Admiral of the Ninth Fleet had with Yang Bo, which allowed the three of them to train on the fleet. However, the Alliance pays attention to personal privacy. If Yang Bo doesn't say it, the three people won't ask. Sister Wing, our physical fitness has increased so fast because we practiced a boxing method. Do you want to practice it? After the training, Su Wei and the other two chatted with Wang Wuxue on the battleship. Ancient martial arts boxing? Wang Wuxue was also very surprised. In fact, she had also learned ancient martial arts. However, she has superpowers of the spiritual system. So the power-type ancient martial arts are not of much benefit to her. There are many types of ancient martial arts. But there are no ancient martial arts that increase mental power. Or there are. But they are very rare. And she has not come into contact with them. Yeah. It was given to us by Yang Bo. But we can't perform them all now. Su Wei nodded. Did he pass it to you? Wang Wuxue was even more curious when she heard this. I demonstrated to Sister Wang. but I can only demonstrate it very slowly. Because if I demonstrate it too fast, I will trip myself. Su Wei nodded, and then spoke. Thank you. Wang Wuxue was very curious when she heard this. Su Wei began to practice Yang-style meteor fist seriously. Su Wei practiced slowly, because if she practiced too fast, she would not be able to control her strength and would trip. After watching it once, Wang Wuxue felt that this boxing style was interesting. Let me practice with you and see. Wang Wuxue is a psychic superpower, so she can remember everything she sees. But the boxing moves must be in place. So she decided to let Su Wei practice again and practice with her. After Wang Wuxue practiced with Su Wei, she didn't feel that there was anything wonderful about this boxing. So she said, I try it myself. Yeah. Be careful. I often fell when I first started practicing, including Annie and Xia. Su Wei said sincerely. And the power of the first move must be light at the beginning. Only 1/10 or less of the power can be used. Otherwise the consequences will be serious. Su Wei spoke again. I will pay attention. Wang Wuxue actually didn't think so in her heart. After all, Su Wei's superpower level was so low, and her own superpower level had reached a height that ordinary people could hardly reach. Wang Wuxue thought about the previous move, and then started. She also ignored Su Wei's words that the power should be small at the beginning. The first move was completed. The second move was completed. And in the middle of the transition from the second move to the third move, Wang Wuxue fell to the ground uncontrollably. Wang Wuxue felt that she was knocked unconscious. This kind of wrestling was not a conventional wrestling, but she was knocked to the ground by her own strength. That is to say, if her own strength is not strong, the force of the fall to the ground will not be strong. But the stronger her own strength is, the stronger the force of the fall to the ground will be. The strength itself is interactive. It hurts. After being knocked unconscious, Wang Wuxue felt a piercing pain. For many years, she had not experienced what pain felt like. She did not expect that she would fall down after practicing boxing and had no strength to get up. Her whole body felt numb now. Sister Wang? Su Wei hurried over to help Wang Wuxue up. Oh, it's swollen. Then Su Wei and the other two helped Wang Wuxue up and saw that Wang Wuxue's face was swollen, and her arm was also swollen. I'm afraid it's broken. Wang Wuxue used her mental power to explore her body and found that her arm and leg bones seemed to have some fractures. Wang Wuxue was still a little confused. How did she fall? The action was obviously very simple. The power was out of control in an instant. And then she knocked herself to the ground with all her strength. The power of Yang's meteor fist is constantly superimposed, which means that when Wang Wuxue fell, her own power was several times that of her at the beginning. Wang Wuxue finally understood why Su Wei wanted her to use less power in the first move. Where did Yang Bo get this boxing technique from? Wang Wuxue had such an idea in her mind, so she couldn't help asking. This boxing technique is called Yang's meteor fist, and he created it himself. Su Wei's words stunned Wang Wuxue. He created it himself? To be precise, he learned it from playing games? You can actually learn this boxing technique by playing games? Wang Wuxue is naturally a person who knows what's good, and knows how powerful this boxing technique can be if it falls into the hands of a power-type superpower. Yeah. Anyway, he learned it in the game. Yang Bo is actually very smart, and we admire him very much. Su Wei's tone was a little arrogant when she said this. How many moves can Yang Bo practice? Su Wei explained. Practicing this kind of boxing is related to speed and starting strength. You can practice it slowly, and try to use the smallest strength at the beginning, and then add strength one move at a time. I don't know how many moves Yang Bo can practice at the fastest speed. Wang Wuxue nodded when she heard this, and she was looking forward to whether practicing this kind of boxing would enhance her physique. Also, if this kind of boxing is used in the fleet, how much will it improve the strength-type superpowers in the fleet? Chapter 1072 Talents. Of course, if you want to use the boxing technique, you need Yang Bo authorization. Has Yang Bo registered this boxing technique with the Ancient Martial Arts Association? Wang Wuxue asked again. It seems not. We are not very clear. What kind of organization is the Ancient Martial Arts Association? Su Wei and the other two shook their heads when they heard this. Once we use this boxing technique, it will be recorded by others on video. After careful analysis, we can still crack it. After registering with the Ancient Martial Arts Association, it will belong to Yang Bo patent. In the future, Anyone who uses this boxing technique will have to pay Yang Bo a fee. In what game did Yang Bo learn this boxing technique? Wang Muxue introduced it. And then asked again. It's the Second World Game. Su Wei answered when she heard this. Oh! Our military is not allowed to enter this game. Wang Muxue gave up the idea of entering the game when she heard this. The Second World Game encountered a lot of resistance in the promotion of the alliance. Military employees are not allowed to enter this game. Because the Second World Game in the Empire is a brain nerve intervention. Although the Second World Game has been revised on the alliance side, and directly uses a virtual game helmet. But the relevant security review has not passed. When Yang Bo first started playing this game, he guessed that there must be an organization on the alliance side that knows that this game helmet can stimulate certain areas of the brain. It's just that the alliance doesn't know what this thing is for. So it can't be publicly banned. I'll tell Yang Bo when I see him. Su Wei nodded. Then Wang Muxue sent a fighter plane to send Su Wei and the other two back to March Star. Strange? Wang Muxue still felt strange. Because she didn't believe that Yang Bo could comprehend the boxing method by himself. There must be something strange in the game. And this boxing method should be rated very high. Although I am a spiritual superpower, my physique is also very strong. And a spiritual superpower like me can't avoid falling to the ground. So it's probably more difficult for others. After sending Su Wei and the other two away, Wang Muxue pondered in her heart. The psychic superpowers only mean that the physique is not as strong as that of the same level. However, the high-level psychic superpowers are also stronger than the low-level superpowers. And the biggest feature of psychic superpowers is that the mental power can monitor every subtle change in the body. As a psychic superpower, Wang Muxue couldn't keenly detect the changes in the power in her body and fell to the ground. Then it would be even more difficult to control other people. After Su Wei and the other two returned to March Star, they found that Yang Bo was actually playing games. So they told Yang Bo about this matter. After listening, Yang Bo laughed. Even a top superpower like Wang Muxue would sometimes be deceived by his own experience. What are you laughing at? Su Wei looked at Yang Bo grin and felt a little strange. She felt that Yang Bo's smile meant a bit of gloating. I was thinking that if my set of boxing was accepted by the Ancient Martial Arts Association, would I become famous? I don't know how much money I can make in the future. Yang Bo spoke without hesitation. Because Yang Bo couldn't tell Su Wei that he was actually competing with Wang Muxue. Not many people practice ancient martial arts now. So you better not think too much. Su Wei rolled her eyes at Yang Bo when she heard this. Okay. I apply right away. Yang Bo thought Wang Muxue's suggestion was worth a try. This kind of boxing was originally learned from the Second World Game. And there is no guarantee that someone else will be able to learn it later. In addition, as long as you use the current scientific methods and record them, they will soon be figured out. Moreover, in today's high-tech society, this kind of boxing is not as powerful as laser cannons and laser guns. So Yang Bo made a virtual teaching video of the boxing of Yang's meteor fist, and then packaged the boxing training method and precautions, and sent it to the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association by email. The name is Yang's meteor fist, which is indeed a bit old-fashioned. But this boxing becomes more and more powerful as time goes by. Yang Bo himself did not take this boxing too seriously. But Yang Bo overlooked one point. That is, most of the upper echelons of the entire alliance did not use genetic drugs, but used other methods to become superpowers. The Ancient Martial Arts Association did not have much reputation within the alliance, and many people had not even heard of this association. Moreover, the number of members of this association was not large, and the entire association did not even have 100,000 people, compared with the billions of members of animal protection organizations or other organizations. It was simply not in the mainstream. Yang Bo email had just been sent to the Ancient Martial Arts Association, and the people in the Ancient Martial Arts Association were very surprised when they saw the title. The Ancient Martial Arts Association received the most applications for membership, but at most only dozens or hundreds of people applied for membership each year. Few people talk about applying for ancient martial arts patents. The people in the Ancient Martial Arts Association had nothing to do and were bored. So they directly clicked on the patent application email sent by Yang Bo. They saw that it was a boxing technique, and then looked at the name of the boxing technique and the name of the applicant. Haha. Is this another joke? The people in the Ancient Martial Arts Association laughed. Because some people thought they knew everything after practicing ancient martial arts for a few days, created some moves, and then sent them to apply for patents. Let's follow the process. The staff member followed the process. This kind of patent application needs to be verified by people. And 5 people are needed to verify it at the same time. The staff member directly issued a task within the association, requiring 5 people who are proficient in boxing to verify this patent. There are very few tasks within the Ancient Martial Arts Association. After a task appears, it is immediately accepted by someone. Then the staff sent the boxing video and precautions sent by Yang Bo to the person who took the task, and then sent some forms, asking the person who took the task to fill them out carefully. Yang's Meteor Fist. Lee Sin, an A-level instructor at the Alliance Military School's Mecha Academy, is a member of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, and is also a member who is proficient in boxing. I wonder who is making fun of this again. Lee Sin looked at Yang Bo, the founder of Yang's Meteor Fist, and thought that this was another member who had just learned a little bit of ancient martial arts and created some moves on his own. Lee Sin put on virtual glasses and began to practice with the virtual characters in the video. Lee Sin watched the virtual characters in the virtual glasses punch, and he also punched, then took a step, twisted his body, turned around, and then punched again. The first move was completed smoothly, and the second move was completed. Bang! Lee Sin fell to the ground by himself. And because of carelessness, he was not in a professional boxing training place, and fell heavily on the hard floor. Muscle damage 28%. Ligament strain 32%. 6 bone fractures. Nerve damage 18%. Master, do you need to call the B-level medical cabin? Master, are you awake? Please read with me. Flowing water. Countdown 5 seconds. Flowing water. Countdown 4 seconds. Flowing water. Please repeat. Countdown 2 seconds. Lee Sin listened to the voice coming from the headset. This was the smart system of his watch, testing whether he was in a coma. Flowing water. Lee Sin uttered the 2 words with difficulty, because now the power of his whole body was twisted in an instant. He was confused at first. Then his whole body hurt. And then he couldn't breathe as if he was backed up. However, his strong willpower still made Lee Sin spit out 2 words at the last stage of the countdown, because Lee Sin knew that if he didn't react after the countdown was over, then the rescue robot of the Mecha Academy would come to save him. At that time, he would become the laughing stock of the whole school. Master, it is detected that you need medical treatment. The smartwatch made a sound again. Shut up. Lee Sin was gritting his teeth in pain, because the nerves of people with superpowers are more sensitive than those of ordinary people. In layman's terms, their perception is amplified. Moreover, ordinary people may become numb from the pain or even pass out from it. But people with superpowers will not. They can clearly sense the pain transmitted by every nerve in their body. Lee Sin couldn't tell how long it had been since he had felt such pain. Master, you need treatment. Your body has been seriously injured. It is recommended to take Class B medical measures. Shut up. Turn off the smart system. Master, your nerve signals are disordered now. Please confirm the command you issued while awake. Please read it accurately. Red carp. Green carp and donkey. Shut up. I told you to shut up. Master, your brain waves are detected to be abnormal. Please confirm the command you issued while awake. Please read it accurately. Red carp. Green carp and donkey. Turn off the smart system of the watch. Master, your blood pressure is detected to be high. Master, your breathing is detected to be rapid. Master, your current posture is detected to be very indecent. Please get up immediately. Otherwise you will be deducted disciplinary points. Lee Sin was almost going crazy. Now he could move. He took off the virtual glasses and the smartwatch on his hand and threw them far away. Master, if the smartwatch is separated from the master in the work area, points will be deducted. Master, if you are separated from the smartwatch in the work area, points will be deducted. Lee Sin gritted his teeth in anger and slowly got up with the smartwatch nagging. What is this? Lee Sin was speechless. He definitely couldn't practice boxing in the short term, because after being injured, the recovery speed of superpowers is slower, especially ligaments and bones. Superpowers can release huge power, and their own physique can also withstand huge power. So bone density is much higher than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, ordinary bones would definitely not be able to withstand such a strong force. It took Lee Sin 10 minutes to recover. He felt pain in his bones when he got up and walked. And because he was a superpower, the pain was several times higher than that of an ordinary person's bone fracture. Hey, I didn't complete this mission. Leeson picked up the communicator and called the Ancient Martial Arts Association. "You're not the first one." A woman's voice said these words on the other end of the communicator. "Who else?" Although Leeson knew that others might also be injured, he hurriedly asked after hearing this. "Keep it secret." A voice came from the communicator. "This matter has alarmed the top leaders of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. A small boxing technique, just in the testing phase, caused injuries to 5 boxing masters. All 5 people fell to the ground before the second move was completed. The most serious one had his leg bones twisted, because this guy used 100% of his strength in the first punch during the test. Then when he fell to the ground, there was an obstacle next to his leg. The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association and 2 vice presidents were in a virtual conference room, looking at the report below and the person who sent the email. "Isn't this Yang Bo?" "Yes." "Didn't the club just give him a boxing technique?" "Yes." The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association and 2 vice presidents are all management of the club. "Where did this kid get this boxing technique?" "Let me try it first." "I try it too." The president and vice presidents of the Ancient Martial Arts Association went offline and began to train according to the methods in the video. This time, the 3 of them were smart and looked at the precautions first. However, the 3 of them only practiced the 3rd move and couldn't practice anymore, because their own strength was no longer under control, and the body movements and footwork between the 3rd and 4th moves could not be completed at all. Then the 3 of them came to the virtual conference room again. "I feel like there's something wrong with this boxing technique." "Which move have you practiced?" the president asked. "I can't practice the 3rd move anymore. I can't turn the power around. I'm also stuck on the 3rd move. I'm afraid even a robot can't do it." "Why don't you ask Yang Bo?" "Then I ask?" The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association sent an email directly to Yang Bo. At this time, it was less than an hour since Yang Bo sent the email. Yang Bo was playing games at home. He saw the email from the Ancient Martial Arts Association. After opening it, he saw the question raised by the other party. Yang Bo suddenly realized that he had forgotten one thing in the precautions. That is, practicing this boxing requires a goal. That is, there must be a goal to be able to feedback the power back before continuing to practice. So he wrote a short note and sent it back. The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association didn't expect Yang Bo email to come back so quickly. After showing the email to the other 2 vice presidents, the 3 of them went offline and started testing. The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association came to his exclusive practice place, where there is a special target. The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association also wore virtual glasses, and the video of Yang's meteor fist was playing in the glasses. The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association first used only a small amount of force to hit the target with the first punch. Because the force is mutual, the force hitting the target will also feedback force back. Huh? The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association used this feedback force to instantly complete the 2nd move. Boom! The 2nd move hit the target again. Then, there was a huge feedback force, which pushed the Ancient Martial Arts Association to instantly complete the 3rd move. Boom! 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 The 3rd move, the 4th move, and the 5th move were more abnormal than the previous one. And this abnormal force was fed back to itself through the target. And the moves were superimposed. Until the 6th move, the target was blown up by a punch. Fuck. Even the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association was dumbfounded. This was a professional target, and he actually blew it up. Come again. The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association felt a little blood swelling, just like the feeling of defeating an opponent for the first time practicing martial arts. The 2nd time, the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association used too much strength at the beginning, and in the 5th move, he punched the target to pieces. Boom, boom, boom. The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association left a shadow behind, and the targets in the training room were smashed one by one. My muscles and body are a little sore. After smashing 6 targets in a row, the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association felt pain all over his body, just like when he first started practicing martial arts. Fuck. I haven't hit the 7th punch yet, and my body pain means that my physical fitness will increase again. The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association certainly knew that this pain was caused by exercise. The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association came to another place, where he practiced shooting. The target here is made of battleship armor. Boom! This time, The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association used the least strength at the beginning, and left a fist mark on the battleship armor with the 9th punch. Then the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association did not dare to throw the 10th punch, because by then, either the battleship armor would be broken or his fist would be shattered. I was so sore from practicing today. The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association came to the virtual conference room. This T&D boxing is too abnormal. I smashed a target directly with 5 punches. No one will believe it if I tell others. I used all my strength in the first punch, and smashed the target with the 4th punch. I smashed all the targets for martial arts practice in my home. I haven't experienced this kind of pleasure for many years. The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association silently released a video of himself hitting the battleship armor target. Fuck. President. Aren't you afraid of breaking your fist? The other 2 vice presidents were also shocked when they saw the president's fist leave a fist mark on the battleship armor. So I dare not use the next move. Where did Yang Bo get this boxing method? The name of this boxing method is really appropriate. Meteor Fist. I think this boxing method should be restricted, because ordinary people can't use it at all, and can't learn it. I really look forward to how much power this boxing method will increase after it is used. I think this boxing method should be rated as S level. Of course, this is only the power of this boxing method that we have seen now, so this rating is given. Do you think the reason why Yang Bo applied for the patent of this method is that he thinks the boxing method given to him by the club is too rubbish? That shouldn't be the case. Yang Bo shouldn't know that our club gave him this boxing technique. What I'm curious about now is where did this guy get this boxing technique? It's not convenient to ask this, but according to his experience, he can't get in touch with these ancient martial arts? That's right, President. Yang Bo is not a member of our Ancient Martial Arts Association yet. Quick! Invite him to join the association. Don't let others get there first. Yes. 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 President. Please use your special authority immediately. Then I contact him right away. The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association realized that this kind of talent should not be missed. Chapter 1073 Genius. The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association quickly sent an email to Yang Bo. Yang Bo had just finished the game when he saw another email. Don't these people in the Ancient Martial Arts Association have anything to do? Yang Bo complained. Because in the Alliance, everything has to follow a process, and there is no such high efficiency, especially when it comes to manual verification and review. What did they say in the email? Su Wei asked curiously after hearing this. It turned out to be an invitation letter from the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Is this association a makeshift team? Yang Bo said after seeing the content of the email. The reason why Yang Bo said this is that ancient martial arts have no presence in the Alliance at all. It feels like a niche thing. Then do you want to join the Ancient Martial Arts Association? Su Wei asked. Let me first ask what the benefits are and what to do, so as not to fall into the trap. Yang Bo said this because some associations have many traps themselves. Some associations require members to donate a certain amount of money or participate in a certain number of activities every year. For example, there is an animal rescue and protection organization that requires each member to rescue at least one animal every year. Under the current conditions of the Alliance, how many animals are there that need rescue? So in the end, it's all about donating money. However, in Yang Bo's opinion, the people at the bottom of a large association like the Alliance are all a bunch of idiots. Because the top leaders of these associations not only have enough political influence, but also handle a lot of interests. For example, although the use of funds of these associations is made public, it is still these people who decide who the funds should be used for. These top leaders of the association will also receive a lot of gray funds. For example, some large companies or some politicians will transfer benefits to these top leaders for a long time. Once there are voices that are unfavorable to these large companies and politicians, these top leaders will notify these large companies or politicians to do public relations. And of course, they can also make the troublemakers commit suicide. Benefits? The president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association also widened his eyes when he saw the email sent by Yang Bo. The email sent by Yang Bo was very simple, just asking what are the benefits of joining the association. This made the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association unable to do it. People are crying and begging the Ancient Martial Arts Association to review. This guy is so good that he even wants to take advantage of it. Fortunately, Yang Bo also asked about the obligations and rights of being a member in the following content. This made the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association feel much better. So the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association sent a contact to Yang Bo and asked him to add him. Yang Bo added the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. And the other party sent a message right away. Are you the cleaner? President. You are suspected of discrimination. Yang Bo replied directly. President, sorry. I meant the cleaner as a compliment. Because this cleaner not only won wealth in the empire, but also won love. Yang Bo, President. I like to hear you say this. And of course what you said is true. President, haha. I like to tell the truth the most. The boxing you said to our association is so good that it is unimaginable. Yang Bo, my friends and I have used it. And they all say it is good. So what the president means is that this boxing has passed the patent application? President, not only has it passed the patent application, but the rating we proposed has reached S level. Yang Bo, is this level amazing? How much does it cost for others to learn it once? President, S level boxing requires master level members and contribution points to learn. Yang Bo, Mr. President, I don't know the membership levels within the Ancient Martial Arts Association. President, our internal membership levels are divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and grandmaster. According to the highest level of ancient martial arts each person has. Rating. For example, if someone's swordsmanship has reached the advanced level, but his boxing skills have reached the master level, then our rating is a master level member. Yang Bo saw the message sent by the other party and sent a message back. Now I understand. With so few people in our association, I'm afraid I can't make much money with my boxing skills. The president shook his head after seeing the message sent by Yang Bo. This is the kind of person who talks about money everywhere without vision. So he sent a message. Contribution cannot be measured by money. Our association does not advocate private transactions. One contribution point is equivalent to about 100,000 credit points. S-level martial arts can only be learned with about 10,000 contribution points. Yang Bo, it takes 1 billion credit points to learn once. President, martial arts are priceless. And if you learn it and gain experience, you can let your descendants continue to learn. Of course, your descendants also need contribution points. S-level martial arts can already reach the standard of heirloom. And this is because of this boxing method. For the time being, our rating can only be this. Because no one can perform it completely. Yang Bo nodded when he saw the message sent by the other party. The reason why Yang Bo showed a desperate look in the message was in line with his current identity. Because with his identity, he had no channels to get in touch with more ancient martial arts. Besides, who was born in the alliance? He always talked about money. So there was nothing wrong with asking for money. President, our Ancient Martial Arts Association is a loose organization. And there is not much binding force on members. Because our membership is not ordinary. As for contribution points, they come from tasks issued within our association. Then, there are some of our internal competitions. The main reason is that our association does not have so many tasks. This year, our association has only more than 100 tasks in total. So it cannot meet the demand for contribution points from members within the association. Of course, the demand for contribution points from members within our association is not much. Because many people only concentrate on practicing one ancient martial art. And contribution points are more for some experience or some other rare items. Yang Bo saw this information and suddenly realized that many people in the alliance's powerful and wealthy tycoons did not inject genetic drugs, but practiced ancient martial arts. Only those who are unable to awaken superpowers among these wealthy and powerful people will be injected with genetic drugs. As for the benefits of joining our association, it depends on the level. If you join our association, Yang Bo, you can at least take any commercial spacecraft flights for free and stay in any hotel anywhere for free. Because these commercial spacecraft flights and hotels are all industries of our members. Let me tell you this. The members of our association include all the industries of the entire alliance now. Of course, except for your March Star. You have most of the industries there, which have nothing to do with our members. Yang Bo saw the messages sent by the president and replied, but I don't travel alone. The president saw the message sent by Yang Bo and shook his head again. No member of the association travels alone. Basically, they are a team. The president sent a message. There are 50 places available. And if you notify us in advance, there will be no problem with hundreds of people. Yang Bo, but I haven't been assessed. How can I be rated? President, the boxing you provided can also be used as a reference for the raider. Of course, you can assess it, but your swordsmanship has almost reached the master level, so it's no problem to be rated as a master member. Yang Bo, the association really has no other rights and obligations? President, no. Yang Bo, President, do you have anything else to ask me? When the president saw Yang Bo reply, he couldn't help but send a message. Yang Bo, I'd like to ask, where did you get this boxing technique from? Yang Bo, I got it in the Second World Game. I am now a Viscount in the Second World Game. What kind of power did they inherit in Green Academy? I didn't learn anything else, but I learned this. President, question mark. Game? Second World Game? The president was confused. He guessed many origins of this boxing technique, but he didn't guess this one. Yang Bo, President, do you want to see the whole process of how I comprehended this boxing technique? When the president saw Yang Bo message, he felt that this guy was too naive. He actually said that such a secret would be taken out. I felt a little embarrassed, like an adult coaxing a child with a lollipop. But my heart was like a cat scratching, and I really wanted to know how Yang Bo comprehended it. President, can I tell you about this? Yang Bo, the content in the game is public. It's in the cave of Green Academy. When the president saw Yang Bo answer, he felt bad and started to have wild thoughts in his mind. President, why don't we go into the virtual conference room? Our association has 2 vice presidents who also want to hear about the process of you creating this boxing method. Yang Bo. Yang Bo, of course, no problem. Then Yang Bo entered a virtual conference room. The virtual conference room was like an antique Taoist temple, surrounded by ancient and vicissitudes of life buildings. There were also tall trees, and under the trees sat 3 people who looked like they were in their 40s. The 3 people were wearing ancient clothes, and there was a round stone table under the tree with 4 round stone stools next to it. Yang Bo. I am Su Xiangdong, the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. I am Qian Wuji, the vice president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. I am Ming Bufan, the vice president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. The 3 people began to introduce themselves. The 3 of them all looked like handsome middle-aged men. The president, Su Xiangdong, had black hair, yellow skin, a sharp face, and a straight nose. Qian Wuji had white skin and black hair, and he looked like a Western star named Leo on Earth. Ming Bufan has silver hair and yellow skin, which makes him look elegant. Obviously, these 3 people are using their actual images. Hello, President. Hello, Vice President. Yang Bo saw the other party's virtual character bowing to him, and he bowed too. But the other party's dress feels strange, because he is wearing an ancient long gown, but with short hair. Yang Bo, we are all very curious. How did you comprehend this boxing technique? Ming Bufan asked after Yang Bo sat down. There are actually traces on the stone wall in the game. This is the trace picture I wrote down at the beginning. Yang Bo waved his hand, and the virtual image showed the stone carving of his comprehending boxing technique. Su Xiangdong looked at the stone carving and was a little confused. And the other 2 were also a little confused. This is just a stone carving with traces. How is this related to boxing? I didn't understand what these traces meant at first. But one day I overlapped them and looked down. And I don't know how it suddenly popped up in my mind. This is the trajectory of boxing. Yang Bo waved his hand again, and these moments overlapped. And then, there was a pattern of dense traces. Then Yang Bo brought his own boxing video into the trace. Su Xiangdong and the other 2 widened their eyes, because the seemingly messy traces, accompanied by the virtual character's boxing moves, overlapped with the trajectory of boxing. And the 3 people were so shocked that they couldn't speak. How to evaluate this? With such messy traces, you can't think of it as a boxing trace even if you think about it for 100 years. But Yang Bo actually figured it out. And he also realized the boxing. What kind of talent is this? This can no longer be described as genius. This is the legendary genius. Su Xiangdong dared to guarantee that if he showed the messy traces to the members of the association to comprehend, no one would think it was boxing. The virtual character's boxing was finished, and the trajectory of the boxing completely covered the messy traces. Did the NPC in the game give any hints about boxing? Su Xiangdong felt that his mouth was about to fall. No. The NPC in the game didn't know how to use this power, so he took me to the stone chamber to comprehend it myself. Yang Bo shook his head. So Yang Bo, have you ever been exposed to ancient martial arts before? Meng Bufan asked quickly. I don't know if it counts as contact or not. I have played similar martial arts games. Yang Bo answer made the three people laugh and cry. There is no real ancient martial arts in martial arts games. Su Xiangdong and the other two didn't know what to say. They took the things in the game seriously. The key is that they really made something incredible. Su Xiangdong asked curiously, what's your position in the game? Hee. Actually, I'm quite famous in the game. But everyone treats me as an NPC. Su Wei brother Su Hai works for me in my territory. Yang Bo laughed. Puff. Puff. Su Xiangdong and the other two couldn't help but laugh. They had heard about this. The second game world was originally difficult. And Su Hai was very popular in the game recently. Haha. If the game players in the Empire knew that they were working for a cleaner in the game, I wonder what kind of expression they would have. Su Xiangdong laughed first. Meng Bufan also shook his head. When you, the cleaner, ran away, the nobles of the Empire all scolded you. If they now know that they have to rely on you to survive in the second game world, I wonder how they will react. Qian Wuji also laughed. I didn't expect that you, the cleaner, not only beat them in the sword competition and won their money, but also outperformed them in the game. It seems that there is a story behind your loss to Su Hai. Yang Bo shook his head quickly. The three seniors can't talk nonsense. I learned this boxing in Green Academy in Green City. But because I don't have nerve intervention, I can't complete this boxing in the game. Because the core of this boxing is the use of strength, not action. Su Xiangdong nodded when he heard this, ready to have a chance to see it. The second game world is a game developed by the Imperial Sword Association. I'm afraid that the content of these games is borrowed from some ancient things. But they themselves never thought that there are such good things in it. Su Xiangdong guessed. It's the same here. Many ancient things only have pictures but no words. Even the oldest cuneiform characters. We can only recognize 1/10 of them now. And there are many more that are completely unrecognizable. Qian Wuji nodded. Yang Bo, are there other similar things in there? Meng Bufan asked again. There is another way to use power. But I haven't figured out the way for the time being. Yang Bo answered. What is it like? Su Xiangdong asked curiously. Yang Bo waved his hand, and another virtual picture appeared. There was a sphere in the picture, but it was divided into two halves. One with a flat surface facing down, and the other with a pointed bottom facing down. Then a virtual character held the half with the bottom of the shoulder facing down, and then put this half on the other half, and then let this half rotate around the other half twice, and then raised his hand, and the one with the pointed bottom facing down went up to the one with the pointed bottom facing up. In other words, the two stones were pointed against each other. Yang Bo had actually understood it at that time, which was a bit like the meaning of Tai Chi's 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. But this thing requires a higher level of power, and he didn't take it seriously, because in his own understanding, no matter how high the ancient martial arts are, it is impossible to beat all kinds of overwhelming weapons. But now it seems that this is still one of the ways to expand his network. After Yang Bo finished his demonstration, he saw the 3 old guys still watching. So he thought to himself, should I teach these 3 old guys to come up with Tai Chi? The 3 old guys will definitely feel more accomplished this way. But let's see what kind of people these 3 old guys are. I'm afraid these 3 old guys are also in the Xinhua Club. I don't know what position they're in. It doesn't matter if I co-create Tai Chi with the 3 old guys. Because if the 3 old guys dare to cross the river and destroy the bridge, I will tear their bones apart. The reason why Yang Bo said everything is because he has the ability to prevent others from taking advantage of him in this regard. If anyone looks down on me and takes advantage of me in this regard, and bullies me, I will let him see what it means to be powerful. This kind? Su Xiangdong looked at the virtual picture shown by Yang Bo and felt that the way this power works was a bit interesting. But he just couldn't say it. Yang Bo, can we download this and watch it later? Meng Bufan wanted to be more direct and asked Yang Bo directly. Chapter 1074 Mutual Routine. Of course. No problem. Actually, I have considered this. But I think in today's society, no matter how well you use your strength, it is not as powerful as a laser gun. So I gave up studying this later. Yang Bo nodded and said. Su Xiangdong laughed when he heard Yang Bo words. What you said is indeed the actual situation. But you have to see the other side of ancient martial arts. That is directly related to people's lifespan. Yang Bo, you may not know that there is a set of data The lifespan of superpowers of the same level who practice ancient martial arts is more than 3 times that of those who use genetic drugs. And there is a threshold for genetic drugs, which means that using genetic drugs will limit their own growth. Yang Bo was a little surprised when he heard this and asked, "Is there such a situation?" In fact, even if this data is published, most people will still choose genetic drugs, because many people's talents are simply not enough to become superpowers. Practicing ancient martial arts requires talent. If you don't have talent, then you are poor. So we have an age limit for practicing ancient martial arts. Generally speaking, before the age of 16, if you practice ancient martial arts and do not awaken superpowers, you must use genetic drugs, because such people do not have the talent to practice ancient martial arts to awaken superpowers. But they can awaken superpowers through genetic drugs. So it seems that the data I mentioned is a bit scary. But on the other hand, if all ancient martial arts are used, the lifespan of this group of people awakened by genetic drugs is probably much shorter than it is now, because they have no way to awaken superpowers, and they cannot become superpowers, so their lifespan cannot be increased. Do you understand what I mean? Su Xiangdong explained again. Yang Bo nodded. I understand what you mean. The emergence of genetic drugs is actually the best choice for most people who have no talent. Yes. We have made a comparison before. 2 groups of people who have no talent. One group uses genetic drugs, and their lifespan is twice that of those who do not use genetic drugs. That is to say, genetic drugs have increased the current average life expectancy. To be honest, the proportion of people who use ancient martial arts to awaken superpowers in the entire society is very low, because there are many types of ancient martial arts, and everyone's talents, physiques, and other logical thinking are different, and the needs for ancient martial arts are also different. Therefore, people who learn ancient martial arts will try to learn more types of ancient martial arts, so that they will know which ancient martial arts is most effective for the development of their own quantity. Su Xiangdong explained again. I understand. Yang Bo understood. Then are you willing to join our Ancient Martial Arts Association and become a master-level member? Ming Bufan asked at this time. I am willing. But there must be some emails or written things. Let's write down the responsibilities and powers, or the regulations of the association. Yang Bo took the initiative to ask again. And I have 3 friends who also know this boxing style. Yang Bo thought of Su Wei and the other 2 again. After you become a master-level member, and as the founder of Yang's Meteor Fist, you will have to participate in the rating of Meteor Fist in the future, unless you give up on your own initiative. That is to say, if others practice this boxing style and want to advance, you have to evaluate it, because you are the authority in this area. In addition, there will be some friendly matches between our alliance's Ancient Martial Arts Association and the Imperial Ancient Martial Arts Association, and the Federation Ancient Martial Arts Association. You can also participate in it to win rewards. It is very likely that you will meet the opponent you met in the competition held by the Imperial Sword Association last time. You may not know that the top 10 of the Imperial Sword Association have ancient martial arts rewards. They are working hard to practice ancient martial arts. And I think you can also learn a set of ancient martial arts swordsmanship to try. Su Xiangdong spoke again. Is there any difference in ancient martial arts swordsmanship? Yang Bo felt that Su Xiangdong's suggestion must be different. Show you a video. Su Xiangdong directly opened a video and played it in the virtual conference room. Judging from the environment, it should be a shooting range. Su Xiangdong was holding a sword, and there was a target 500 meters in front of Su Xiangdong. Old Su is showing off again. Old Su's swordsmanship is really awesome. It's a pity that we are not good at swordsmanship. Yes, Yang Bo, you should take a closer look at Old Su's swordsmanship. Few people can see its true power, Qian Wuji and Ming Bufan said. Yang Bo saw something similar to sword energy coming out of Su Xiangdong's sword in the video. Then Su Xiangdong waved a sword with sword energy in one hand. And then the sword energy hit the target in the distance, like a stream of light. And the speed of the sword waving was getting faster and faster. At the beginning, it might be only twice a second, and it reached hundreds of times in the last second. Then sword energy continuously hits the target in the distance, making a roaring sound. Fuck. Yang Bo had actually thought about this before. After all, he had superpowers and energy weapons. But he had never figured out how to convert his own energy into a sword energy-like mode through energy weapons, and then attack. The attack power of each sword energy of Lao Su is equivalent to the power of a medium-power laser pistol. At close range and without protection, it can instantly kill any enemy within the attack range. Meng Bufan spoke again. Of course, this attack power alone is not that outstanding in Yang Bo eyes. Whether it is his own fire energy, electric energy, light energy, sound waves, or space energy, he can attack farther than this in any situation. And his attack power is also stronger. Not to mention the perverted thing like Li Kong. But Su Xiangdong showed another mode, which Yang Bo had never seen before. Ancient martial arts can release superpowers. Only 1% of superpowers can release superpowers. Most other superpowers can only be converted into power. And our ancient martial arts can convert power into a state of release. It's not just swordsmanship, but also boxing. Old Meng, show it to everyone. Su Xiangdong explained again, fearing that Yang Bo didn't understand. Yang Bo really didn't understand. Because superpowers are the largest group among superpowers. I'm afraid there are some reasons for this sword. Yang Bo thought that Su Xiangdong also used a sword in the video. And there must be a reason. Haha. Then I'm sorry. But the power released by our boxing is not as high as his swordsmanship. Because the swords they use are specially made and can gather power. Of course, we also have things like boxing gloves, which are made of extremely special materials. If you join our Ancient Martial Arts Association, you can use your contribution points to exchange for customized equipment that suits your own attributes. Meng Bufan said mysteriously. Materials from interstellar creatures. Yang Bo guessed what the materials were instantly. I should have guessed that humans had discovered interstellar creatures, and would definitely study the use of these biological materials. It seems that biological mechas also have similar things. Yang Bo remembered that the biological mechas on the Green Demon Star could absorb their own power, and then transform it into a specific attack form. And equipped with this kind of biological mecha, they can fly and jump, and can also release energy attacks. I should have thought of this a long time ago. It's just that my skills are too abnormal. So I don't care about these small details. Yang Bo figured out a lot of things at once. Meng Bufan played another virtual video, which showed Meng Bufan in the training room. Meng Bufan had a set of special boxing gloves in his hands, which looked black, like an unknown leather. A faint light appeared on Meng Bufan boxing gloves. Roar! Accompanied by Meng Bufan roar. He suddenly punched, and then the light on his fist shot out at once. Boom! This ball of light directly hit the target 100 meters away, making a huge explosion. Then, there were punches one after another, and the light hit the target one after another. The attack frequency of our punches is relatively slow, and the attack power is not as high as that of Lao Su's swordsmanship. So as long as you join our association, as long as you have contribution points, you can customize any weapon you want. Not only weapons, but also armor. The armor our association has is more advanced, and has stronger defense than the existing energy armor. Meng Bufan said modestly. Yang Bo felt that the three old guys were fooling him, because the three old guys didn't mention their own strength at all. Obviously, this ability is not something that anyone who practices ancient martial arts can release. 3A+ old guys come to fool me, and they really think highly of me. However, Yang Bo probably knows the strength of the three people, so the three people showed so hard. Yang Bo had to think about this matter carefully, and soon thought of the joints. Of course, there is no problem joining the association. As I said, as long as there is a definite email or physical file. Yang Bo answered affirmatively first. Of course, no problem. Some of our club members are even enemies, so we have no way of telling our members what to do. Su Xiangdong nodded. I wonder what attribute your superpower is. Yang Bo, if it's strength, I give you a weapon. Su Xiangdong spoke again. When Yang Bo heard Su Xiangdong's words, he knew he was trying to get information from him. On the surface, it sounded like the other party was trying to give him a benefit. But in fact, he was trying to determine whether he had strength. It's not convenient to say what attribute my superpower is. The superpower attribute that Yang Bo created for his original body was the light attribute. Zhou Rui and Lu Jijia both knew that he had this attribute. Huh? Now it was the turn of the three old guys to be a little surprised, because Yang Bo's first injection of the gene drug was not successful. Then the superpowers awakened again, were almost 100% of the superpowers of the power attribute. Is it a superpower attribute that can be released? Qian Wuji asked. Yes, it can be released, But my current superpower level is low, and I can't release it several times. Yang Bo looked like a good student, and didn't show enough intelligence or cunning. It would be better this way. The weapons customized by our association can make your superpowers more concentrated. I will send you a formal email later. Su Xiangdong didn't intend to ask more. But he guessed in his heart what kind of superpower attribute Yang Bo had. There are too many types of superpowers. Even if it is the basic superpowers of water and fire. Many people can't release it. Some people can release their power. But it has no power. Such as only releasing a small flame that can light a cigarette. Or only condensing a liter of water. So even if they can release their power also has levels. The rating of superpowers is now mainly based on the strength attribute. Because there is not enough data to support the rating standard for superpowers that can be released. And even if it is the same fire attribute superpower, some are awesome enough to destroy the world, while others can only be used for barbecue and cooking. The output power and frequency of superpowers are also very important. For example, if a person has 10 units of superpowers, and a person can release all 10 units of superpowers within 1 second, then this person's superpower external attack power is strong. And another person can only release these 10 units of superpowers in 1 hour or even several hours. Thank you. Yang Bo nodded. Because the boxing evaluation you submitted reached S level. Our association will reward you with 30,000 contribution points at one time. Su Xiangdong said again. In fact, Su Xiangdong and the other two had just discussed privately. And they wanted to give Yang Bo enough rewards. Because Yang Bo just said that he had studied the second way of using power. Ah! Yang Bo was very surprised. Half of which was disguised. And half was real. So this second way of using power, you can still study it more when you are free. Just in case you can study something. Su Xiangdong revealed the follow-up of what he said before. No problem. I will study it later. Yang Bo was going to take out the essence of Tai Chi as soon as possible. Then, he would find these 3 people to talk about it. And let these 3 old guys do it with him later. I believe that this will bring the 2 sides closer faster. After all, it will definitely be a sense of accomplishment to be able to create an ancient martial art. Even if these 3 old guys are already the president and vice president. Then let's stop here today. If you have anything, you can send us a message directly. Su Xiangdong felt that it was almost done. Some things should not be taken out at once. Yang Bo should learn about them slowly. Anyway, as long as he enters the association, he will be attracted by the things in the association. And then, he will find that his contribution points are not enough. Thank you. Yang Bo said thank you, and then exited the virtual chat room. After Yang Bo left, Su Xiangdong said, I didn't expect that Yang Bo actually has an external superpower. But his current level is too low. And he doesn't know that the external superpowers are divided into many levels. If Su Xiangdong knew that Yang Bo could release laser attacks, he probably wouldn't say such a thing. Su Xiangdong and the other 2 didn't know that they were being fished by Yang Bo. Because all the information about Yang Bo was almost transparent to the 3 of them. From the state of his life since childhood to his current energy, he can piece it together most of the time. And there is no chance to get in touch with more things. In fact, every world is the same. Some people have been exposed to some things since childhood. And some people don't know even in their entire lives. This is actually the gap between classes. Some people may work hard all their lives, but still not be able to catch up with some people's pocket money in a year. The same is true in terms of cognition. Everyone's cognition is closely related to the environment around him. Ming Bufan said, we have read Yang Bo information. He has never been exposed to higher-end things. Even the information about superpowers is very limited in the outside world. I believe that after he joins our association and learns more about superpowers from our association, he will change his opinion. Xian Wuji also nodded, this kid is indeed a genius. Let him take a look at some ancient martial arts that our association has collected and cannot comprehend. And see if he can comprehend something. Su Xiangdong said, the power of Yang's meteor fist is superimposed too quickly. On the one hand, the power of the fist itself is superimposed. And on the other hand, the reaction force of the fist is superimposed after it is taken back. Although the reaction force cannot be directly used to superimpose on the fist, it can promote the speed of the change of moves, so that the power of the fist is no longer used in the process of changing moves. This is actually a disguised superposition. Ming Bufan nodded. No wonder the 5 people who evaluated the fist were hurt. Should we give these 5 people some compensation? These 5 people deserve it. All 5 of them are masters of fist. And Yang Bo also made it very clear in the explanation that contribution points are not given in this way. This will make others feel unfair. Xian Wuji shook his head. Why did Yang Bo think of applying for a patent for this fist? Logically speaking, he has no channels to contact our association? Su Xiangdong asked again with some doubts. I'm not sure about that. But this is a good thing. Don't forget that he has a princess by his side. Do you think he awakened his superpowers after practicing this boxing technique? And the girlfriends around him? I think we should first find out whether the girlfriends around Yang Bo are superpowers. If so, it is very likely caused by Yang Bo boxing technique. If I remember correctly, Yang Bo 3 girlfriends seem to be ordinary people? I asked them to check the information of these 3 people right away. After hearing this, Su Xiangdong quickly went offline. After Yang Bo exited the virtual conference room, he saw Su Wei looking at him. My boxing technique has passed the evaluation of the Ancient Martial Arts Association and is rated as S level. Yang Bo smiled and kissed Su Wei on the face. And then the other 2 did not let go and kissed each of them. S level? Is it very powerful? Su Wei also felt that the Ancient Martial Arts Association was a relatively niche group. Humph. Whoever wants to learn my boxing style in the future will have to pay me 1 billion in patent fees. Yang Bo replied proudly.